Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolger.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
First of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. And so much happiness.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Gata Kamsky.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing, I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger, remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, but they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move, this d takes d4, this d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
The sins of the father, the sins of the original. Yeah, I mean, it would be a pity because
Hello, welcome to round 7 of the Tata Steel 2023 Wijk tournament. As usual, expecting a very exciting round and a very exciting tournament in progress so far. I'm Peter Svidler, and with me is my friend and colleague David Howell, the voice of this channel for the past couple of years. We've been discussing off-air how exciting but also demanding this tournament is, I think, is a good word to choose.
Yeah, it really is a marathon, Peter. You're right. I missed the first 2 rounds, but you've been going from the start, 7-hour sessions most days. And if you think we're exhausted, imagine how the players feel. Definitely the rest days, much appreciated. I know a lot of the players, they build their tournament strategy around those rest days, when to push hard, when to take maybe slightly easier games. But yeah, it's still a couple of days before the next rest day, and here we see Levon getting ready to go. Some big games again today.
Every day features some very exciting matchups. Levon is playing white against Giri, which is a kind of a all-time matchup. On the other hand, the leader of the tournament, Nuribek Abdusatorov, is black against Arjun Erigaisi, and it feels like, give it another 5 years. And it will be the Giri Aronian of the next generation, or whatever you want to call it. Not necessarily Giri Aronian, maybe, I don't know, Carlsen Ding of the next generation. This lineup is just fantastic to watch. There aren't really any games which don't immediately appeal. We've had the pairings up on the screen a while ago, but just to briefly go through them, we have that Erigaisi of the Satorov game, Aronian Giri, Maksudlu Caruana, Pragnanda is playing white against Jordan. I believe they're the only 2 players. No, somehow Vincent is also below 2,700. I was going to say that this is a kind of a very unusual for this tournament occurrence of 2 players below 2,700 playing each other. Gukesh is white against Wesley. Magnus is white against Richard Rapport, and Vincent Keimer is white against Ding Liren. Feels a bit unusual to list Magnus this low, but it hasn't been his event so far.
Yeah, it's been a bit patchy. He started in decent form. It was just that 2-game stretch. I want to say in the middle, but we're still only today reaching the halfway stage of the tournament, so Magnus still has plenty of time to catch up. He stemmed the bleeding yesterday. That was the main thing. Had a very exciting endgame against Jordan van Veroosten. Today against Richard... you would say on paper, this is a great pairing for Magnus to get back to winning ways.
He will be looking forward to this, for sure. Richard is, nobody's bunny. He's had wins in Classical over Magnus. I believe he may have won his first ever game against Magnus that he got, which I believe was in Wijk.
In Wijk, yeah.
I will not be able to remember the year, but I remember the outline of the game.
A Reti with some B3 and... Black played a London system, reverse London system, if I remember correctly.
Something like that. And Magnus at some point, I think, decided to go for some very risky stuff, which, maybe would have scared some lesser players into compliance and, an attempt to equalize. But Richard is really nothing of the sort, and he, I think, very gratefully accepted the challenge and ended up out-calculating and outplaying Magnus in that game. He's also not having, the best tournament ever, it feels, but, playing solidly, nothing much wrong being done.
And where do you predict the excitement will lie today? I guess in a lot of the games, but where do you predict most of the action? Maybe some of the blood will be...
I'm slightly cheating here because some moves are coming in, and it's obviously a lot easier to predict when you see the opening moves. And so far, I kind of like the one which still has the starting position on, because honestly, the positions which aren't the starting position, they don't strike me as, anything that would, make me salivate straight away.
Not yet.
Maybe Magnus just does something very risky and unusual today. It's definitely not impossible.
Yeah, sometimes feels like Magnus is rolling the dice in terms of which opening to pick, especially in rapid chess. But Classical, I would expect something a bit more direct, a bit more kind of principled against Rapport. It looks like Are we waiting for Magnus to move? It is one e4.
Yeah, he has played one e4, which is something that he's been doing his entire career. So no one b3 today, and thus I think if we are to guess, probably indicates that this is going to be a serious opening that he generally does play. There is a Petrov in the game between Gaisi. We'll go through the positions properly, but there is a Petrov in the game between Gaisi and Abdusatorov. There is an Italian, and it seems like at least there's at least one Italian per round, and sometimes two, and almost, I want to say almost no Berlins.
Yeah, I don't recall any so far in the tournament. Not even any anti-Berlins. I guess some similarities with some anti-Berlins and some Italians, but either way, no main lines.
But no pure. I mean, there's been some Ruy Lopez played in this tournament, but there's been a bunch of opens, and there's also been a bunch of games where Black actually just played the quote unquote old main line of the Ruy Lopez, allowing Rook e1 or d3. There was a number of games starting from this position, for instance, which is very interesting and very gratifying for me personally, because whenever I feel life forces me to discuss the Berlins, I feel very much like a fish out of water, because I've given up on trying to understand the end game, and the non-end game positions aren't always very fun either. But
it's one of my favorite topics, Peter.
But this is where I can rely. This is where I can rely on your expertise, but none so far. Not even an attempt at Berlin.
It must just be a trend thing. I don't see anything wrong with the Berlin at all. But somehow, players are looking in other directions.
Yakhoun says Wesley played Berlin. Has he? Against? Or maybe there was a Berlin somewhere. Yeah.
I'll try and do some research just to remind ourselves which line that was. But meanwhile, and a couple of oh wow, okay, Berlin today, Peter. We jinxed it. Wesley today. That's
yeah. So maybe this is the game. This is the game. This is exactly what Yakhoun meant. That we actually we just specifically jinxed it today by saying no Berlins. And Richard Rapport goes for the Petrov against Magnus. So today seems like a very, very solid round in general. We have a lot of lines chosen by Black, which have a very, very stable reputation, and not a particular reputation for fireworks. Two Petrovs, an anti-Berlin. There is a Slav. There is a very, very quiet Italian. So where do we go?
There's a bunch of solid options. Maybe which one has developed along the most unusual lines so far?
This one.
Perhaps Vincent?
Yes, this one. This one, which we haven't actually mentioned. And Vincent, I think he's done this at least once in
World Rapid.
In World Rapid and Blitz. Specifically this idea of, I'm still going to be calling this the e3-b3 line, but as you will see here, he forgoes the idea of playing b3, at least for the time being, and just goes takes, and g3, which with the inclusion of e2, e3 might look a bit funky, but I think he is very much not planning to play g4 at all, at least for quite some time. And I think using this square as a kind of a rerouting point for the future, in particular if the bishop gets developed to b7, like getting some ideas of knight d4, knight f5, or perhaps knight e2, knight d4, knight f5, is something that you could at least consider. Ding for now goes bishop d6, bishop g2, castles, and rook e8, rook e1 also blitzed out. Ding's moves I quite understand. Why the necessity to play rook e1 this early is a more difficult question for me, I have to say.
I've got to agree, very mysterious. Unless he's worried about bishop a6 gaining a tempo in some lines, there must be a reason Ding has hesitated to play bishop b7. I'm not sure what Black plays now, other than there are maybe 2 or 3 setups you can go for. You can play with c5, but then White will play d4.
Probably, yeah. Very likely.
I guess you can play these setups with bishop on b7, knight bd7, a6, and just kind of sit. But White's pawn not being on d4 maybe does.
It could be a bit useful, yeah. You could definitely find some ways of trying to
maybe d3, e4, as you say, or at least the bishop on b2 will be more open. in those positions.
Yeah, this one is an interesting one. It could, still. I want to use the word devolve, even though it's honestly a bit unfair to the good old Queen's Indian. But some position like this will have, very, I think, genuine Queen's Indian type vibes.
Yeah.
Where, like in my understanding, Black is really like largely untroubled, but there is 30 pieces on the board and plenty of scope for positional maneuvering.
Yeah, knight e2, knight f4, knight d3 tends to be White's plan in these positions. But yeah, this one we'll check back in on. Looks very promising in terms of creativity for both players.
Yeah, Magnus has done something he's done in the past, which honestly, depending on how this goes from here, but you get the feeling you know how this goes from here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
we need to.
This is. I think he firmly believes he has something here. I don't think he does this just because he's bored of all the mainline theory in Petrov. I think these lines are, to a degree, exactly what he likes about chess. These kinds of, queenless middle games where there are a lot of finesse perhaps required in some cases, and you do have to be precise. You do have to understand exactly what you're aiming for. Yeah. But I can try putting as much lipstick as I want on this pig, but it's still really a somewhat unexciting pig.
So harsh, Peter. Yeah, I know what you mean, though. It's not the most exciting of games, and I think Black has a couple of ways here to at least achieve a very playable position. Knight c6 was Fabi's move in 2018, meeting knight d5 with knight d4.
Yeah, and this is where this very, very beautiful diagram comes from, but nobody blunders that.
Yeah, beautiful.
Anymore, at least. Yeah, maybe somebody has blundered it once or twice, but not anymore.
Yeah, I wonder if that's happened. Yeah, I guess Black can also refuse to dabble in any of these knight jumps.
Yeah, just go knight f6. I think
or c6.
In more recent times, people have been replying to this, and Magnus has been playing this somewhat seriously for a while. So you will have sort of previous history here, specifically with his games. Yeah, he's done this against Jan in 2021 and against Fabi in 2018 in the match. Yeah, and that game against Jan went just knight f6, d4, knight c6, c3, d5. And honestly, this doesn't look like maybe it's the best setup, but Jan still did completely fine. This knight was rerouted to e6, solving arguably the biggest question that Black will be facing here. This is a bit of a pointless and difficult to improve piece, but if it gets over to e6, you solve that by and large. And yeah, I think we've spoken enough about this endgame. Yeah, it could very easily become quite interesting. Yeah. And we should not be, writing this game off by move 6, but not my favorite Petrov. I will be honest with our viewers.
Magnus going back to basics after difficult tournament, just going back to the kind of default setting of an endgame grind, and when he's feeling a bit more confident, he'll go back to the more direct, kind of more ambitious approach. It feels like. So where else can we jump to? There's a Slav.
This Slav could potentially be. I think Bishop d2 wasn't really a move I ever met properly, but these positions, they could become quite sharp. I have played this particular version of the Chebanenko with Black, so I have a little bit of experience. But I think against me, people mostly, speaking about the Queen b3 lines, people mostly play Queen b3 straight away. Yeah. And here b5 is more or less obligatory, and now White has a choice of c takes d5, of course, or c4, c5. And after c5, there are two schools of thought. Is it this position, or is it with the inclusion of? I think it's this position, right? Where you can consider at least this type of pawn sacrifice, which I think I've done even in practical play, and then you go e5. And what you do by sacrificing this pawn is that you lock out this queen on a3 quite efficiently. You have a very, very nice semi-open b file. You have also, for the time being at least, stopped all white's play on the queen side. And you want to play e5, perhaps even without really preparing it, because if white takes, the opponent's e5 will become very vulnerable. The bishop on f8 often gets developed via g6, bishop g7. You have long-term compensation. It's positions resulting from this get to be very, very sharp and very exciting to talk about. Yeah. Or you can play a6, a5. Something you cannot do is have no answer to a2, a4 at all. Because if you allow white here, safety to just play a2, a4, then white will have a very, very safe advantage. What they have on the board in the game, though, is a version of the same where white played bishop d2, provoked e6, and now went in with queen b3, b5, c5, which...
There could be a key difference here.
Yeah,
Black
which
plays
feels
a5.
very interesting. Yeah, which feels very interesting because bishop d2 is generally a very useful move for white. If we discuss, I think, both of those options for black, I think bishop d2 will always be a very useful move. Whereas e6, very weirdly, might be a waste of tempo. I think in both of those scenarios, because if you talk about the lines with the pawn sacrifice, you definitely do not play e6 there. You play g6, bishop g7, you play for the e5 break. You need your play in the center to be as fast as possible. And if you talk about these positions, here it's maybe less of a wasted tempo.
Knight takes b5, though. You don't have bishop d7 coming back.
That was exactly my next point.
Yeah.
Shockingly, it might actually be to white's benefit that the bishop cannot return to d7. And you could very, very easily consider going in straight away with bishop b5, because the reply here would have been bishop d7. I mean, knight b5, maybe a4 is stronger, so maybe you don't lose on the spot. Even though now that I look at this position, maybe you do lose on the spot.
Yeah,
or come close to losing on the spot anave.
So like you need a good reply.
Yeah, this is a very, very sharp position all of a sudden by move 8 in this Slav. And Pragg is playing quickly enough for us, I think, to suspect that he has at least considered this to be a possibility today and perhaps repeated it before the game. Jordan, on the other hand, is now thinking.
Yeah, and you would assume he's thinking about this type of pawn sacrifice if it's on his radar at all, and he must have seen similar ideas.
Yeah,
because that's very much his style and also feels like the most ambitious way to defend.
Yeah, I think stylistically, this is what he would very much like to do. And actually, if I remember correctly, the way they do it here, you even go g6 maybe. You wait for queen a3.
And then
you go before, yeah. So in the game, you could also go knight bd7, a4, and you could maybe look for a move here. Is maybe knight e4 a move or bishop e7, yeah. Still waiting for white to play queen a3, creating the threat of ab5, ab5 queen takes a8. Another topic here is you arguably can play bishop e7, and if queen a3, you can actually meet it with castles, because the inclusion of bishop d2 and a6 gives black enough time to just connect stuff on the back rank.
Yeah.
But my feeling is you're not going to enjoy it anyway. Because maybe it's not that bad. Maybe it's not that bad.
Bishop e2, and it's for unless black can break with e5 quickly, you're still got questions to answer.
Yeah, knight e4 or queen d8 followed by knight e4. Yeah, let's do this straight away. Because this also doesn't have very nice squares. In case you're obliged to take on e4, then it doesn't have good squares to go to. And if we get to take on d2, I think our position immediately improves quite significantly, because it gives us freedom to play against the pawn on d4.
Yeah, maybe queen a3 in this line isn't the best use of time. Often, for example, bishop e2. Let's say we castle. Often white will want to play a takes b5 and knight a2, knight b4. Yeah, so again, knight e4 comes quite quickly, but
this is actually a very important resource that I do want to show, because white generally, exactly as David is saying, white is not very interested in playing b2, b4. It's much more threatening for black if you can get this set up with knight on b4, putting additional pressure on the c6 pawn, and then white will be trying to win the a file. But even, let's say, if all 4 heavy pieces come off, The pawn on c6 is vulnerable enough in many of these positions for even that to not be anywhere near full equality. So answering your earlier question regarding, which one I like the most in terms of potential sharp play, maybe this one is my current favorite. Let's briefly go through all of the positions. In Eric Gaisi against Abdusatorov, this is another Petrov in which Arjun went for a much more exciting or, lively line compared to 93 Queen E2 that Magnus is saying today.
Yeah.
92. A weird-looking move, Queen takes D2, used to be popular here, but I think has more or less disappeared now for whatever reason. I think Black realized that in positions like this, you're just not obliged to castle kingside at all.
Yeah.
So the queen on g3 very often ends up being a very empty gesture. Black just goes knight c6, bishop e6, let's say queen d7, and just castles long. And you've invested all this time in putting the queen on g3 to meet the king on g8 with some kind of an attack, and there's never a king on g8 at all for you to play against. So this, I think, has become less fashionable.
Yeah, and talking of weird queen moves after knight d2, there's also queen d7, of course. Fabiano's novelty, I think, at the time. And at least the queen's on a better square here if there's a capture on e4, but I'm not sure how fashionable this is. I haven't really kept up to date here.
Yeah, it looks extremely weird, but also has a very simple explanation. In this position, white, even against bishop e7, actually, this is a very legitimate line, I think, which you need to be prepared for. And without the bishop on e7, let's say if you imagine Black making a properly stupid move, I mean, I don't need to demonstrate, but the threat of knight e4, g4, queen takes d8, king takes d8, and knight g5 is very, very real. So queen d7 just stops all that, because here we will very happily be taking with the knight and just picking the pawn on e5 straight away.
Yeah, I'm being told that Nepo played this in the candidates as well last year, and it's still his main line, or appears to be after knight bd2. So interesting that two Petrov.
It's a serious move,
yeah.
It's a serious move.
Nodebek says no. Just goes back to the older lines.
Yeah, and this is sort of how they used to play this line in the past, where this very much resembles an open Spanish. And I want to say, like, my immediate reaction here would be this is an open Spanish which has to be quite okay for Black, because if you compare, I will waste our viewers' time a little bit by setting up some kind of a standard open Spanish position.
We're educating.
So if you compare, let's say, this line to this line, a very marked difference. That c7, c5 is already on the board. You don't have to organize it. You don't have to spend tempi on it. And Black here will very often have to play knight a5, play c7, c5, and then put it back on c6, which is 3 tempi. And a6, b5 is generally not something that you need, and maybe even not something that you want, because it does in some positions offer white an additional hook to start playing against with a4. So what you have in the center here for Black compared to the classical open Spanish positions is exactly what they want in the center, and I think also exactly what they want on A and B files, where there is nothing for white to target.
Yeah,
but obviously it's not that simple. Obviously, people still feel that there is something here for white to try and enjoy.
And how does white try to break the pin here?
Honestly, I've been thinking about it. I think even this is generally playable.
Yeah, I mean, it's
followed by, let's say, queen c2, rook a1, and so on. This kind of a setup with g4, bishop f5 is often not stupid. I don't know if it's great, because Black already is maybe, now that white has somewhat softened up the king side, you can very easily just consider immediately breaking in the center, creating a d5 square, or for the queen and so on. But that would be one way.
I was wondering about queen c2, but maybe Black can just take on f3. And
this is sharp, but g6 followed by c4, and just trying to lock out this bishop. I guess you go f4, right? And
whose pawns are stronger?
Yeah, this doesn't look unplayable at all. Yeah, maybe you could gamble a little bit like this. Importantly, on general grounds, this is a very useful trade for Black. But specifically here, you're probably not very happy about the existence of a move e5, e6. If this knight was already on e6, we would be doing this in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
But here in particular, g6 is vulnerable. You will probably have to play something like queen d6, ef, rook f7, and it's still not that horrible. Ef is not forced, by the way, but just to show the structure. But it does provide white with like definite hopes for the future, because this is definitely going to be requiring attention for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I agree. Rook a1 as well, even before e6 and wait one move looks very tempting, and it's unclear what black.
Very good point here, because you want queen d7, e6, or queen d8, knight d7, knight d8, but the moment you play queen d7, you of course immediately get hit by e5, e6, and including rook a1 makes a very, very good sense. So yeah, you're absolutely right about that. So you probably do have two options here. I think both queen c2 and g4 are playable. You can maybe not commit to anything just yet, play a kind of a waiting move like bishop f4, but I don't know what it does.
I've seen something like this before, and now the difference, I think, is, for example, if black plays queen d7, now queen c2 makes some sense, because taking on f3 can be met with taking...
This is clever.
But bishop e4, queen takes e4, yeah, this is it, I think.
This is very clever, and it does hinge very much on the existence of the queen takes e4 move, because no other capture actually saves your material, but queen e4 does, and white is just winning here because we've picked up the pawn on h7. We also have the bishop pair, so we are doing really well. So bishop f4 is an option, but there was a mention. There was a mention of bishop takes h7 in chat, so we perhaps should address why it doesn't work here. The problem, as it often is in these types of positions, is that here the bishop can actually drop back to h6. There are some specific classes of positions where you can play g2, g4 here and maybe continue playing. But the problem, I think, is even, let's say, if black has nothing better than this, I'm still not very unhappy. Because I think the bishop on d2 is now very controlled. It's going to be very difficult, despite this position looking like the dark squares are horrendously weak. The bishop on f6 doesn't really do very much, and the queen doesn't really get to f6 without trading. But there is also, I think, a tactical issue of queen f5 existing and so on. So the sacrifice should not work.
And meanwhile, where else can we go? The Italians aren't really too exciting right now, I've got to say.
No, let's just go briefly through everything. Levon continues the makeover into a 1e4 player, but you could sort of guess where he was going with this. Let's give a brief talk on the Italian move orders. So it went bishop c4. Anish floated the idea of, would you like a two knights game today?
No knight g5, no d4.
Yeah, knight g5, d5, e5, and now I'm guessing knight a5, because other moves also exist, but I'm guessing knight a5. Yeah. And it enjoyed a bit of a revival, right, at some point. In particular because of the existence of the move bishop d3, which people at some point were forced to start taking seriously. This became quite exciting, I think, because some of the lines here that you see, in particular when two players who have actually studied this position properly, when they play against each other, you get some really, really outlandish positions like knight d5, h4, or what have you.
Yeah, knight d5, knight f3, d6, castles, knight f4. This main line is very kind of hard to comprehend. One gets these double deep ones.
Yeah, and there's also this line, right, where they just go. How does that go? f5, knight e5, queen f6, right, knight f3, g5, and white goes somehow there. Yeah, like bishop f1, g4, c4, and then d4, right?
Yeah, I mean,
something like this.
They're so irrational. I remember Wesley kind of tricked Magnus in this line once in a rapid game, I think.
Yeah,
but very
so
sharp
this
stuff.
has become a very, very serious topic of opening discussion. But they just both decided. Well, I mean, not both. Levon said no, and we went back into the Jacobiano territory. And now after castles d6, once again, it's time for us to give the speech about the queen side. These days, it is very topical for white to try to assume as much control and as much space on the queen side as possible with the c3, b4, a4 ideas. And black in a kind of a marked departure from what we were taught as kids, is now very often playing a5, including some positions in which, as we've already mentioned, I think in the previous show, it has become acceptable in polite society to play a6 first and then play a5 in reply to a4. All of this means that if you play a4 here, as Levon did, and black plays a5, which they most likely will, I would argue that the move c3 here is just straight up a horrible mistake. Because you will get theoretical positions a full tempo down, which means that Levon, who is unlikely to, make a horrendous theoretical mistake by move 7, by playing a4, he is more or less declaring that he will not be playing the c3 knight bd2 plans, and he will be playing either bishop e3 here, or perhaps some kind of knight c3, knight d5, or knight c3, knight e2, knight g3, whatever.
Yeah.
And he, of course, followed that by playing bishop e3. Early in the tournament, I think against... who was that against?
Anish has had this
Anish against Prague. Yeah.
Against Prague, yeah.
But
Anish actually
was already reacted
on C3.
to this with bishop e6, right? Maybe in a very similar position, but maybe not in this exact one.
White's knight was on c3 already in that position, because here, if black does play bishop e6, then after a bunch of exchanges, say all the bishops come off the board, knight bd2, knight c4.
We were actually discussing this, right?
Yeah.
I actually played knight c3 b1 to demonstrate the point when we were doing commentary. Right?
Exactly. It's just a quicker route for white's knight to attack those doubled isolated pawns.
Yeah, so bishop e3 perhaps somewhat stops that from happening, and Anish did indeed take on e3 and castled first, knight bd2, bishop e6. We have already had in this tournament a discussion of this structure, which resulted in Ding losing with the white pieces to Prague. Something that you would have assumed is, borderline unthinkable, considering that, white generally just has like a half an extra tempo in a very, very symmetrical, slow structure. So you wouldn't have, bet on Ding actually losing this with white, but lose it he did in a very long and very exciting game. Instead, Levon played h3, and Anish just took on c4 and played queen e7.
Okay.
What do we think?
Yeah, queen e7 is a bit strange. It feels like you're just asking for white to try and land a knight on f5, but I guess a knight never gets there. Knight h4, just g6.
I think we probably play g6. Yeah, I don't think we're very scared about having to do that.
Yeah, so it just feels like a waiting move, queen e7. I guess here.
Knight h5 even, I don't know.
Yeah, knight h5, maybe knight f5. And...
Oh, yeah. This actually does allow the knight to land.
It's still not that scary, but knight d7, I guess.
And just king h8 maybe, and just play very, very solidly. The larger question is, queen e7 is...
I'm not sure where the queen's going. Maybe it parks itself on e6 in some positions just to prepare d5 to hint at some knight takes e4 ideas.
Yeah, I think sort of an autopilot reaction here is pretty much always to try to get this one over to g6.
Yeah.
But knight e7, I'm pretty sure would have been met by knight h4, trying to at least get our knight to f5 while we still can, and also perhaps preparing rook takes f6, although honestly, I'm not sure, let's say, that you can do it after rook queen d7, rook f6, rook gf, just queen f3, queen e6, and then king h8, rook g8. It doesn't look like white has enough attackers to justify giving up that exchange in this particular position. And also something to say about the structures is that it feels very natural for black to go for the d6, d5 break. But if we consider some kind of a position like this, weirdly, it often is quite playable for white, which is something that I refused to believe for the longest time. And then I was sort of life forced me to look at this with Kirill Alexeyenko when we were doing work for the not unending candidates in the 2020-2021 candidates. Yeah. And I don't know if this particular version is very good for white, but generally speaking, like if you can get some sort of position with white getting to play c3, d4, put the queen on g3, rook e1, this structure is surprisingly unclear. And often if you give white time to set up the pieces the way they want them set up, the engine stops liking it for black. So it becomes quite, tempo dependent. in this particular one, because knight db4 is annoying, and if you play c3, you're allowing e5, e4, which I think black will take very, very happily, and so on. Maybe this works. But I just wanted to point out that I've undergone a bit of a conversion in my feelings about this structure, because originally I thought, how can black be worse? What would be a reason for black to be worse here, with like rook coming to d8, another one going to e8, no weaknesses, perfectly sound piece setup. What's the complaint? But if white gets a lot of their ducks in a row, you might actually start feeling a bit uncomfortable.
It's an extra central pawn for white, so more flexibility. But at least Anish, with his move queen e7, he's hinting that this might be on the cards, and maybe Levon hasn't studied that exact structure as much as yourself and Alexenko, but also he's just got to work out when it's coming, when he might be hit with d5. Maybe black can just prepare with rook a d8 and kind of keep hinting, keep disturbing white. I quite like the idea of queen e7, the more I look at it, to be honest.
Rook f2.
Whoa,
that is very surprising. That is actually legitimately very surprising, because I was very serious about queen e1, queen g3. The way I see it, there really aren't better squares for this queen at all. It has to be somewhere on the g3 square in these types of positions. And rook f2 is... I guess we want some sort of queen d2, rook a f1, but...
Maybe he's also hoping if d5 comes, then just ed5, knight d5, and maybe knight fd2, get the queen out via somewhere.
Yeah.
And here f5, at least you can hope to.
Yeah, I would be very interested in the 5 here. Yeah. I don't think we mind. I think the fact that we will have access to good squares kind of easily compensates for the fact that I will have a somewhat isolated pawn on e5. But we still have some positions we've not even mentioned, so let's move away from this for a second. There is a very quiet positional Rogozinin process between Parham Maksudlu and Fabiano Caruana. Bishop b4 played by Fabi. Parham played bishop d5 without bishop g5 without cded, and then also did not follow the Giri Gukesh line of playing e3 here, so we get this structure.
Yeah, almost a Carlsbad, but I guess black needs a pawn on c6.
Yeah. What do we think about this?
Yeah, I've had very similar myself from both the white and black side. I had I think maybe not this exact position, but almost identical against Matthew Sadler once as white, and I was unable to really pose any problems. Black was very quick to play just a6, put the black bishop back on d6, and there's literally nothing to hit on, nothing for white to kind of aim for, apart from maybe a minority attack, very, very long term, but it takes so long. I think this is a decent version if you just by association, if you think of all these, I don't know, Caro-Khans these days that people are playing, these all these Queen's Gambit declines. Yeah, they're with a6, for example, these early a6s, they're just hoping for this structure at any cost. And black has the bishop pair, which also helps. So unless white has something now or over the next couple of moves, I think Fabi's done a good job of equalizing.
Yeah, and one thing I wanted to add to, I agree with everything you said, but I wanted to somewhat correct myself, because I said this is a quiet position when in fact, let's imagine sort of both sides not committing to anything for a few moves yet. Let's make some moves here. A3, bishop d6. Now white for some reason declines to play knight b5, which I think is extremely unlikely. I don't know, rook fd1, we go a6, white goes, I don't know, something that they actually do sometimes in these types of positions. Knight e1, knight d3, let's say we go knight e7. And very often, and quite sort of without warning, black could start going like g5, king g7, h5, h4, knight g6. And with the amount of weight white passes on to playing on the queen side here, this is not always quiet. This, in particular, if black wants, could very easily become a proper, slugfest by move 25-ish if black wants to try something like this. On that note, there are two things here which I'm curious about, which are very concrete. One is the move a3, because it does feel that the way Fabi played the last few moves, he will have to give up that bishop either on c3 or on d6. But like I can't imagine bishop a5 being a move here. That looks extremely artificial, putting it on b6 and just keeping it there.
Also, some concrete problems maybe with bishop b5.
And that would be my second question. Yeah, the immediate bishop b5 as well. To which I suspect he is planning to go knight b8.
I think it's very, very likely here because actually the black knight's on a poor circuit anyway. You gain some time with c6 and then knight d7, knight f6 will.
Yeah, I think it's perfectly fine, but I did want to point it out because it's not a move that you see, being played happily very often on move 13 of a chess game. But here it does feel, semi-obligatory and also maybe not that bad. Because if you allow black to get c6, knight d7 and you're quite happy, my one question perhaps would be something like this, but it feels like that with the queen on a4, this is unlikely to be very scary. If the queen was already like on e2 or f3, I would be doing this with a lot more conviction, I think, with white.
Yeah, I'm being told, Peter, that potentially there was a famous game of Magnus Carlsen against Levon Aronian in Wijk in 2015, which is very similar to this position we have in the game, and Magnus won that one, I think, with white. Apparently, Jan did a very instructive game of the day video on Chess24 for that one. So, yeah, I mean, this position, similar pawn structures, there's a lot of nuances, of course, but I guess we'll see what happens. I like the idea of getting rid of the bishop pair at least.
I just had it open. Where did I have it open? To post it in chat. I'll post it in Twitch chat at least for people to enjoy. But yeah, in that game, from here, I think Levon went sort of entirely on the defensive quite early on. And then, yes, you occasionally get good advantages because black sort of declines to start any counterplay early or perhaps even ever. And if you have an absolute free ride, you will probably enjoy this structure. And Magnus is definitely one of the biggest Carlsbad enjoyers in the world today.
Yeah,
but unlikely that Fabi allows Parham such an unchallenged free ride. So what do we think about a3?
I like it. Bishop d6, knight b5, we're assuming. And I guess black just lets you take on d6 and replaces it with a rook. Maybe that rook will swing across later on. I feel like I should know the position here. I feel like I should know what black exactly should be aiming for. But for example, what's a semi-useful move? Bishop f5. Just to make a point that after knight takes d6, the rook might swing across.
Yeah, you could also make an argument that stopping both queen b5 and bishop b5 is not nothing, and maybe you can actually invest a tempo in a6. Even though it doesn't actually stop bishop b5 right here. The move still exists. It just doesn't do very much, but the move still exists. Yeah, I don't really understand these particular Carlsbads too well, because every time I see a position like this, it feels to me that it should be something for white after all, because this is a bit of an awkward knight. It would much rather be on, I don't know, d7 or e4 or really anywhere. White has aesthetically the more pleasing bishop, right? And the semi-open c-file to immediately start pretending to have some pressure on. But I think good players of these structures with black are quite okay with all of this.
Yeah. And yeah, I think Caruana falls in that category.
Absolutely, yeah.
Where else?
And we've also just completely ignored so far the game between Gukesh and Wesley, which went... This was the potential dreaded Berlin, but wasn't actually a Berlin. And, as anti-Berlins go, I actually quite like this line, because there is not a lot of immediate long theory when castles is included. And this structure I've had with white quite a bit. I can't claim that I understand it very well, but of the positions you can get out of an anti-Berlin, this kind of a position is perhaps the one I would feel the most interested in, apart from the fact that after bishop g4, I don't quite know how I'm supposed to kind of reposition my pieces on the king side. Because generally, like, we want to play bishop b2, and then even if we let's make some moves. I don't know, bishop f5, bishop b2, queen d7. Even if we go for this structure, and in fact, if we're going for this structure, why have I played bishop b2, right? It should be on e3.
I assume knight e4 here.
Well, yeah, just go knight e4 here. Let's say this structure, if we can somehow solve the problem of the knight on f3 being in the way, like if you somehow imagine that I get bishop b3 and knight g2 and bishop takes f3 isn't a move, this is a dream. And I mean, it's a kind of a dry dream, but still, like, imagine some position like this. I want to play bishop f1, I want to play knight c4. These types of positions you see also from some Italians, which I think Magnus played really well from the white side on occasion. It's definitely not nothing. But of course, the question still is whether black should be as compliant. You can absolutely try not to allow any of this. And bishop g4, I think, would be a good start.
Yeah, I've seen ideas. I don't think it's this exact position, but bishop g4, h3, bishop h5, of white playing knight h4. And only then, for example, if black stops knight f5 with queen d7, and then maybe...
And now we go in. Now we go in.
Just to solve the problem of you trying to double my pawns. And again, similar structure, pretty good version because black's bishop on d6 and knight on c6 are misplaced. But yeah, I mean, on the face of things, these should be very well balanced. But I have seen even kind of Berlin aficionados like Kramnik occasionally suffer on the black side of these structures. And like you say, if white can get knight e4, then minimal risk. Definitely black fighting for equality. So queen c2, I quite like. White also has ideas of playing on the queen side, maybe queen a2 in the game position. And yeah, if not, then knight f1, knight g3 might come, or knight e4 might come. It's just a position. It's at least more life, more potential than many of the Berlins we're used to seeing, which is nice and refreshing. Knight b5, meanwhile, played in the Magzulu game, that a3 knight b5 idea we mentioned. Peter Jordan has spent a tempo on e6, e5. He really doesn't care about those one-move things. I've got to say this is risky because, as you mentioned earlier, queen a3 ideas will now force black to make a concession. I don't know whether he's planning to sacrifice a pawn, what the sneaky ploy is there. If queen a3, for example, maybe it's b4, as you mentioned. And
well, first of all, we have to solve the issue of what we do about this, because queen a3 is the one move, but do we have anything else?
Yeah, we should point out, if you take on e5 with the knights, black's most likely pretty happy to just recapture and play knight d7.
Yeah, this doesn't look right at all. This doesn't look right at all.
Normally e5 we don't react unless there's something very direct. So I would be very interested in queen a3.
And the options for black, now that we've actually started the play in the center, I would be maybe a bit amenable to rook b8, but what I definitely would like to play is still that sacrifice. Yeah, I'm still very... not queen b3, obviously. I'm still very, very curious about this position.
Yeah.
Because I don't think, even though we've already sacrificed one, I don't think the evaluation of this changed at all. Bishop takes c5 coming in with tremendous force, e5 also hanging, so...
Yeah, I agree. White's queen's in big trouble here, actually. In that position, if the sacrifice does happen after rook b8, it's always very tempting to try and plant a knight on b5 somehow, but I think it's just an empty threat. But yeah, I mean, e5, if you can make it work, if you don't face any consequences, it makes a lot of sense. I'm just really kind of cynical about the idea of spending 2 tempi going for this. It feels like white must be able to make use of the extra move. Got bishop d2 for free compared to some of those lines you mentioned earlier.
Exactly, yeah. You would much rather, I feel, like if we talk about this position, in the lines I was mentioning earlier, black would have had the pawn on g6 already, which I think is quite useful. And hang on. There are incredibly funny things happening in Twitch chat, which is making me very distracted, because people... Seems like not everybody knows what my username on Twitch is, which leads to hilarious things going on. And it's very difficult to ignore because it's kind of making my day here. But
still pole vaulter, no?
But yeah, but this is a very exciting position and still very playable. I think what White generally does here is just ignore this, just go bishop b2.
Yeah.
And ask sort of what do you want? And what Black wants generally is, I think, once again, not wanting to sound like a broken record, g6, bishop g7, knight e4 in some order. And what about the immediate knight e4 here?
Good question.
Maybe just castle. Maybe just continue ignoring it altogether.
Yeah, I've got to say in the current, well, in that position, instead of bishop e2, I just really want to play bishop b5, even though it's never, ever going to get captured. Instead of bishop e2. But are they still debating your username?
Yeah. People refuse to believe I can talk and type at the same time, which I honestly can't, which is why you were... at some point, it felt like maybe I wasn't as responsive as usual. I apologize, but it was just so hilarious that I couldn't resist it.
Yeah, I mean, this position is anyone's. I still like Black's compensation, but
yeah, just go bishop b7, bishop f6, I guess, or whatever. Because we don't really have a particularly comfortable reply. Hang on, specifically here, maybe we can do this because d2 is not hanging, right?
C3 is a beautiful square for the white bishop.
Yeah, and this is exactly where we want it to be. Yeah, so
suddenly the one tempo makes makes a big difference. Yeah.
So let's go bishop b7 first, and let's say if White castles, now we go knight e4.
Okay, and I can't do the same. So rook fd1 maybe.
Yeah, rook fd1, bishop e1.
I'm planning to maybe take on e4, take on e5 now.
And that as well, yeah. So you have to commit to something, and if I'm taking a light piece, it definitely is the bishop on d2 because that stops my potential issues on the queen side becoming unbearable. If like organizing b2 before without the bishop will be more difficult.
I'll take with the knight. Maybe?
Knight, I guess. Yeah, we just go castles for now.
Yeah, and you always got to calculate stuff like e4. I'm not sure whether it ever works opening for the bishops.
I mean,
still tempted to play knight b5 and just
this position maybe isn't as lost as it might look because I have bishop f6, rook e8, like knight f8, knight e6 counterplay. The rook has a reasonably useful square on b4, so it will, I think, depend largely on how quickly this can happen. Because I think if White plays this slowly, like if you imagine White doing something vanilla like this, and I don't know, let's give me one more tempo.
It's very vanilla.
Yeah, I think I'm quite happy with Black already.
Yeah, because knight e6 rook b4.
Yeah, knight e6 rook b4, bishop b4. This is a very, very weak. The queen on a3 is still completely out of play. But obviously, it's just three moves, which all of them are probably just straight up bad. Not even indifferent, just straight up bad. You should very much be going sort of all in on playing knight a2 and then playing b4, trying to play knight b3, and starting something on the queen side. Before the center comes under direct attack.
Before we have time for b4.
Yeah, Jan is sadly not here to use this as a pretext for like an hour and a half of very nicely timed jokes about the b4 before.
Yeah, I don't have his comedic timing, unfortunately. I won't even try with puns.
Yeah, every time he does this to me, like I know it's coming, and I still miss it every single time, and I still just sit there and nodding and saying, yeah, I deserved that again.
Should have.
And again, and again. It's just after years and years of being subjected to it, you would think I'm sort of used to it and can predict it, but no.
One day you'll beat him to a pun, and it'll be the most satisfying feeling.
Oh yeah,
it'll be worth those 10 years of
one day. Yeah. Yeah, in this life or the next. Queen a3 has been played in the meantime, so
yeah, I don't really believe that rook b8 can be Jordan's plan. If AB, there's always queen a6 incursions.
But I think even just this, even just this, and then we start
coming in.
The creeping invasion on the queen side, because now that the pawn is on d4 in particular, like the center is extremely solid. e5, e4, we never really care. We're quite happy to go knight g1 because we know that with the full control over the a file, we're going to be better. And as you mentioned, you will have every move. You will have to consider whether this is already winning, like some kind of queen a6, queen 7, knight b5, just going for broke on the queen side. I really do feel like b5, b4 is a vast favorite here, as Jordan's reply.
Okay, so a few other positions have evolved slightly. Magnus against
tell me where to go.
Also, the maybe the game that's changed the most is Vincent against Ding. Vincent Keimer against Ding. At least it's less mysterious, the maneuvering now. It feels like White's broken out, but how effective is this?
And we were actually mentioning d3, e4, but I didn't think he would just go for it straight away. And he's done it. Not only he's done it quite quickly. He played knight b7, d3, bishop a6, e4, takes, knight e5, takes, bishop f4. And I think at this point he still had, I mean, not all of his starting time already still, but close to it. I think he's only really started thinking now after queen d6, which is quite a striking move to make, because I think this shows that the idea was very interesting. It's not a move you make lightly, but bishop f4 creates a very strong positional threat of bishop b5, followed by f4 and d5. And you need to do something about it, or you might just get absolutely swept off the board.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of smells of a home prep, because this structure with bishop takes f4, gf4, if black can ever kind of get knight h5 later, it's just going to crack. But yeah, I guess white's just so quick with the central push.
You still have to calculate all of these things, right? Like rook d8, e5, knight h5, but I guess
knight d5.
Yeah, I guess it just doesn't work out tactically, because c6 we have this knight e7, knight c7.
Also knight c7.
Knight 7 wins more material. So Ding, after I think a prolonged thought, goes queen d6 here with a very clear intention of taking with the pawn, and then of course taking with the pawn again, completely stopping this f4, f5 avalanche. One question I have is, a very obvious one: can we still do this?
Yeah, I guess queen c5, rook a d8.
And importantly, I think rook g3. I think it has to be continued for one more move, because even here, if you allow me to play e4, e5, it's possible I am very happy, but rook d3 is annoying. Yeah, it's very annoying.
Yeah.
All right. So what do we do?
I would be tempted to keep the queens on here. Queen d6 looks such a clumsy square. Queen a4 maybe, just to gain time, gain a tempo. Rook a d1.
What's the plan against this? This looks very strong.
I don't really know the plan. I guess bishop b7 is forced almost.
Well, I'm wondering if he wants to play b5, but that looks horrible.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're justifying b5 tactically somehow, it's just wrecking your own structure.
Yeah, but I mean, I dislike this to such a degree that I'm really wondering if that's what he means, because like this looks bad.
Queen c5.
Queen c5 maybe though. Yeah, queen c5 and take with the rook.
I'm meeting bishop e3 with queen c6 maybe.
Maybe queen c6. Yeah, maybe.
Because now f4, at least the e4 pawn is always going to be hanging after bishop takes c3.
So we take. I just need this queen away from this diagonal for 1 second, and I will be much better.
Yeah,
I think to such a degree that I am going to ask you what you think about this.
Makes a lot of sense here, specifically.
Chat says queen a4 is a large advantage for white, and also queen a4 has been played. So really well done by Vincent again in terms of opening prep.
Yeah, not for the first time. But it's also natural, queen a4. If you see queen d6, you don't really achieve anything by training queens.
I'm much more meant the previous play. Queen a4 is not a difficult move, but getting this position by move 15 against Ding is the secret.
Yeah, queen d4 here, I assume I take, and maybe c5 doesn't really change much, right?
I just wanted to drop it back to d1 or d2. I don't know which one is stronger. Let's say d2, unless this is blundering something, but I don't see what.
Yeah,
and I just want to play a 4 e5.
Yeah.
And this seems like it's just a very standard, huge advantage for white, because like whatever you do, if you try to sidestep it by playing rook somewhere here, I will play e5 without prep. And if you don't, like, how do you even deal with this? It just looks horrible. G5 maybe to at least, you know, soften the blow a little bit, but this position, it looks, you know, borderline lost.
Yeah, there's also rook takes G2 there, and maybe just to gain a tempo.
It's also this, but even if we ignore the tactical niceties and just go king G2, king f3, rook e d1, like
it's full control.
You don't save those very often. Like you have rook d7 here, but even let's say with the one pair of rooks coming off, without the d file, with a much more active king and much better knight, like, this is horrendous.
Maybe rook d1, rook a d8 there, but wait, you just take me and I'm pinned. Oof.
This one is protected, so you can't take with the rook, and if you have to take with the knight, you probably just lose by force to something.
Yeah, this is rancid. Don't want to touch this position.
Just a very difficult position for Ding all of a sudden. If you stop somewhere here and you think, okay, this is, I mean, clearly this is well thought out by Vincent, but it can't really be all that bad, and then you look at what it resulted in 5 moves later. You have to wonder if maybe playing something like c5, e4, bishop b7 was a better bet. I don't know if e4 was the answer, maybe knight h4, knight f5, but I'm not that unhappy about it. It kind of feels like Ding just got here in his calculations and assumed he was completely fine, probably missing bishop f4.
That looks like a reasonable moment.
I think this must have been what happened, because there is no way he saw bishop f4, didn't see a good reply, and still thought he was completely fine, because maybe he thought he can find a way to take on c3 and play bishop b7, which honestly I would have preferred to what he's done. Like, why aren't we doing this?
That's a good question.
Not to claim that
maybe just
go on.
Maybe just queen c2, bishop pair, pawn center.
Yeah, but my point is, I am not going to claim black is okay, but I'm going to claim I like this a lot better than what he got. Like, I don't know, queen d7, queen c6, or I don't know.
I mean, the
I'm a bit worried queen e7 might lose to e5. I will be playing queen e7 here, but I'm a bit worried I won't like the position after e5.
No, d5.
Yeah,
it's a bit shaky. But
structurally, if you imagine me, let's say, getting time to play knight d7, knight c5 here, and continuing to put pressure on the e4 pawn, while also ensuring that you cannot play e4, e5 without trading this one for this one. This is not unplayable. This is a structure that you see quite often, which is tempo dependent, risky for black, but tempo dependent, and might be completely okay if it works out for you. Whereas what he got after queen a4 just looks, he's really sort of dancing on a precipice here.
Yeah, looks borderline bad. Easy moves as well for white. Just pack a piece. Okay.
And actually, a relevant question from Nick there. Have we already spoken about this? I think maybe a very large problem is that e5 wins, right?
Wow.
Sort of wins, because we're attacking everything now. Because queen a6, knight g4, I think black's position is bad enough for you to at least consider it for 3 seconds. You know, you probably not, you probably don't have enough here for the piece either.
Just a piece down,
But at least you can consider it. But then you spot the fact that e5 just leads to probably just lost endgames, and this is where you stop. But yeah, I can definitely see that being part of the conversation. Nothing sensational seems to be happening anywhere. So chat is very much interested in some Najdorfs that are happening in the challengers. Let's maybe visit the challengers for.
There's always action in the challengers
for a brief moment. Yeah,
they never let us down.
So specifically, there is a Najdorf here in the game between Bertson and Mishra, which this looks like a completely random position by move 18, in which Bertson has 133 on the clock. And
but he's lost his a pawn.
Yeah,
it's rare to see in a Najdorf.
He lost it, and he lost it by putting it on prise. I'll show you in a moment. So bishop g5, e6, f4, bishop b7. I have a feeling Mishra is actually playing on a niche course here. Queen f3, queen c7, castles, knight bd7, because I think I don't actually possess a niche course on the Najdorf, but I remember this was published as a clip on Twitter. Okay. And here I think the point was he found some way somewhere here to include bishop takes d4 in a position where people were not playing bishop takes d4, and it was somehow working out. There was some very, very specific position where it was important for some reason, but not with the bishop one. I think maybe here, okay. And he was playing takes, and very specifically playing queen c5 prior to playing bishop d7, and it was for some reason very important.
And the idea only revealed to those select few.
No. The idea, I think, is that while the rook hd1 is not possible yet, and you cannot support the rook with, let's say, queen e3 or something, because hg5 will, with the rook on h1 unprotected, you're in a bit of trouble. So you have to play like rook d2, d4, rook d4, d2, and then black is in time to go bishop d7, castle long, and play bishop c6. People are confirming. So I wouldn't have been able to actually recreate the line, but now that I saw it on the board, I was pretty sure that this was Anisha's course. And Thomas Bertson goes bishop e2 instead, I guess to prepare rook hd1 for all of these lines, meaning that black has to play bishop d7, g5, bishop e7. Yeah, and this is a position where white just, as they say, voluntarily, on purpose, played a2, a4 here.
Modern chess, Peter. Just push the pawns, even when they're on pre, even when your king's on that side. It's
and apparently the course covers g6 extensively instead of a4, which is a move that most people, I think, would play in this position.
Very much more human to attack.
Trying to soften up this structure, and if fg, you can start calculating queen g4 or rook dg1 or whatever you prefer here. But a4 is very, very new. The point being shown, I think, by Thomas Berntsen after takes, he goes rook d3, and he says, you probably don't want to castle kingside. And now I'm telling you, you're not castling queenside either.
We're being told that the comment on g6 is saying that it's white's best attempt. Otherwise, black just castles long, castles queenside, and enjoys a safe king position and the bishop pair. So at least he's stopped one of those.
The bishop pair is still there. Yeah, the bishop pair is still very much on the board, whereas castling queenside could become challenging. Let's put it like this, because rook c3 is a constant source of annoyance. Queen c5 was played by Mishra, met very quickly by rook hd1. So I would assume it's useful somewhere around here to actually include hg, so that the rook on h8 can participate in the game, because I really don't feel like we're castling kingside. And if we aren't, we might as well give this rook an active file to do things on. But this is still very risky for black, right? It's just so difficult to play.
Yeah, g6 I'm really worried about. So I'm very tempted to play either g6 myself as black, or bishop d7 to cover e6, something along those lines.
Yeah, I do want to throw in king b1, not specifically because I'm so worried about some kind of counterplay like this, but because it feels that we will at some point probably want to play f5, and I don't want this to be a check. There might be ways of playing faster, but because this is the first time I see this position, you get this kind of an itch as a player with white in these types of positions that cannot really be satisfied by finally playing king b1 and closing this particular gestalt.
Yeah. That makes sense. King b1, automatic, never a waste of time.
And let's make another one of your useful moves, because I do like the bishop back on d7, sort of solidifying the center. And now I guess we go rook c3, and we ask the queen where it goes.
Is this one of these?
a5, to stop rook b3.
Is it one of those positions we'll just see a dance between the white rook and the black queen, unless there's kind of a chance for white to go f5?
Yeah,
you could ask the question now. f5. What is black doing? Are you taking on g5, biting the bullet?
No, my sort of initial reaction is, if I can, I would like to play e5. But then I guess you have to contend with knight b3 followed by f6, and this bishop will potentially never have a move again in this game.
Yeah, f7 is very tender there. Bishop comes to c4.
Yeah. So some position like this, let's say I thought maybe bishop d8, but then you probably just straight up lose to knight d2, knight c4. And you have to remember that we're still only really doing this for one pawn. It's not like we've given up, half the chess set to have this position.
Yeah, I've got to say I love this novelty A4. I'm not sure whether objectively it's correct. I know that Beardson likes to speculate quite a lot. He's very, very ambitious player. But Mishra, he's another one. He's a child of Chessable. I saw he's got crazy hours. It's like thousands of hours racked up on Chessable. So he's done his homework. But A4, that could be the type of thing that really puts a kind of dampener on your mood when you think you know it all and your opponent's gone one move deeper. So yeah, rook hd1.
Yeah,
really
and Mishra's still thinking it can't really be much fun for him being faced with very, very targeted prep aimed. I mean, I assume not specifically against him, but against a player like him, who is sort of a very diligent worker. But unfortunately for him, people sort of know the tools he is using to be a very diligent worker, so they can prepare very, very precisely. And the other Najdorf is also seemingly very sharp. There was also bishop g5. It's kind of unrecognizable as a bishop g5 Najdorf, which is why, I thought, I saw in chat, can we please take a look at the two bishop g5 Najdorfs in the challengers? And I saw this position, and I thought people are lying to me. This is a bishop e3 or something, but it's not. Somehow it's not. Bishop g5, knight bd7, g4. This I have not seen.
I haven't seen either. Normally it's f4 or queen e2 or something along those lines.
Yeah, this is a very modern approach by Vaishali here. b5, bishop g2, bishop b7, and bishop e3 played here. This is quite remarkable. Yeah, this is once again very, very 2023 chess.
Yeah, and black got in the thematic Sicilian sacrifice at c3.
And now he is thinking, Vaishali is doing this against Luis Pablo Schupi, who somewhat weirdly for me, is actually the side with more time. Because I would have, if somebody did this against me, I would just think and think and think here. But by move 12, he is half an hour ahead on the clock. Yeah, what are our options?
So many tempting moves. There's knight e5, knight dc5, queen a8 maybe.
Queen a8, yeah, I like queen a8.
Yeah, somehow, as long as we can consolidate, black's still lagging in development. But if we get one or two moves as black, it feels like it's more than enough compensation as usual when we take on c3.
And the reason I like queen a8 is I think it sort of generates the most counter ideas for the next move, because g2 is vulnerable, meaning that if white does nothing at all, like if you play h4, we can even consider some stupid move like this. We don't need to play it, but it sort of exists.
Yeah. Worst comes to worst, knight takes c3, just take another pawn.
But in terms of what we actually want, I think we want e5 and not e6, because I think we don't really want to be provoking the knight takes e6 sacrifice.
We could start with knight e5 and then e6.
Or that. Schupi opts for knight e5, where the question, I guess he still has queen a8 next move, right? Because white, like a logical reply would be either queen h4, queen f4, where you have to mention, at least in passing, that knight g6 is a bit of a draw offer. But I get the feeling that he probably isn't very interested in offering a draw here with black. And then your move is probably still queen a8.
Yeah, I just spotted an interesting line. I'm not sure whether it's relevant, but queen f4, knight g6 instead of queen h4. And I was wondering about bishop takes e4 there, but it's just to try and get a bunch of material for the queen. But I guess there's e5 in the end in lots of positions.
e5, bishop c6, king e7, we take.
Yeah, and chaos.
We might actually like this with white, because ef, let's say if ef long castles, this is a very, very vulnerable piece.
Big attack.
Yeah, but I think after queen f4, I'm still pretty sure the queen just goes to a8.
Keep control.
Yeah, just keep control. We want to play e6, bishop e7, or perhaps g6, bishop g7. And yeah, if we safeguard and or move the king away from the center and are still alive and haven't lost any material,
Mhm.
it always feels like you've kind of won the game with black if you got rook c3 and then white had to switch to the defensive. But
who are you picking here, Peter?
I think I'm taking the experience.
I'm sensing, I'm sensing
I think
black.
I like black's position to be honest. I don't see why. I mean, the one slightly worrying thing for me would be if somehow white can play a4 very early.
Mhm.
Probably not here because knight takes g5 does seem like a worrying reply. Although, I mean, even this, like, we need to start play somewhere, and it feels like preparing a takes b5 is arguably the only more or less guaranteed way for us to create additional mayhem, because we're not going to be able to start much in the center.
Mm.
And on the king side, I also don't see any target for us to play against. So b5, undermining b5, trying to open some files on the queen side while black isn't entirely developed, does look to me like maybe the only legitimate target we have.
Yep, makes a lot of sense.
We'll see.
Should we do a quick roundup of the Challengers games?
Yeah, let's do a brief one. There's, I assume, this is an anti-Berlin, which looks perfectly healthy for Pehac, who we've been speaking about this more or less daily, is really so far the straggler in the Challengers group. Has had a bunch of very, very unfortunate games. Started with 0 out of 2 and hasn't really recovered. Lost a very painful game yesterday to Vaishali as well. But I mean, a very, very normal position here for black, I don't think.
You have to be slightly careful here, because if we move our knight, like knight b6 looks like a desirable move, but there's knight takes g7 and queen h5.
Yeah, I guess we just castle, right? We
but bishop h6.
Bishop h6. Yeah, I did blunder bishop h6. I don't know if it might win on the spot, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe just in this exact position, there's some tactics that Jurgis has to dodge, but yeah, there must be a way. It feels like you haven't done anything too drastically wrong as black.
Yeah,
weren't being punished.
There's also a kind of a very slow, very typical structure which arises out of these Rogozins without the bishop g5. So e3 queen c2 here, played by Donchenko against Yilmaz, and Yilmaz not repeating the ill-fated knight e7 from yesterday's Caruana Gukesh game, and we eventually get this structure, which you can get from a variety of openings.
Yeah, very Queen's Indian-y.
I'm not entirely sure what I think about this, because on the one hand, it's always been kind of difficult for me to figure out what white wants. But black also, the bishop on b7 is very, very locked in. The pawn on c7 is potentially a target. The reason I'm curious is that I think generally in the structure, the bishop very often is on b2, and white's plan very much consists of playing a3, a4, and bishop a3.
Yeah.
Because trading this one for this one is tremendously beneficial to white, because it does soften up the pawn on c7, makes our pressure against the pawn on c7 an actual thing instead of a pipe dream. And it also very much weakens any potential attack on the king side, which black could try to organize, because the bishop on d6 is very useful for those, obviously, looking in this direction. But with the bishop on e1 being so far away from the a3 square, how are we supposed to ever shift the one on d6?
Yeah, I'd be very curious as black what white's plan is, if just h5, h4, just a typical kind of launch pad for an attack. Or maybe queen f6, yeah. Let's say we start with a move, queen f6, queen d7 or something. Just what is white's next move? I don't
know. Maybe he
really
wants something like, I don't know, knight d2, knight f1, and then f3, bishop g3. Let me try this again.
So time-consuming. Extremely slow.
It is extremely slow, but you have to make some sense of this piece. And that would be, my nomination for how we make sense of this piece. But yeah, I absolutely agree. It takes forever, and it's, you feel that it's probably unlikely to land, because black will not be just, knocking on the table and saying check.
just wait
for all this time. Yeah, there will probably be some moves coming in while we do that. But yeah, it's a very complicated position. Plenty to discuss for the future. There's also something that is quite dear to your heart, I assume. Velimir Ivic playing the Backhouse Caro. I was not aware it was called that, but I am going to be calling it that for.
You should. It's the structure with the doubled F pawns. I'm not sure what the official name is. I've seen the Korchnoi variation bandied about here and there. I know he dabbled, but especially in Blitz and Rapid. I mean, I don't aim for this every time these days, unfortunately. But I was playing it before it got super trendy, and personally, I'm just slightly biased towards Black's position, just because I've had so many positive experiences in this type of structure. But the way Max treats it. Max, of course, opening expert. It's quite a creative way, I've got to say.
It's quite interesting because normally this for me, for instance, like I've always felt that c3 here is being played automatically. You don't even have to think about it. But it's actually quite useful for white to try and get this pawn to c4. And the best square for this knight actually is c3. So what Max has done here is he played bishop e3, preparing bishop d3, played bishop d3. And then he went for this setup straight sort of off the bat. And this is perfect.
Yeah.
But Black still will have some play on the king side. And the current position is still very unclear because in terms of what white is trying to achieve, I guess your ideal scenario would be to play rook a d1 and then to play c5 and d5.
Yes.
But the moment you touch this pawn, knight e5 will be a very serious consideration now that g3 has been provoked. So you have to do it very, very carefully. You can't just willy-nilly play d4, d5 in every single position without, paying great attention to knight e5 counterplay. It's still very unclear. Knight e4 chosen by Max Varmerdam here.
Yeah, this might be good timing because queen d7 kind of telegraphed the idea as well of playing f5, f4 as Black, and in some positions. You do have to be wary of knight h4s as well, but knight e4 seems to cover
all of those
everything.
bases. Yeah, because like for instance here we now can simply take and drop it back, and queen f3 is not mate either. Yeah, an unclear position. I don't know what I think about it. After bishop b7, you still have to worry about f6, f5. We haven't really solved that issue. Maybe you want to play f3, knight f2.
Yeah,
it's at least an idea.
I'm wondering if bishop b4 is a useful kind of tempo gainer. It often is in these types of positions.
Bishop b4. Yeah,
that's just a hint at f5, f4 coming. If you
I
slowly
just missed it. Yeah, the moment you pointed that out, it slightly weakens the threat of f5 because the good thing about bishop b7, we were controlling the g5 square, so f5 knight g5 wasn't as much of an issue. But yeah, I like this. And then maybe just rook a8, rook f8. And
White also has a problem with the rook. I don't really see where we go. Bishop d2 drops the d4 pawn. We don't want to move the knight again. Rook d1,
that is a maybe
bishop g4 maybe.
And maybe we go bishop b2 and we pretend.
I'm very interested about taking and then f5, f4.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, this is now, with every move that we make, it improves for Black, I think. So, I like bishop before, and I'm beginning to like Black's position here.
Yeah, this is why I like it in Blitz and Rapid, at least. There's always counterplay, no matter how badly it goes for Black. But, of course, White shouldn't be doing too badly.
Elena Roberts is playing against Jawahir Sindarov, and it started off as a very classical knight to French, d takes c5. And she decided not to take on c5 here, which is a kind of a curious choice, considering the fact that exactly what happened in the game can happen. White can say, you don't want it? Okay, I'm not going to give it to you anymore. And just hang on to the pawn on c5. And this is the current position where you have to prove you have something for it, because otherwise, like if you give White time to play, I don't know, king e2, rook hd1, you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
This really reminds me of a c3 Sicilian. Often you grab a pawn on c5 and your king's on d1, and it's can you cling on?
So moves like knight g4 and knight g5, I think, are the first things that come to mind. In particular, maybe knight g5. You also have to worry about c6 a little bit. No, c6 we take and we go knight b6, and we are, I think, extremely happy. So
okay, bishop d4 maybe, just to keep the bishop alive one move longer.
Yeah.
It's still, it's still a matter of tempo, right? c4 comes maybe.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not in love with this for black. What about knight g4? You can still go bishop d4 though. She's played knight d5, yeah. So knight d5, yeah, she will have to have a good reply to bishop d4, which I currently. Hang on a sec. No, we give up this. Yeah, for a second there, I got very excited that we can go for some kind of positional compensation like this, but very importantly, we give up control over the c6 square.
Yeah, if you could get the bishop pair somehow, even if you're pawn down, maybe. But
you would have play. You would have a lot of play. So we'll see what she does here. And there's also this very topical Catalan, which I see quite often these days. It's become a very, very important kind of a battleground for theoreticians, which begins from a classical Catalan setup and goes dc4, bishop g2, knight bd7, castle c6, just trying not to give up any material. And all of this is still still theory. I'm sort of waltzing past all of this because there's no way I can give proper.
I'm sure it's in a chessable course somewhere. Nariyanan did one on the Catalan, for example.
Yeah, I think there were maybe 2 games which got to this position in the Sitges Open alone, which we were watching just now. And also I think this happened. I did commentary on the World Rapid and Blitz for the Levitov Chess channel, and that channel generally these days gets hosted by Alexander Shimanov, a grandmaster from my hometown, who is now a world traveler. And there was a game there where Shimanov had this with black, and he drew very comfortably by, in a blitz game, having this with time added on the clock. So yeah, this is a very, very sort of heavily discussed line, and
I'm being told it's not in any chessable course. It's brand new. It's very fresh. What's the idea of rook a5 here? It's just that black.
We go rook d5. We win this back because bishop takes f2 is also a threat, and then we somehow make a draw in some kind of a 4 against 3 or 3 against 2 or whatever. Yeah, just like, once again, a very, very modern approach to what we want out of life. Somehow we actually want this, apparently.
Yeah, Owen's a theoretician. He checks these correspondence games very thoroughly, so I'm sure he's familiar
and he's gone for something else. Amin has gone for something else. He's played queen g4. If we were to talk about this position in more general terms, if black castles here, black is, I'm guessing, massively better.
Yeah,
because this 3 against 1 on the queen side will be the telling factor about the position. Nothing else really will matter in the slightest. But white obviously is going to do their utmost to not let us castle safely. Queen g4 being a very useful move for that, because we attack g7, but also very importantly, we keep in touch with the d7 rook, meaning that the king cannot vacate the e8 square so easily. And I assume if you play g6, the bishop goes to either g5 or h6 as well, is a possible move.
Yeah, that looks potentially very unpleasant, unless we can force the queens off anytime soon, because we might just get mated. Rook d1's coming, and how do we guard g7? I'm wondering whether queen g6 is an idea just to give up a pawn, but maybe it's not as good a version.
Yeah, that's the same endgame, but with the king on e8 instead of c6, right? Yeah. So I don't know.
That would be such a pity.
And also, I'm not sure if we can even protect b5, because rook a8 check is also a very strong threat, right? So we are a bit...
So we're 2 pawns down and...
a bit stuck,
yeah. So queen g4. Maybe there's a super clever way. I wonder if any games have been played with queen g4 here. Queen a8 looks more natural, of course. Because I'm really, really reluctant to suggest a move like bishop f8.
Yeah, there's a game between Gundava and Aryan Tari from... I remember I saw this, but I can't remember exactly where.
From the Olympiad?
Oh, that's from the Olympiad. Yeah, that's from the Olympiad.
Was that the game where Aryan Tari claimed a 3-fold repetition when it wasn't 3-fold?
When it wasn't 3-fold, and he was completely lost.
And he was busted, and the arbiters
and the arbiters did not realize any of those things. Yeah, he played rook g8 here, and after bishop g5, h6, rook fd1 was... He was sort of in trouble for the entire game. It continued bishop f2, I think, king f1, queen e6, queen f3. Yeah, well, not I think. I'm actually reading off the screen.
Okay, now I remember this.
Yeah, rook d7, queen d7, king f2. And weirdly, you get here and you still haven't actually stabilized entirely, even though like this looks very nice for black as far as I can tell. Yeah.
If only you could castle. If only the rook was still
Yeah. Shockingly, this is zeros. I thought black is just maybe better, but no, you have to play correctly. He gave a check, king f1, king e7, queen f5, and you're 2 up, right? No, only 1 up. I keep on miscounting the pawns here. I thought black were 2 up, but it's only 1. And it's very, very possible to misplay this, obviously, with the king on e7. Very unsafe for the rest of the game. And it definitely did go very pear-shaped for Aryan further down the road.
It's it's kind of so depressing these days. The payoff, you study like dozens of hours on one line, you work it all out, memorize it, and then it's it's not even the type of zeros where you can kind of bail out with a draw with black and you still have to do some work.
And this sort of concludes our original roundup of the challengers. Queen h4, queen a8 castles on the board in the game between Vaishali and Shupi. I think I'm sort of in favor of taking on c3, not because I really want that pawn, but because I think it somewhat stops a4 from happening. But you can also, of course, just do something else. You can do like, you can play g6, a4, ba maybe. But this is what would worry me. Some position like this would start worrying me a little bit because we're still 2 moves away from completely consolidating. And the same applies to e6, a4. Those do feel like they could be risky for black, which is why I'm somewhat seriously advocating for knight takes c3, just to be able to, after a4, to just take on a4 with the knight and say, please throw more material at me, I will take all of it.
Yeah, maybe white will try, but yeah, I like it. Why not grab a pawn and stop the opponent's counterplay? Kind of dual purpose.
Yep,
makes sense.
But yeah, for now, let's go back to our masters because first off, somewhat surprisingly, there's already a result. The game between Levon Aronian and Anish Giri ended in a draw. After rook f2, Anish played b7, b6, a kind of a waiting non-move here. Knight fg2, knight b8, a kind of a clever way to play for the d5 break by also preparing it with c6.
I love the symmetry there. Knight b8, knight b1. How often do you see that?
And this is what happened. Yeah, he played knight bd7 and c6. And Levon here is just in time to stop d6, d5 from happening, because I think if black gets to play d5 and then recapture with the pawn, all of the things I said about this structure really no longer apply. Because that would, like, if you imagine white just passing here and black going d5, e, d, c, d, these positions are very comfortable for black, which is why Levon played d4, Anish played d5 anyway, and a lot of material came off the board. Levon played queen d4 here and just offered a draw, which was accepted. Black really has no reason to believe they're better.
Yeah, a well-played game, but this is the type of thing that can happen right in these slower Italians where both sides are kind of freestyling. It's just about understanding and kind of cancel each other out.
And in our very sharp Slav, they did get to a position we were discussing. Before it did happen, we did expect Jordan to go exactly for this sacrifice. Queen b4, queen a3, a5, bishop b2, bishop b7 on the board. We were playing castles, knight e4, rook fd1 here, which I think is logical, but maybe there are some other options as well.
I would like to get castled with white just to give the white knight to the true square.
You do kind of want to move the king away from the center because, yes, you can consider playing knight a2 here, but you're definitely playing with fire in some positions like this. So yeah, I think we castle. I think black actually is very incentivized to play knight e4 straight away, because if you imagine black castling here and us going rook fg1, if you play knight e4 here, first of all, I can now take on e5 after knight e4, g4. But even if I just play bishop e1, it's a much improved version of everything because we've preserved this bishop. And now we're very interested in the idea of going knight a4, going b4, and claiming that we have a winning advantage. So castles on the board. I very much expect Jordan to go knight e4 here.
Yeah, maybe white does the same as you were suggesting, just bishop e1 anyway. I know the rook on f1's not happy with this, but at least there's a threat of taking on e4 and e5.
Yeah, it's definitely a move. But Yeah, my argument is
Aesthetically, it's
my argument here is that it's better for black to have this than the other one. I'm still not sure if you have enough compensation though.
Yeah. I guess it might get quite concrete in some of these lines.
Bishop f6 maybe, or
if you take on d4, I was wondering if I'd take with a knight.
Bishop c5,
and just move, just queen a2, and say I'm going to force you to take off a set of bishops. Yes, I've given the pawn back, but I'm not 100% sure.
This is very playable. I don't know if it's the best. I have a feeling that you can probably be greedier, but it's definitely playable. He just castles, decides to not get involved. This is curious to me because now
maybe he just wants to keep the tension.
And actually, look, f1, we are sort of completely ignoring the idea of bishop c2 and then maybe putting it on b3 and locking everything out. So I don't know if it's serious, but it has to be at least a mention. Can we go faster? Can we just go knight a2 here?
Knight e4.
Yeah, I'm just forcing myself to calculate. Yeah.
Can I take on d2? I can't take on b4 and take on c5 because this knight takes c6. That's annoying. Yeah. But there's so many pins in these positions.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very complicated.
It is very, very sharp. Yeah.
After knight takes b. Yeah.
Here.
Yeah. I was going to make some silly suggestion of just queen c8 and then line ups and knight takes c5, but
it's not silly. It's not silly. You might not have anything stronger, but like if we get here, it feels like white should generally be quite happy about life because
just need to consolidate.
Yeah, we need to make one or two more precise moves. Like bishop d3 seems like, unless I'm blundering a lot of material to knight takes c5 or something, I would very much like to have control over the b1 square. Like provoking e4 is extremely useful to white, obviously, and getting these bishops off the board is also quite useful. I am a bit worried. Hang on. I'm
c6.
I'm smarter than I thought I was, because I apparently have this. I didn't see it. But as usual, I'm making very lucky blunders in these shows.
That's testament to your instincts, Peter. But I mean, it's definitely a very logical continuation for Prague. Either just kind of consolidating move for f1 or knight a2, very direct.
No, the thing about knight a2 is it's sort of an attempt to actually kind of win the game from here. I think in terms of, what gets white the most advantage if it works, I'm pretty sure that is knight a2. Like there's a single answer to that question, and the answer will be knight a2. But if it doesn't work somehow tactically, you have plenty of very reasonable, safer options. Rook fd1, rook fc1 also has some point because, as I mentioned, maybe we do have to care a little bit about bishop c2. I don't know exactly why, but maybe this is not nonsensical.
No, bishop e1, knight d2 comes.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. That is actually a very good point.
Also, after bishop b3, maybe knight b5. It's a bishop e1 just to.
So options everywhere. Does look like, compared to the positions I was hoping to get in this line when I was playing it with black, we are one, maybe even several tempi down. And it actually is somewhat painful that the bishop is only 7 and not g7 because all of our counterplay against the pawn on d4 seems to be way too slow. In the meantime, on other boards, and this is sort of what I was hoping for, considering its rapport.
The queens are still on.
Ooh. Yeah, the very, very boring Petrov with queens off and boring symmetrical endgames is now this, which is like neither of those things. Not boring, not very symmetrical, and also not an endgame.
We have to work out how we got here because it's a seemingly random kind of selection of moves. There must be some logic.
He played c6. Magnus went with f3, knight f6, and d4, which is something that you generally, I think, want in these types of positions. f3 is a very useful move, very much limiting the squares with knight on f6. And then we went g4, and then either c3 or, as we will see in the game, maybe even c2, c4. And Richard goes h5 here, which, having played bishop f5, I think is a logical move, because I think white will actually very happily play g4 and h4 if the bishop is left there. And this plan is unchallenged, so h5 is useful just to make sure it survives on this diagonal. Knight c3, knight a6, king f2. And Richard kind of played himself into a situation where if you take on e2, I think I would make an argument that this is now slightly worse for black. Because we've gotten c4, d4 against c6, d6 instead of a very symmetrical c3, d4 against c6, d5. h5 is useful, but also if you imagine some position like this, it also gives white a very decent square on g5 to aim the bishop at. And your pieces just make sort of less sense than white's pieces do, which is why he played knight b4, I guess, just to keep the tension and also create the threat of knight c2. And now the queens have stayed on.
Yeah, no more standoff, Mexican standoff between the queens. But whose king is going to be safer? I'm assuming at this point that black's going to castle queenside. I don't really see
Looks
where
like
else
it,
he's
yeah.
going to house the king. So
I don't like this for black very much. I think you have to play this. Like, if this is to work out for Richie, his next few moves need to be very, very precise. Because
somehow.
Yeah, because like if you allow a3 bishop d3, you're just going to be, I think, maybe even massively worse for not very much.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if maybe he plans to play g5, but g5, for instance, like I don't know what the reply is to knight g3. This is hanging.
Yeah, and rook e1 is coming very quickly.
Yeah, and if you take everything, you're like, if you could in this position play both g4 and long castles, maybe the position would have been playable. But you can only play one of those things.
Yeah.
So you're just losing material.
It's gone wrong. I feel like his intention is to castle queenside now in the game position.
Yeah, I think you might have
queen
to.
d1.
I think you might have to, but then the question is, are you actually, like, can you play knight c2 here? Because
that's the $1 million question.
Yeah, that's very much $1 million question, but I mean, looks
now g5.
Yeah.
At least if you play knight d3, d4 is hanging. I'm so scared I'll get it trapped though. Bishop d3, I think I can take on d4 as well.
Bishop d3, knight d4, yeah, this is also what was stymieing me a little bit. Because I thought bishop d3 was strong from a way away, but no longer think that. I mean, it's still a mess, but it looks like a mess that black can definitely play. So long castles is my favorite as well. a3, knight c2. There is no immediate tactic here that I can see. So rook a2, g5. And if you just drop back to e2...
I'll try and attack somehow. I'm not sure exactly how.
So the threat obviously is b3, rook takes c2. So we have arguably two moves.
Can I just play rook e8 to find the e3 square for my knight? Bishop takes g5. I might have some tactics along the lines
bishop
of
g5.
g4.
Bishop g5 pretty much never works, I think.
Yeah.
This is a way to lose. Long castles in the meantime on the board, unsurprisingly. So rook e8, yeah, and you're threatening knight e3. Bishop g5, as we've established, is not great. So the way to play here would be a kind of a really awkward move like queen d2, but then g4, bishop h6 starts coming in. Yeah. Okay. So
I mean, it's these kinds of questions that he has to solve, and he might just be in time. Yeah, I mean, at least he's asking the white king. Like, maybe you're not completely safe either. Is there anything perhaps more precise than a3?
Yeah, you can definitely play safer. Like knight d3 is still a very useful move. I quite like it even here.
Super safe.
I mean, it's not only super safe. I think like if you just accept that you have nothing better than this, I think white is legitimately a little bit better here.
Yeah.
Bishop comes out to f4, I go rook e1, and then I start. You know, before b5 will be coming in. And I think the argument that white's king is safer here is a solid one that I can make. You know, without even lying to myself too much.
I like this. I've got to say, at least compared to the total mess that was on the board after a3, knight c2. Yeah. I really like the way this game is turned. Got to say, but
no, this is unbelievably enjoyable. Yeah, considering of what we thought was very, very likely to happen there.
And okay, elsewhere, Maxudlu is coming up with a plan against Caruana. The game briefly followed the lines we were assuming. It's this Carlsbad structure now.
Yeah, so a3, bishop d6, knight b5 happened. Fabi did play a6, but he didn't take with the rook. He took with the queen, which is, I think, signals a switch to a purely defensive phase of the game. Like no rook d6, g6 is going to be happening. Black just wants to put pieces on healthy squares and defend. f3, a5 now played. Kind of a reasonably classical looking Carlsbad is on the board.
Yeah.
Not something I feel very confident opining on.
Yeah. Me neither, really. I mean, my experience isn't vast compared to some of these players, at least. But I like the fact that Fabi's ready to play b6 if he really needs to, especially if White's lining up for e4.
I think currently, like if White does nothing at all here, if you make some kind of a weird pass,
Rook fd1 maybe, yeah.
I think, well, actually, yeah, I think even against Rook fd1, I have the same.
Uh-huh.
We can try using the fact that the queen is on b3 to immediately gain a lot of space and also get rid of our perennial weakness in all the Carlsbad structures.
That's
with what I assume
clever.
is a very playable position.
Yeah.
But White, of course, stops
Should
this
push.
very easily by just moving the queen away from. Although that, do we want to play a4? Maybe not. Yeah.
Yeah, a4 is kind of a mixed blessing in all these positions. It's just a kind of permanent weakness, but it does clamp down any minority attacks. Bishop d1 there might be a bit annoying.
Yeah, I'm not sure I want to generate this. Yeah, it does stop the classical minority attack, but it does generate something White can immediately play against. And specifically this, if it forces b5, I think is a huge achievement for White, because now with knight on c5 completely unchallenged, we can very safely go for the e3, e4 breaks. So yeah, queen c3 is my current, I think, front runner. I'm not sure exactly what we are intending to do against it. Is e4 already a threat?
Yeah. Do you ever want to play e4, for example, if I just drop back bishop g6 to preempt you?
Maybe not immediately, because you do need. Although, like these
Some
are
argument for it.
all they become very very concrete questions, right? Because I do have e5 here, and weirdly you might have to go to g8 because queen c7. I have this little surprise.
That's nasty.
Even though like the variation actually continues because it gets locked out, but I get the feeling it doesn't work out for Black. Like queen c5 maybe. And if you have to go back to g8, maybe I will be in time to somehow, like if I could play 93 and knight f4 in one move here,
yeah,
I think I would have a very very good position. But
bishop
after
c4,
93, yeah,
after
knight g3, Black
yeah.
has a tempo to play knight f5 or knight d5, maybe with some knight e3 ideas. It's a mess.
Yeah,
this is difficult for me to work out. I don't have a very good bearing on these types of structures. Meanwhile, this is the position in Keimer versus Ding.
You called all of it. You predicted all of it, basically.
No, not all of it. And I think
Up
Ding is
until-
doing a very clever thing in not playing c5 at all. I think keeping the pawn on c7 is what is keeping him alive. He played bishop b7, rook a d1, queen c5, took with the rook as we predicted. Queen d4 we also predicted. And here Ding played king f8, f4, rook c5. And after e5, he will take on g2 and drop it back to, I assume, e8. And somehow, I mean, this still looks horrible. But because there is a pawn on c7, the rook landing on d7 looks somehow much less winning because it's not immediately attacking anything. You still hate this for Black, though.
How do you ever evict that rook? How do you ever kick it out?
I have no idea. It's still unbelievably unpleasant. I wonder if I was actually wrong about where the knight goes. Maybe it goes here to, I don't know, put it on e7. I don't know what it does on e7 either, but maybe it's something.
Yeah. Oh wait, I was going to say, do you start with rook e8, but you can't? Whoops.
That's very.
Take on
very
f6.
pretty. That is very pretty.
Yeah. So you really have to move the knight. And yeah, this is grim for Ding. It has gone.
Yeah,
wrong.
and also interestingly, Vincent hasn't even played e5 yet. Because I think he can wait for pretty much as long as he wants. He can definitely, let's say, start with rook e1.
Yeah.
And ask Black to make a move first. And only then go in with e5, because it's just completely unstoppable. There is no way for Black to do anything about it at all. And in fact, I think there's an argument that this is slightly more precise, because if we think knight g8 is better than knight e8, currently it's completely, it is, probably completely unplayable, because you end up simply losing this knight.
Yeah.
And then takes on rook d8, yeah. So in order to get the same position, maybe you play king e8. No, that also loses, because now ef picks up the g7 pawn. I like rook e d1.
Yeah.
I think rook e d1 just cuts down on options for black, while not also not giving up any of our advantages.
Yeah, it's always nastier for the opponent, right? Just to play a move that sets things up rather than forces their reply. At least Ding will have to burn 10 minutes rather than play kind of 98 instantly.
I mean, the one difference I can maybe hope for being a positive one for black is if I play knight e8 here and white goes e5, in this position, we sort of played rook e d1 instead of rook d7, right? Which gives black a tempo to play f6.
And ask whether e6 is ever on the cards.
e6 at least we establish this blocker. And honestly, this doesn't look horrible at all if I can get like rook e8, king e7 in at some point.
White needs the rook on d7 before playing e6.
Yeah,
for sure.
So in this position, you already have to maybe start looking at some sacrificial options, or this is less clear.
Yeah,
I would very much like to have the rook on d7 instead. So this is still a position where intricacies will matter a great deal.
But
we know white is better. There's no doubt white is better. The question is how to properly cash in, and I think Vincent is doing the right thing in taking some time.
Black's rook is very short of squares, so you could make an argument for something like rook e3 threatening b4, but I think Black's happy to play a5 and stop any b4.
I think we're including a5 quite happily. You can still play this.
Yeah, this is the only other thing I can come up with other than something
this is a very clever move, Rook e3 just threatening to actually, maybe not pick up, but force it to like h5 and h6, and then you do lose. Like if that's your best option, you will lose. With that rook completely sidetracked. So plenty of very attractive options here for Vincent. Knight d3 is played in Magnus's game, and I will again switch it off, but for a second there, and this one will not be a recurring segment of force David to name a computer line, because I think this one is difficult. And will not, like, my asking the question will not be enough of a help.
Okay.
But for a second there on my screen, the best line black had here apparently was d5, and very specifically d5. Everything else white is like significantly better.
Oh wow!
c5,
okay, that's not obvious.
c5, and then bishop d3, and knight e4 check. I honestly still don't know why this works. I guess the point is fe4, queen f6 check, and you don't have good squares because d3 is still hanging, meaning that you cannot play queen f3, and then the king has to go in the direction of where it will get mated. Well, I mean, it probably doesn't get mated, but in the direction of where the danger is. And Richard, in the meantime, has played d5, so
wow,
potentially very exciting stuff coming up.
Yeah, if you told me to look for a computer move, I would have thought, oh, it's going to be something weird like a5. Or...
I think like you would once again name it in 1 second if I stopped here and asked you to make a move.
Yeah.
But that's a bit like asking you to get there from here, I think, is a bit unfair.
And d5 makes a lot of sense, but it makes sense to play concretely. Otherwise, you've just given white the clamp with c5, bishop f4 coming. So
this is the point exactly, that if once again, if you suddenly switch back to the sort of sedate compliant mode, some position like this could just be borderline unplayable. Rook h1 coming in, and then you just get mated after b4, b5 comes in.
Yeah.
So if you play d5, you have to do it with a very concrete plan in mind. Otherwise, c5 is just going to be crushingly strong. And it feels like Richard, is exactly the kind of a player who will see the existence of the option of knight e4 check and will actually be playing for it.
And you mentioned the computer does suggest this. What evaluation does it give? Because it
looks
to me
plus 0.20. It doesn't. It's not very excited. It doesn't win. It doesn't lose. It's just best line.
So maybe there's some short-term fireworks, and then we settle back down into it.
Yeah, I think what it does is that it just refuses to go fe. I think it maybe goes for this position, or perhaps black takes on d3 and then takes on e4. and it all sort of evens out. I've
looks
always
more-
switched it off. I don't want
Yeah.
I don't want the first line to be polluting my thinking too much. But it was spectacular enough to momentarily feel grateful I've seen it.
But this does look very playable for black after knight takes d3 in that specific position.
Yeah. Takes because after GE, if you go f3 once again, you'll. I mean, this just kind of loses, right? Because everything collapses. Bishop takes c5 also a threat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how do you even obtain
maybe you take in
level
this
position?
order. Yeah, maybe you take in this order.
Okay.
And then Black just plays queen e6 and claims, I think, realistically
D5.
that this is a very good positional compensation now. Knight drops back. Eventually we want, like, I don't know, bishop b7 f5 or something.
Yeah, this is still not immediately obvious because
no,
it's a pawn, and White's pieces could potentially land on some decent squares.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. So yeah, if Richie does find this, then impressive stuff. Magnus, meanwhile, I think he smelt a rat after d5, and he's definitely got his calculating face on.
Absolutely, but I think what will help him here is that, there's not very much else. As an alternative, the only thing I can even name is maybe taking on before first and then going c5, just specifically to avoid the line that we were talking about.
Yeah.
But I think here you realize that
into-
c5 is playable, and you immediately abandon this line of thinking because bishop b3 loses to d4, and if the king has to go somewhere, you will get mated. So yeah, I think Magnus will have to play c5, and then he will have to calculate cleanly because, I just don't see what the options are. Allowing you take c4 seems unthinkable. Like playing something like a3 and just accepting this clearly worse position, because now with this and this gone, the evaluation changes dramatically. Like Black is immediately very, very safe and probably maybe even significantly better after something like knight d5.
Yeah, you could pretty much have the same position as White with a pawn on c5. So why accept this with an equal material?
But once again, we have to be very thankful to the players, because this could have been something else altogether. Instead of a very, very sharp middle game, this could have been a game we would kind of hesitate to ever return to during the course of the broadcast. Let's take a brief look at other positions. We've been kind of ignoring the other Petrov, which did, via a slightly different move order, end up with this structure that we've been discussing. After bishop h5, bishop f5 happened first. But very often it still signals that eventually the pawn will come to g4, and come to g4 it did. And this is the current position on the board, where a kind of an equilibrium in the center has been achieved. Black doesn't really want to take d takes c3. I think it does very little, because after bc3, the knight on c6 still has no good squares. Alternatively, I'm pretty sure White is pretty much never taking on d4, allowing Black to trade a lot of material off the board. I wonder if e6 could be a threat in some positions, but probably not just yet. h4, h5 is maybe the closest I can come to
at some point
a concrete idea, because I think forcing bishop takes f5, gf5 is useful for White.
I just want to mention as well, Peter, this slight oddity of Black doing this sidestep with the rook, playing rook a e8 and then playing rook back to d8, 2-3 moves later.
Absolutely, I'm not sure what that is. Maybe he was really worried about e6 at a very like if you go rook a d8, maybe he was legitimately worried about something here, or because it's a full tempo seemingly in a very concrete position, so he would need to have a very good reason for that little maneuver.
Yeah, I quite like h4. I don't know whether Black can try to threaten d3 somehow. I'm not sure whether that's with like c4. We have to do some calculation. Or queen a6, maybe hit the a2 pawn, threaten d3 if White does take a timeout with a kind of an h4
so
type of
apart from this, what else do we have with White?
Yeah, not easy to decide. e6 again, you've got to calculate, but it feels like we're not fully ready, while Black's opening the center as well with d4. Yeah, even if Black just takes on e6, I don't really see what we've achieved.
Yeah, my original reaction was that's never great because we've just created this weakness and aren't achieving very much. And then I thought maybe we have some threats, but honestly, just bishop f6 here or something.
Yeah. It's hard to believe that White can compromise the position this much.
Yeah. We do get some piece activity, and the rook on a6 does look quite beautiful, but we've destroyed our king side to such an extent that I think, vague words about piece activity aren't enough. And h4 is played onto the board as we speak.
Yeah. Like you say, I don't really want to take on c3 unless forced. Just feels like we've kind of clarified things for no reason.
Yeah, exactly. It just makes White's life a lot more understandable, removes some options.
Yeah, okay. How about queen a6? I want to play d3. I want to slightly scare you.
Yeah, let's check this out. So, I mean, you can play d3 straight away. My idea was still to play queen d2.
No, I guess.
And in this position, I'm claiming I threaten h6. Followed by f6, wherever the g-pawn does, and then this bishop has no squares.
Yeah.
That's my claim.
So how much do I believe you? Let's play c4 feels slow, but at least I've created a square for my bishop on c5.
Oh yeah. This definitely is a very critical move. I like it. And I think you can be sort of reasonably unafraid, because giving mate to this king will be a very difficult challenge with the way my pieces are. I think another option would be just to play f6. And this is something I wanted to point out for the viewers as well, because it may seem counterintuitive to give White this protected passer on the 6th rank. But very often, this blockade is pretty much impossible to remove. And then we can start playing for like queen c4, d5, or maybe even the immediate rook d5, trying to attack the pawn on f5. And it's unclear. Like, obviously, with the pawn already on h5 and h5, h6 being a constant theme, I am not going to be claiming this is safe, because it's not. But it's something you could definitely consider doing. But I like your move a lot better, David. Because let's say if we just do this, I think we never get there. At least my immediate reaction would be we just never get there, because we have blocked off our own attack to a very large degree. Although
knight g5, yeah,
knight g5 with some ideas of e6. Nice, like piece. If this knight was already on e6, I would be claiming black is winning.
Yeah,
but it's not.
It gets super sharp here. It's a matter of timing, of course. Now I really regret losing that tempo.
Well, it's not a tempo. You needed to save the bishop. Like I don't think this was a wasted tempo. There was a very concrete question in front of you.
I meant the tempo with rook a8 and then back to d8. That one.
Okay, I misunderstood you. Yeah, that tempo definitely feels like it was somewhat wasted. Not that I don't like queen a6, but let's try to nominate at least one other option.
c4 perhaps immediately without wasting a move. I was a bit worried I'd walk into some pin on the e3 b6 diagonal, but I don't really see how White, because there's always rook g4 ideas.
Very clever. Yeah. And if I just continue sort of blithely taking, here you have rook d1, right? So if I play bishop b3, you might still have rook g4 even, weirdly. Because now in this weird competition of who takes the most, I think it all ends up being level.
Black will be a pawn up, right? At least temporarily.
Yeah, c4 might be an option. It also is a way to perhaps define the position slightly better. Because it feels like allowing d4, d3 is... Unless queen e4 is a move, right?
Maybe this could be one difference.
Because d3 I will take on c4, and I will maybe claim that your stuff is sort of collapsing a little bit in on itself. And queen takes b2, I can go c takes d4, and once again, if there was a blocker on d5 already, it would have been a very different story. But it seems like I'm playing d4, d5 next move.
How about after queen e4 if I play bishop c5 just to line up against f2?
Oh yeah, that was missed. That was missed.
I mean, it's so tense. Everything's revolving around.
Yeah. I would like to teacher, I would like to be excused from making any pronouncements about this position.
Yeah.
I have no idea what this is.
If we were writing a book 15, 20 years ago, unclear.
Yeah, the good old eternity sign.
Yeah,
is very much in use here. Absolutely, yeah. Just unclear. Move on. Okay, so we'll let Noribek think about this. In the meantime, there was a very important structure change in our Slav, where I think understandably, because we weren't really making knight e4 work all that much. Jordan plays e4, knight e1, and very importantly, immediately plays bishop g4, because you do need to start creating something on the king side as a matter of urgency. And unfortunately for him, it still feels very slow, because before is now coming, and he is still some moves away from really generating a single threat on the king side.
He's 3 moves away.
Yeah, I was also wondering whether f3 wasn't bad. I mean, it wasn't good. Just to kind of remove the offending article off the board,
and if you
straight
take
away.
But
I like Prague's reaction. I think you don't have to. I think just opening the b file will provide enough of a distraction to never get mated. So let's say we go queen c7, white goes b4, we take, we take on e2, we go knight g4.
Yeah. And okay, let's say knight g3. I'm really reluctant to play g3. Maybe it's fine here because it takes black a while to.
Yeah, I would prefer not to as well. And I will mention that because of the existence of all those lines, I don't hate h3.
Yeah.
Just to stop knight g4 from being a topic we have to discuss anywhere.
I also don't hate bishop f1 just to get out the way and force you to move your bishop again.
Yeah, maybe this is why he played rook db1, because maybe he is asking bishop takes e2 to be played right now. Otherwise, the bishop will just escape, and you will have to, generate an attack with this piece still kind of being in the way of your own ideas.
So maybe let's start with bishop takes e2 just to get that off the table. As black.
Yeah, takes. I guess we go queen c7. I really don't hate h3 here.
Yeah.
Just
yeah. I agree. H3 looks like you cut out.
Yeah, let's say you go knight h5. I will play b4, a4. I will take with the rook, I guess. And whenever you play f5, first of all, f4 is not a threat.
Yeah.
And if it ever becomes a threat, I think we can go knight f4 ourselves. And eventually, black will have to switch to, caring about the a pawn.
Yeah.
And once that happens, we know from the QGDs that Hikaru, for instance, used to be playing, and it seemed like every second game at some point in his career, even without the a pawn, these endgames are not always entirely safe. Like the good old, how does it go?
Yeah, these bishop f4 lines.
The one,
knight c3, bishop e7, bishop f4, castle e3, knight bd7, c5, c6.
Yeah, these positions where
you can play any move here.
Yeah,
h3, b6, b4.
Yeah, these types of positions where it has been proven time and again that these are not entirely safe. You can definitely get outplayed and lose them, even if, let's say, all 4 rooks and all of these 4 pawns come off the board. Yeah. And we will have sort of exactly the same, only white will also have an extra pawn on a4. Queen c7 played, giving Prague a choice.
Yeah, I wonder if taking on e2 followed by knight g4 would have been a clever move order if we were aiming for that variation. Just meeting h3 with knight h6, knight f5, knight h4. This is another kind of typical.
Yeah, it's a good square. It's a good square.
From there, I don't know. It takes so long.
The question is, though, like your other pieces are so uninspiring, and g2 is so well protected that
this is true.
Maybe it's just not fast enough. I agree with it on strategic grounds, but maybe you just get kind of blown apart on the other side of the board.
Yeah, we're very slow as black. So queen c7 and
a pleasant choice for Prague here. I think bishop f1 is very sensible, but also I really don't hate h3 at all.
Yeah, it feels like objectively Jordan is kind of fishing. He's just looking for some tricks, some counterplay. But Prague, can he close the door on any hopes?
Yeah, very important turning point, I guess, in the game between Magnus and Richard, where c5. We thought there was really no other choice, so we were expecting for this to happen. And now bishop d3 knight e4 does feel like it's a very, very critical attempt, which we don't know exactly how to evaluate as far as I'm concerned.
Does move order matter? Does knight e4 check change anything now, for example? And now take on d. Oh,
but
wait,
you've taken with a different piece.
Yeah, we've taken with a different piece.
I was trying to calculate this, but I think we probably stabilize.
And our bishop on f5 is in the way of all these.
Yeah,
checks.
because this is not a check. And now after queen f6, I think I can even play bishop e3. I can sort of even greed it properly. You do have bishop takes c5, but
just d takes c5.
even dc, but also like something like this.
Yeah,
bishop d4, queen c1, and then king g1 next move.
Yeah,
feels like you are in a lot of trouble with black here, despite having 3 for the piece. If white stabilizes, you generally like these types of 3 for the piece don't work out all that well.
Yeah, so he's kind of forced to find it in a way. Bishop takes d3.
Yeah, you can't go back anymore. Like knight a6 is basically an admission of defeat here. I think even taking on d3 twice is an admission of defeat to a very large degree.
You don't play d5 on the last move as black with the intention of taking. It feels like you've worsened as we showed earlier, worsened that particular middle game.
Yeah, I think once you've played d6, d5, you must be doing it with the intention of making some kind of a sacrifice in the center work. Maybe he doesn't actually get there and chooses the wrong one, and maybe it doesn't pay off for him. But yeah, I would very much expect him to go for something incredibly sharp.
Yeah, it feels like he's seen it. He's just spending a bit of time double checking and triple checking. I also wonder is maybe we can revisit that line. Bishop takes d3, take knight e4 check. Yeah, actually, king f1. There's no need to consider, but just.
I mean, it exists, right? But like even queen f6, I guess.
Knight takes
at the very least.
Yeah, knight takes e4 now is different, but maybe not in a good way for white. Yeah, take and rook d4.
Rook d4 or bishop c5, and yeah, it feels like things are collapsing in on themselves.
Yeah, so it looks like that whole variation might be forced.
Yeah, and our current thinking is this is best, right? Because it preserves the structure a little bit, does generate a threat of knight e6 check.
Queen e6 looks
Queen e6 looks logical, and then the question becomes: is bishop f4 very strong or no? Trying to land something on d6 and keep it there.
Yeah, queen c4. I don't know. It's queen c4. I just want to go really direct here, if I can.
Takes, check. Yeah,
something along these lines. Yeah. And then
this is maybe just horrible for white. Yeah, queen c4. Yeah, I just did not see queen c4 at all. It feels very awkward to react to. Like, how do I even stop knight d3 check here? Let's make a different move then. What different move? a3 maybe.
a3 force you back first, and
yeah, but then
e1 maybe.
But then we no longer get bishop f4 at all. And let's say rook e1, black plays.
You have to react.
g6, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, but if it feels like we are just a pawn up. Black's bishop isn't great. b4, b5 comes later.
Yeah, I don't hate it for white. I feel like there's still plenty of game left, but I don't hate this for white at all.
Yeah, I guess Richard just trying to evaluate this, but at this point, yeah, what else? Pretty much forced down these roads. And, which other games have we not covered too much? Okay, queen a6 was played by Herb Storff. Interesting.
Yeah, there was a question in the Chess24 chat. As an amateur, can I ask how did Abdusattorov find queen a6? We were mentioning it ourselves. It was David's maybe earliest idea. Actually, we were sort of fine tuning it to play c4. Because we were maybe getting mated a little bit after h5, a little bit more than we liked.
It looks scary
after h5, but it's very logical. I don't think you need to like as outlandish inhuman finds in this tournament go. This one isn't very striking. You do want to play d4, d3.
Yeah.
So you're just increasing control over the d3 square to at least have the option. Also, in some positions, maybe even queen takes a2, not because it's an important pawn, but because you want the queen on d5. So, yeah, I don't think it's very unreasonable for a strong player to play queen a6. It was definitely always going to be like in the top 3 moves that you consider.
Yeah, by process of elimination as well. You don't really want to touch any kingside pieces. You want to do something in the center on the queen side. So Yeah, so either c4 or queen a6.
Yeah, I absolutely I agreed with you, and I'm not at all surprised that Nordebek has gone for this. In the meantime, we are. I wanted to. My one piece of sort of prep for the show today was I thought we could do like a halfway point klaxon, but we're not there yet. It should be maybe 1 hour later. We can do like a bit of a half an hour, sort of halfway klaxon, because it will be 7.5 rounds in. Sorry, 6.5 rounds in, I guess, this being the 7th round, which is the exact middle of the tournament. But considering our average round is 6.5 hours long, it's not time yet.
Maybe in 45 minutes then we can sound that half time.
Sound that horn, yeah. Are you by any chance a sports horn listener?
No, I wish.
There are this couple of very funny guys who I think they began as the Exploding Heads podcast, and they now have a podcast called Sports Horn.
I've heard of it, but I don't know. I know Jack about it, I'm going to say.
They are genuine. Like in particular, the Kevin from Portsmouth, Colin from Portsmouth, not Kevin, sorry. They had this very funny recurring segment of, a character called Colin from Portsmouth calling into a talk show and being outraged by the fashionable outrage talking point of the week.
Yeah, I think I've seen on Twitter, actually, I've seen some clips of those.
They are very good.
How do you find the time, Peter, to like listen to all these podcasts, watch all these shows?
It's very easy. You just don't do any work. It's extremely easy. As long as you commit to never doing anything productive, the day frees up wonderfully.
I'm doing something wrong. I'm so jealous. There's so much. Like I've literally compiled a list of about 20 TV shows over the last 6 months that I just never find time to watch. It's just, it's depressing. But then again, lots of stuff that is going well. Lots of chess to enjoy.
I think maybe this would be a good time to take a brief break, refill the teacup, and do the things of that nature, and then do everything until the first time control.
Yeah, and then sound the horn at the halfway mark.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we'll see everyone soon. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. Round 7 is still very much underway in the 2023 Tata Steel Wijk tournaments. And the game we're following, I think, with the most excitement so far in this round is the game between Magnus Carlsen and Richard Rapport. Two players who are definitely not having a particularly glorious tournament so far, and would very much, both of them, I think, like a win. And I think currently, I think Magnus has a much better chance of getting that win. We left it here, and as expected, Richard did land on an idea of knight e4 check, but it looks like he maybe did not use the absolute best sequence. He played knight takes d3. I think we like bishop takes d3 slightly better, and also the engine likes bishop takes d3 slightly better. Bishop takes, knight e4 check, fe, de, bishop e2, queen f6. We actually had it on the screen before going on break.
Yeah.
And the game continues exactly as we expected it would continue from here. But because during breaks,
sign, Peter.
Yeah, because during breaks you is not the word, not you. Maybe you actually don't, but I inevitably become a little bit too curious and ask the machine what it thinks. Both of those moves are arguably maybe even serious inaccuracies.
Wow.
Magnus played bishop e3, which, like, what else do you even play in this position?
It looks so natural.
Yeah, and Richard played bishop takes c5, and also, what else do you play in this position? But as a matter of fact, as I understand this position, a lot revolves specifically around the idea of rook f1, king g1.
Okay.
And white really should have started with rook f1 here.
Mm-hmm.
And if rook takes d4, you go queen e1, bishop takes c5, bishop e3. And this is the setup you want, but you want it, like, the more crucial part of this setup is getting rook f1, king g1, rather than playing bishop e3.
Mm-hmm.
And white is supposedly better in this position, which I think you can very easily believe, because I will play king g1, I will play queen g3, things start coming out. I think it's not difficult to imagine white being better here.
Mm-hmm.
The trickier part, I think, is why bishop e3, bishop takes c5 is not the best reply. And once again, it comes down to the same thing. You want to stop white from achieving the setup so much that starting with bishop e6 check here was, I think, preferable to what Richard has done. And let's say after king takes g1, you play bishop takes c5 here, I guess with the intention of doing this, which is quite beautiful in its own way.
Mm-hmm.
And you get a lot of play for the piece, and white has different reactions to this. You can still, let's say, play queen f1 here, and I think both bishop takes d4, and once again, a much cuter move, queen takes d4. They both lead to the same endgame, which the engine does like for white, but it also feels that this was maybe a slightly better chance for black than what Richard has done. Bishop takes c5. Now, of course, Magnus uses this opportunity to play rook f1. Nothing else really was doing the job, but as I mentioned, it's very obvious this is where the pieces belong. The question really only was in what order you make those two moves.
Yeah, really interesting, the nuances there. It still feels like white should be having the advantage in all of those lines, so it's maybe easier to forgive Magnus's small inaccuracy there. But yeah, for Richard, it's just about this position finding any chances at all, because king g1 comes next automatically and the clumsiness is over. I didn't see any compensation. I mean, 3 pawns, but black's king will be a target. White, it's better to have pieces than pawns here.
Yeah, I feel like maybe you have to, extremely unhappily, make no mistake about it, maybe go for
an endgame.
Although you are just going to be so unhappy about this.
Yeah. This is last resort.
Even just takes, and I don't know, king f2, king e3.
Yeah. White
this is going to be incredibly unenjoyable.
King on e3.
What else can we even nominate? You can go rook takes d4, but it does absolutely nothing after queen c1.
Then white scurries away.
Yeah, we're never touching that. We're just going king g1 next move, and then we will start slowly unspooling.
Mm-hmm. Nice word. Yeah, bishop e6 check. I don't know how obvious that is. Maybe bishop g6 would have been more obvious to me. Sorry.
I mean, even here,
instead of this whole variation to stop rook f1.
Feels
like such a
bishop
key,
g6, maybe.
Such a key detail could have been missed. at least here you can kind of understand how black can hope
Mm-hmm.
for some compensation or at least some practical chances. But
yeah, I think it's just that bishop takes c5 is such an autopilot move in this position. You know, you develop an additional piece, you pick up a pawn, you probably pick up another next move. It's just so easy to not even really ask yourself a question whether there are other options or not. It's a very, very understandable inaccuracy. Hard to blame Richard too much for it, but it does allow white the preferred setup very, very easily. And honestly, I'm struggling to figure out how you not just end up in a very poor position eventually. Like, even if, let's say in this position, let's say queen c1, you play, I don't know, queen e5, king g1, bishop e6, some kind of position like this. And maybe you don't lose immediately. Maybe you even sort of stabilize to a degree, like you get some setup like this. But still, it always feels that, eventually white plays h2, h4. The pawns basically get fixed on these 4 squares. They never progress any further. Eventually white, gets the queens off the board, gets the king to e3, gets the knight to f4. And then all of this starts getting taken apart brick by brick. And we've seen this happen so often. We've seen these types of positions being lost slowly, but kind of inexorably.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds simple, but you're right. It's just, I think Rapport now just trying to unpick the mess. It's going to be hard to find any way to even confuse Magnus here. Such automatic moves.
Yeah, I don't like. I think the best you can hope for black is some kind of a setup like this, perhaps in the most favorable version you can get. I don't know which one it is, but
maybe one of those endgames where black rushes the king into e5 or something, just to kind of cover the dark squares. But
how do you get there?
Yeah, this is the problem. Okay, let's say bishop somewhere e6, g6, e6, and now, like you said, this endgame take queen d4.
The endgame, I think you're better off forcing white to.
Yeah, I've given you a good version, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
If I could put my king on e5 as black, this is my point.
I think this is an inferior version. I think you're better off actually playing queen e5 and trying to force white to make all of those moves for you.
I'm just worried after king h1 that white doesn't even swap off all the pieces. White goes for some kind of bishop f4, knight d5.
Yeah, I think it's a very real worry as well. Yeah, I just don't like what's ahead for Richard. Yeah, I think he's just in trouble. And just to finish covering the opportunity that he missed, it's not like he was better. This position was the engine plays queen d7 here and not queen e6, which we were advocating. But after queen d7, we just go a3, knight d5, rook e1. And yes, black has sort of long-term compensation because this is a very beautiful piece, and this is not winning for white. But you definitely don't, salivate at the prospect of playing this with black either. You are a pawn down. White will eventually stabilize.
Yeah,
you play bishop b7, you play, I don't know, f6, king b8, king a8. Maybe you just play as if the extra pawn isn't that important, but it is. And you're definitely not fully equal here.
Yeah. How about other games, Peter?
Let's take a look.
There have been some changes, some developments.
Let's take a look. So this endgame that we've been discussing quite a bit between Vincent Keimer and Ding Liren, Vincent did something quite interesting there, starting with rook e2. I'm not entirely sure what this move was supposed to signify, but then he played, after knight g8, he played rook e2, he played bishop h3, which allows him to play e4, e5 without trading bishops. Ding played bishop c6, and now he did introduce the idea of b4 just winning this rook, provoking black to play a5, a4. The rook went back to d2, and I think what he's doing here is he is demonstrating, very, very efficiently just how little black has in terms of, any kind of counterplay.
And it's really sadistic.
And after h5, e5, knight h6, bishop g2, I think what will happen here is eventually he did decide on some course of direct action, which will be the bishops will come off, the pawn on a4 will fall, but black will have a pair of decent enough pieces for the first time in the game. Something along the lines of knight f5, I don't know if including bishop takes g2 is stronger or weaker. It's difficult for me to figure out. Like some position like this, we take, and we finally activate this rook, and white goes king f2. We go, I don't know, king e7, king e6, g6. And this is like a Berlin in which white somehow won a pawn on the queen side, right?
Yes. I think it's quite an important pawn if the rooks ever come off. A pawn's so good in those knight endgames, but yeah, like you say, there's some chances, 2 active pieces.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how white ever gets those rooks off the board. I guess white at some point could
honestly, if we are cashing something in, it feels like maybe along the way we could have cashed in something bigger. Because I would be worried here with white that maybe it's not enough to win comfortably or perhaps even at all. Then again, maybe we go like knight d5, knight c3, g5, e3, we get into some kind of a rook ending, and then eventually we create a passer somewhere. I don't know.
I like the idea of putting knight c3 and then getting kind of excited with the white king, king f3, king e4, or e2, d3, c4, in that direction.
And we have to switch to Magnus's game straight away, because it looks like Richard really did not believe in his prospects of holding some kind of a technical position. So he went for a gamble. He played queen h4, check, king g1, bishop d6, which more or less forces white to play rook takes f5, but I don't think white is very worried about that. The king will go to f1, and then, yeah, I just don't know how we're supposed to give mate to it. I guess he wants queen h2, king f1, king queen h1, bishop g1, bishop h2. But then you kind of resign against king f2, right?
Yeah, you're running out of pieces, running out of checks.
Yeah.
I don't see it. Does he want something with... I was going to say maybe instead of bishop h2 on the last move, something with g6, just to annoy the white rook. Hoping for rook takes f7, rook f8 at least.
Yeah, we're definitely not opening the f-file for black voluntarily, I don't think, but let's just go rook f6 for now.
Yeah, he should have plenty of squares.
Yeah.
And if I...
Bishop h2 always met by king f2.
Yeah.
h4, h3 is never, like, it's just giving white additional squares for pieces. And no, this just honestly just looks like you're...
I don't see it.
You are very, very far behind.
Bishop e5, you just take on e5 and
say, I'm very happily giving up some material. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very happily. No, it looks, honestly, just looks gone. It doesn't look like you're going to be generating anything of real, real value. You can try this, but it also doesn't, like this. We know this is not a threat, so white even has a tempo here to do something. I don't know exactly what, but
I like the idea of like
queen a4 or whatever.
Exactly.
d5.
B3,
just start giving
c4.
mate. Just start giving mate on the other flank or whatever. Yeah, bishop c4 preparing the additional squares for the king to run. Honestly, just feels gone. We're two pieces up, and we just need to avoid some checks, which don't really appear lethal at all.
Yeah, it feels like he wanted to go down in flames. He realized that maybe he'd made a rash decision already, and or maybe an inaccurate decision. It'll be interesting to see what he says about kind of going into that other line where he was just a pawn down with a very stable position rather than this piece sacrifice, which turned into 2 pieces. And
yeah, I mean, this is not very enjoyable, but it's definitely playable for black. Let's say we go bishop e7 and king g1, rook h e8, and let's say, even as a kind of a hypothetical, let's allow white to make a kind of a normal move. I don't know, queen, wherever.
Even something, fine.
Yeah, even something like this, like rook e1. Unfortunately for us here, we can't play rook e8 because we dropped this one. But let's go rook f8 here, and then play, I don't know, g6, and finally play rook f8, e8. It's not a given that we lose this with black.
Yeah, superior minor piece.
Yeah, fantastic knight on d5. Very importantly, sort of ensuring that the bishop doesn't have an easy way in to get to e5 or to that diagonal at all. And if you play bishop h4, bishop g3, eventually I will probably quite happily play f5, f4. And let's say if you imagine the rooks coming off, like once again, let's make a couple of really stupid moves. Some position like this. I think black is favored to hold it.
At least, yeah.
I don't think black is playing for a win, really. I don't think you will find enough threats to create. We haven't really done enough to harm our position with white. But yeah, I think you hold it. Yeah, I think you hold it quite comfortably even. I don't really even see what the problem is. So there would be something to aim for. Whereas the line he went for, you are very much committed to creating something straight away, or you will run into some position like this, which he actually, like, he could have played this, three pawns for the piece. But I think he sort of assessed his chances here pessimistically enough that he just basically did not want to bother.
Yeah.
I think the move queen h4 check is not like he blundered rook takes f5 or thinks he somehow has mate here or whatever. I think he like genuinely did not want today to be a 7-hour loss, when his assessment was it was pretty much always going to be a loss.
Yeah, it might be a loss very soon. I don't see him playing on too much unless he can find something in the next 2 or 3 moves. And bishop g1. Okay, Magnus is thinking of king f2, I guess, the fact that he's paused. But king...
I don't think he's not at the board somehow. He is. No, I mean, he is. What are we missing here? Like, why would that be...
Oh, you mean Magnus thinking about king f2? Or
no, king f2 is just a perpetual, right?
Yeah, exactly.
King f2, queen h4, we have to go back. Like, there is no way we're doing that.
So bishop g1. Yeah, I don't see what we're missing. Feels like Magnus just checking his lines. G6, rook f6.
Yeah, weirdly, after rook f6, bishop h2, once again, I've...
king f2.
There's, for some reason, this is different. I guess e3 check is stronger for some... Whoa. Well, sorry,
the rook hangs.
Sorry, yeah,
Whoops.
the rook hangs.
Okay, so...
yeah, and it was also pointed out to us in chat.
Okay.
But
rook
f7 still wins.
And then maybe
rook
just
f7
hold the rook
still
with
wins, and
bishop
then
c4,
bishop
or
c4,
queen.
and we're still completely fine. Yeah.
Queen b3 will hold the bishop on f7.
Yeah. Eventually, the bishop on f7 does get lost, but in the meantime, white just stabilizes very, very comfortably. Like bishop h2, we go king f2, takes, rook f8, queen b3, and black eventually attacks it in such a way that it gets picked up, but we will have just a very healthy extra knight on c3 in these types of positions. So yeah, as long as Magnus doesn't really take his hand off the wheel here with rook f6,
like we did,
he should be completely fine. And he has played bishop g1 by this point.
And that's a very forcing line, actually. G6, rook f7. There's literally no other safe squares. Rook f2 is a bit awkward.
Yeah, you have to wonder if you can also just go rook a5, but you don't really want to remove your pieces from the king side here so easily.
But it's very direct, it's very linear, this calculation, which helps white. Okay, maybe we can come back to this one. I think Richard will at least try a few more things before we see any result.
Yeah. Let's do a bit of a roundup. I keep on wanting to call it Open Spanish, but it was actually a Petrov. He's now kind of unrecognizable because that pawn got to d2 and white hasn't really landed anything on the king side. And honestly, I have to wonder why Arjun decided to include cd4 here, because one thing I was constantly praising in the structure for white is that with the pawns on c5 and c3, this particular piece has no squares. Like, it goes nowhere. We were really struggling to find any use for that knight whatsoever. And after queen a6, Arjun went cd4, and you immediately see the difference, because after queen b3 and d3, h5, once again, you kind of have to question if maybe h5 immediately was slightly stronger, but after d3, it's very possible you don't have a better square anyway. So queen b3, d3, h5, and Nordic just takes and goes knight d4. And this solves just so many problems for black immediately. This knight got traded for a very nice piece on f3, meaning that the king on g1 is now, minus a very serious defender. The queen controls the 6th rank, meaning that, let's say, after bishop g3, which is what Arjun ended up having to play, g2, rook e3, we would like for h6 to be a threat. But because queen takes h6 exists, I don't think it is. And if h6 is not a threat, I don't think white has a threat.
Black could even consider queen h6 himself unprovoked, just to go after some pawns.
Absolutely. Also, the question has to be like, what's wrong with bishop g5, right?
Yeah, that's.
I think that's a
maybe
very,
even more
very
natural.
major question. Like, why are we not just playing bishop g5 here and going in?
I guess White can get the queens off. I don't know if that saves it. It feels a bit scary with queen a3.
Oh yeah, maybe that's an important resource. Yeah, probably is the reason why bishop g5 hasn't been played yet, because nothing else really would have stopped black from making this move instantaneously.
Otherwise, yeah, if you have to play rook c3 or rook f3, the black queen comes into e2 and you almost resign. So
yeah, so queen a3 is, and the point I guess is that in all of these positions, king f1 e2 actually does a very, very good job of. Oh, hang on, rook e4 check.
Does it?
There.
Yeah.
Rook e4 check there. Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Does White have some f4 resource in some positions?
Yes, we can start by rook a7 because rook c1. No, we can't do that either. I keep on blundering in one move.
Whoops.
Hmm.
Huh. How do we stop?
Yeah.
Just rook c3, maybe.
Such an ugly move, though. I really don't want to make
ugly,
it.
But needs must sometimes.
Yeah.
It must be rook c3, right?
Well, if we can't really make anything else work, then yeah, we probably. Yeah, it's just such a sad move to make, right? Like
we have f4 up our sleeve, king g2, and f4 next move.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, when the question is, you know, on the one hand you have the aesthetic beauty of a move, and on the other you have potential resignation within 3 moves. You probably prefer the one that allows you not to resign.
Yeah, you got to survive.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe, I mean, this is the only thing that might make Abdusattorov pause. At least here, actually, it's not clear who's better, even if White gets f4.
I think we can probably slowly get out of the corner, because weirdly for White, you still have some trouble attacking this rook on d3, because the bishop on g3 is very stupid. So you can play king f2, but you can't play king e2 yet, and you also can't play bishop h4 because bishop takes f4 happens. And if you put it here, I will have rook h3, so I will just continue centralizing.
Yeah.
This still looks very risky for White, frankly.
Actually,
because
you're right.
king e2, rook h3, I think once again you've lost, right? Because this comes in. Yeah, drawing arrows, not my strong point. We'll leave this one. We'll leave this one be for a bit. In the meantime, the Carlsbad is developing in a very Carlsbad-y fashion. We left it here. Queen c3 was actually played. Fabi played b6 anyway, and then rook a7, c7, which makes a lot of sense, supporting the one pawn which is somewhat weak. Bishop f1, queen d7, a very cute move, sort of hinting at c6, c5. Parham did commit to e4 and b3. And now we have this kind of a position where on a surface level, it might seem like White achieved something. There is this now a very nice looking pawn center. But I think
it's so loose.
Yeah.
Could all fall apart.
Yeah. The more you look at these types of positions, I think the more you realize that if you don't have nice supporting pieces behind it, the center is very often just a target more than a strength. Yeah, I can't pronounce words today. Even very specifically, I don't know if it's needed here, but kind of a fight between the pawns on d4 and e4 against the pawns on c6 and f6. If you play f7, f6 here, sort of stopping both d5 and d5. And then you drop this bishop to f7 and you start piling on, like trying to play rook bg8, perhaps trying to play knight f8, knight d6.
Yeah, it might not stop d5, unfortunately, in this exact position, but yeah, the principle is the same. D5 may be a threat, just making use of some pins.
Yeah, I think Fabi's response also indicates that he thought it may have been a threat.
Looks healthy.
So who are you taking here? You think it's already better for black, or still sort of equalish?
It feels like White should be fine, but I would take black here just on general grounds, because it feels like it's more likely to fall apart for White. With black, you'll always be able to contort. Have some
Queen d8, by the way, is such a clever move, because we've very sneakily created, I think, pretty much a winning threat right now. If you make some kind of a waiting move and you allow rook a8,
yeah,
I think you actually lose, just straight up lose, because the pawn on d4 falls, you have no squares for it, and you have no pieces that can support it without losing the d4 pawn.
It's surprisingly hard to stop, unless
Yeah.
we play queen c3, knight b2.
That was where I landed on as well, yeah.
We could also
Perhaps having to play queen c3.
Yeah, we can make an argument for b5 to just force the issue, to try and get our d pawn further forward. But yeah, this is strategically super risky. If black occupies the e5 square later with the knight.
Yeah, I think you only do that if you feel that everything else is
Really
just
have to.
very bad, because yeah, you're running tremendous risks here, because you're also going to lose the a file very likely.
Yeah. Maybe rook a1 isn't the end of the world. I want to still play queen c3, knight b2, get it round to c4.
Yeah, that's a sound, like something like queen g5, queen c3, knight e5, and if this is not a mating threat yet, we would very much like to play knight b2, knight c4 and start challenging it. Yeah, it's a sharp position, but it does feel like maybe Fabi is, at least currently, slightly more in control.
Yeah. At least he's the one asking questions if he's creating threats.
Chat is asking, can we do this? Which is a very good question. Might be extremely relevant, actually.
Yeah, chat sees too much. That's really clever, gotta say.
Using the fact that rook d6 just loses material to e4, e5, so you will have to abandon the d file, and then you have to calculate the d5 all over again.
Yeah.
Because rook e8 also comes in. Is the argument maybe that after d5 there's A, no threat, and B, we can win a tempo with bishop g4?
Yeah, apparently we're being told that chat knows their classics, because this exact same trick with d5, cd5, bishop b5 was once played by Kasparov against Ulf Anderson. In a Carlsbad.
Chat is very cultured.
That's impressive pattern recognition, gotta say.
Yeah,
bishop g4.
But then we run into sort of additional risks of h3, g4. Actually,
Yeah,
in the
still
previous
just
line,
rotating.
I just made a horrible move. I think, of course, the square is this one, not that the other one.
Mhm.
And now after ed, I can play something like bishop g4. And I think this really isn't all that bad.
Can you even take on d5 there? It feels like
Maybe.
you shouldn't be able to, but
Maybe, yeah, because e1 is hanging and it improves all of my tactics.
temporarily, at least it's a question.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
And we're getting sent the link to that game, Kasparov Anderson. Oof. I need to brush up on my culture, my chess literature.
Yeah, it's just, I think what this show sort of demonstrates amply time and time again is that it really should be a one-man show. If, like, Satiris doesn't have 5 arms, is I think the only reason we are just like not all being completely redundant.
We're just talking heads. He's the
because
brains.
he actually does all of this out of memory. He just remembers all this stuff. He is not like actively, searching for it and then naming. Like, he names the games and then he provides the link. But first he names the games because he knows them.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't entirely know why we're here and he is not, but probably because we're also completely useless at technology. So, we wouldn't be able to produce this broadcast. So somebody has to, and this is why he is sort of behind the wheel a little bit. But yeah, the more we do this, the more I realize there's absolutely no use. Definitely in me. I don't know about you, but like I'm very extra here.
Don't tell anyone, Peter. Don't tell anyone. But you're right. It's puts us to shame. So yeah, d5 would be, extremely difficult, but impressive if he finds it.
Yeah, and also if it works, because honestly, bishop takes d5, I still can't really work out if we save the bishop here. Despite us having a move, I still don't know how we deal with the threats of bishop c4 and just simply knight d5 followed by queen d2, or the immediate queen d2. But I like rook e7, e5, bishop g4.
Yeah.
And also, I was just I do not close messengers while I do this commentary. So people do the boing boink in my ear, and the current boing boink I can hear in my ear is a suggestion of playing d5, d4 here, bishop d7, queen d7, followed by, I guess, rook d8, knight e5. So
this is next level stuff.
Yeah, and the person suggesting this to me is exactly the kind of a person to just play this in 1 second and win.
Are we allowed to ask the identity of this mysterious genius?
Yeah, it's Mr. Dubov himself, who generally is very good at playing for initiative, giving material up for activity and things of that nature.
Yeah.
I am slightly
specifics.
curious about b5 here, because d4 is still hanging. d4, d3 is playable, but it gives me a way back with knight c3. And rook d8, knight takes b6. You have to calculate.
Is the knight trapped? Queen a7.
I have queen a7,
but
there is a d5 square. So it seems like we might have to play d3, which I think improves White's situation a little bit, at least, because the knight is no longer trapped. But it's still a very sound compensation for the exchange, right?
It's a big pawn, and it gets very concrete.
Yeah, like knight f4, bishop g2, bishop g4, e2 ideas. All of these ideas are still very much alive here. Yeah, it becomes like rook e3, and it becomes very, very, calculation heavy. I guess knight f4.
Knight f4, queen e5.
Yeah, who knows? Queen e5. Yeah,
but maybe now rook d8 after. Oh no, I meant rook e3, but no, rook d8. Just take on d3 anyway.
Maybe we can play bishop c4. Maybe we don't have to be geniuses every single move. Just play bishop c4 and
such a letdown. Peter, are we allowed to reveal your dreams from last night? On the note of Daniel Dubov.
Yeah, now that he is listening, I can maybe make him incredibly uncomfortable by. Yeah, I had one of the weirdest dreams ever today, where basically the short of it was that Daniel, for some reason, decided to move to a space station somewhere in deep space between Earth and Mars, and I decided to visit, and somehow the transport that was bringing me there kind of broke down after getting me to the space station. So I got stuck. I got stuck there as well, with all my family left behind, and I was kind of sad and not entirely satisfied with that outcome. And then I woke up. So today's been a challenging day from the very beginning.
Might be a premonition rather than a dream.
Yeah. Anyway, queen c3 played. Yeah. Parham, I guess, considered d5 and found it somewhat wanting.
Or at least a bit irrational, a bit hard to handle. Too many options for black.
Yeah. And Artie Bear asks, is this a Lubov X Svidler fanfic? No, we're not going any further. Like we've done as far as we want, as we're going to on this show. I just wanted to. I wasn't going to do that, but then he showed up in my on my screen, and I felt like now I have to. Anyway, queen c3, rook a8 played. I guess knight b2 is forced, and then we have options. c6 I don't think is still hanging, because we can quite safely recapture on d4.
Yeah.
So maybe even some move like rook a2 here, just to continue being annoying.
Yeah. Knight c4 for white. Not sure.
And then going. Something on the king side. Knight h4, knight f4, queen g5. Like I want to.
If this is blitz, then it's easy.
Yeah, we just go queen g5 here and start pretending we have a mating attack. It's not even going to be entirely, fake. It is a somewhat realistic mating attack.
Let's say I take on b6, just for argument's sake.
And you always have queen g3, though, yeah?
Yeah.
This is a bit annoying.
At least to shut some of the threats down. It's complicated. Yeah, you don't have to start with queen
g7 maybe, and... Yeah. I wanted to play rook takes before here, but then I realized you still get the g3. You still get the g3. It's so upsetting. Anyway, yeah, we're getting very, very carried away. And we have other games as well, so let's cover those. Prague is now in full control after h3, bishop e2, knight e2. Jordan was forced to switch to defense. And the position currently looks like this, where these knights look kind of awkward, but they also cover all of the entrance squares for the queen on a6. And Jordan is sort of fully occupied with just not allowing knight b4 to happen, not allowing queen a4, knight b4 to happen. Looks like this should just be straight up winning for white, frankly.
Yeah, and knight b4 will happen eventually, or something will happen on the b file.
Let's go queen a4 now and ask the question, like, how are you stopping this? Yeah. How are you not allowing me to progress even further? Like, if you have to start making moves like knight b8,
this is depressing.
Yeah, like rook b1, rook b6, it's just extremely, extremely ugly. Should not hold. Yeah, Prague has gone with rook b1, also should not be a mistake. Hard to imagine how this is wrong. Very nicely done, seemingly by Prague out of the opening. Perhaps sort of out, finessing Jordan here a little bit with this bishop g2, queen b3 idea, and then getting a very good position after the pawn sack. Gukesh is, honestly, I thought he was pressing, but the engine disagrees. We haven't seen a lot of this. We left it very, very long time ago, somewhere around here. And the game continued in a kind of a slow maneuvering fashion. Nobody was really doing very much. Considering we missed like the last 15 moves, I'm not really going to do commentary on any of them. Let's just show sort of the outline of how they got here.
It's nothing too forcing, just...
Yeah. And I thought the fact that the white got the knight to f5 would be, reason enough for the engine to like this. But the engine still feels that black hasn't really done very much wrong.
Yeah, maybe it's just superficial activity. At some point, those knights might get kicked back very quickly with g6, f5 later. And yeah, I don't really see what black does now, but black is super solid. If we can, I would love to get my a5 knight, especially back into the game at some point.
Yeah, which kind of begs the question if maybe the best we have is something along these lines, right?
Yeah, something along these lines.
It's very slow, but you do feel like currently you are playing a little bit of a piece down position, and it's not very enjoyable. You could also play queen d7, maybe suggesting, I don't know if it's very believable, but suggesting that b5 is hanging. White generally, I don't think, is very unhappy about the prospect of playing c3, c4, so I guess white does that. And then is this? No, this is never. I was going to ask if this maybe moves the knight away, but we always have knight h4. And after rook e6, we will consider our options.
Yeah, bishop d2 now might be a bit damage for this knight. I wonder if c6, c6 maybe ba6. I just really.
If we want to play c6, I think we do it this way, right?
Okay, maybe this way. Yeah. At least just forcibly get it back to a decent square, and then think later. Take knight c6.
Yeah, creating a bit of a backward pawn on b7, but this should not be too tragic.
d3 is also weak.
Yeah, maybe it's just still not very much because black has a very solid setup. Knight eventually might just return to f6 and start trading. And as you mentioned, like if black somehow manages to play king h7 and g6, all of these pieces might start going back very, very quickly.
Yeah.
We'll see. In the meantime, Magnus did find what we assume was the strongest continuation here. He did spend a bit of time on rook takes f7, but not too long. I think this was the explanation for the pause before bishop g1. He realized g6 existed, so he spent some time here calculating it, but now he is blitzing stuff out. This is the current position, which we assume is just winning for him.
Should we try and see how Rapport can even fight on? Otherwise, we might see a quicker result.
No, I think the line I showed is the best. We didn't
see how to pick up that white piece to at least get one
of
those
pieces. You go bishop
h2.
h2. You take on f7, you go rook f8, queen b3, you take, you play queen h4 check, and then you play queen f... no, but that doesn't quite
say
work,
I play king e2 here?
Yeah, because you always have queen e6 check.
Maybe you
queen g4 check, and then queen f4 check, and then queen takes f7 or something, but...
Can I be clever with how I move king e1? Queen g3, I guess? King
no,
d1,
this is probably a mistake.
Yeah.
Because now d3, e3 is becoming a bit of an issue.
That is annoying. Yeah, maybe this is
so let's go just d2 and
just give it back.
F4, d1. You take on f7, I go rook e1. Something like this.
Okay.
And eventually we should be able to stabilize here. And once we do, things should collapse. Bishop h2 in the meantime played. And a slightly unusual development, and the one I don't quite understand immediately, in Vincent's game against Ding. And yeah, the engine also is a bit surprised about how this went. He went in this position, he chose not to even take on a4, played rook e4, and Ding immediately threatened h5, h4 here. White played king of knight b5 first, rook c6, king f2, rook c5, rook b4. And this looks like an improvement for black, honestly. This looks like we've spent a bunch of moves with white doing not very much.
Mm-hmm.
But the position, I guess, still remains problematic because a4 is still going to be weak for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it is slightly strange though, rather than taking this pawn and going into the endgame to delay it this much. Okay, Ding's played rook c1, which I like, just causing some nuisance from behind now. And again, it feels like maximum white can hope for is pretty much that same endgame with the a pawn picking it up at some point. But black has 2 or 3
as a matter of fact, maybe the very, very last move here was a serious inaccuracy, because you could have gone knight c3 instead of rook b4, and you're still asking the same question, like how happy you are giving up the pawn on a4. And also, it's constantly hanging, and we aren't really very committed to taking it. We can definitely consider playing h3 and g4 first, moving black back, like removing the knight from its fantastic outpost on f5, and only cashing in after we've done that. So rook b4, specifically allowing rook c1, feels like this is definitely the best position black has had in quite some time.
Yeah.
If you play knight c3 now, I think you run into maybe even rook d8, and we are going to be trading the one that's holding everything together, like rook d8, king d8. I want to play rook c2 check next move.
Yeah,
and things do become quite tricky.
Yeah, bizarre, because if you don't play knight c3 now, I just don't really see what you're intending.
Rook d8 is just genuinely a threat already. We just want to remove this one, and then rook c2 will become a very, very strong threat.
Yeah, how does white even reassert control? I don't see it, I've got to say.
Yeah, you probably have to do something like knight c3, rook d8, you take, and you play rook e4 here, or king f3, trying to play h3, g4, or, as I mentioned, rook e4, just to have rook e2. Because this is still hanging, it still looks like it probably drops in every single position. Yeah. But yeah, it's just such an improvement. It's still on the board. We have activity where
rook h1, rook back to c1.
Exactly, yeah, like something like this, and you probably have to play rook e2. And
yeah, maybe still a pawn drops, but at least black's going to get a far superior version to start running with the king forward now.
King forward, or I'm wondering if there's any merit in doing this. Maybe not. Maybe it's a bit too...
Take on a4.
Yeah, I wanted to go king c7, c6, yeah.
Yeah.
Just have a very, very nice knight on d4.
Also this. At least great drawing chances now compared to earlier.
Yeah, and knight c3, rook d8 on the board. So yeah, once again, continues to be a kind of a difficult tournament for Vincent, where he has good positions occasionally, but today in particular, I don't want to read too much into how the game is going, but I think if Vincent wasn't on -3, or -2 maybe, yeah, he is
-2, I think.
No, he's on -3, yeah, because he lost to Magnus and then 2 in a row, yeah. If he was doing better in the tournament and had sort of generally more confidence, he would have, I don't want to say he would have won by this point, but I think he wouldn't have played as sort of timidly and indecisively as he has done.
It's strange because it feels like he's trying to be very clever with the move order, all these little finesses, when he could have been very direct earlier with e5. And normally if you're struggling, then you do want to keep things simple. So, yeah, I know what you mean about being slightly timid, but yeah, it feels like he's playing as if he can do no wrong. He's going to win the pawn anyway. And yeah, when you're struggling, normally you just want to pick up the pawn and worry about things later.
And black just has very solid counterplay now, because let's say you play rook e4, I would go king g7, knight takes a4. And we can even introduce some h4 ideas somewhere. I don't know if immediately or after king e6 and then knight c3, h4, and it's just going to be very difficult to win this. And yeah, if you look at some position like this, you should hope to get more than what he's gotten. I think it's very fair to expect to get much more than what we see on the screen right now.
Yeah, and even taking the a4 pawn several moves earlier, I think he could have got a much better version.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like he would have been 3 or 4 tempi up.
Let's take a look at other events briefly.
Maybe the
this
leader.
is sharpening up very nicely, by the way.
Yeah.
Nodibek, after some thought, has played queen h6. The move that you mentioned was very much on the cards. Just trying to get this off the board and put additional pressure on the rook on d1. Also very cleverly avoiding this endgame after queen a3. As we will see, queen takes b7. Now he goes bishop g5. And there is no way for white to force the queen trade. So rook c3, queen h5, queen f3 happened. White is still keeping things under, I guess, relative control.
It might be something similar to those endgames we discussed.
Yeah, we can definitely analyze this again, right?
If black takes the queens off, but
well,
I guess the c pawn is passed now, so it might be a bit annoying. Might be a bit different.
Yeah, what would be a just queen h6 back, or how do you
queen h3
or queen h3
maybe
h6?
Yeah,
queen h3.
At least in some world there'll be some threats against the white king. I don't know how white creates a distraction, any counterplay.
This looks good, actually. This looks. The more I look at it, the more I like it, because I thought I would be able to name sort of immediate sources of counterplay for white, but I'm very much struggling. There is a move bishop h2,
yeah,
which is sort of begging for the same endgame again.
Could force you back the rook g4 and then h5.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but actually we aren't forcing it back.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, queen h5. I don't know. What's your next move?
But that starts looking a bit artificial, right?
I'm just trying to freeze you while I get rook d8 in.
Just like h6, rook d8. Exactly, yeah.
Bishop f4. Bit of a threat, maybe.
Queen h3 played, yeah.
Yeah, he's playing very well. I've got to say, I'm surprised. Firstly, I didn't see that earlier queen takes b7 was an option when he played it on move 26, but I thought after queen h6, rook d3 was the idea, just to try and swap pieces off and get to the d2 pawn. Partly because I didn't see queen b7, but
we're not really...
and now queen f3, maybe?
And now queen f3, and we've preserved our king side. And yes, this one is still alive, but
compared to the game, it feels at least some...
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm taking this any day of the week, because, yeah, getting rook c8, c1 is going to be quite difficult with bishop f4 coming in all the time. And also, I think very importantly, when this one is still on the board, it's just much harder for black to completely safeguard the king position. And if you constantly have back rank issues as black here, maybe white finds it easier to find counterplay. Yeah, I agree with you entirely. I think this was probably at least a very serious choice to have to consider.
Yeah, I just wonder in the game position now, how can white limit the damage? Is there any way of bailing out into one of those endgames? If we can't get the queens off, I really do fear the worst. Still not sure what
Bishop h2 played. I think he will want to at least attempt the line that we were trying, but I don't like. Yeah, I like your rook g4 queen h5 very much, because I think specifically the bishop f4 threat is extremely potent, and also very unfortunately for white, this loses on the spot to rook g1. So you like by this point, you really cannot touch this setup at all. Like there's no way to attack it in any kind of a sensible fashion. Queen h3 loses to rook h4 on the spot. Rook c4, as mentioned, loses to rook g1. And bishop f4 is just coming in. I feel like maybe this position is just straight up lost. I cannot find a move in it. So yeah, he just goes bishop g3 back straight away. But now h5. I guess he wants queen g2. Yeah, I guess he wants queen g2. And then it doesn't actually lose a piece because king f3 exists. Okay.
Okay, so how does black improve? Just maybe we need to keep the h5 square for the queen, so I don't know, either rook d8 or h6.
Yeah, I like just solving the back rank issue for now.
Queen h1.
Queen h1, yeah. Queen h1.
Gets things off.
Well,
still
sort
okay.
of, but maybe not entirely.
Also, maybe there was queen takes h1 and rook e. Oh no, rook e4. This f3.
Takes rook e4.
f3 holds c1.
f3 rook e2, and then we can actually crawl towards it, and it has no squares.
Or maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Feels so close to winning for black, but it's no knockout blow yet, perhaps.
Yeah, all of this very interesting. Also, I saw a mention in chat of Gukesh being lost now suddenly, which is something that is, if true, is going to be quite remarkable. And yeah, the engine really dislikes it. So what happened here? AV5, AB5 was played, B6 was played, and Gukesh played D3, D4, which is an understandable move, but probably very well met by knight f4, which is a move you pretty much never want to make, because structurally, if you imagine this knight being on f3, white is much better, maybe even winning, because black ruined his structure and white can just put the knight on e5 or just start pushing. But the knight is on f5, and it currently has no squares and is very vulnerable to the threat of g7, g6.
White's best move here is surely d4, d3, just retreating that pawn.
Yeah.
Creating the square on d4.
Although, yeah, our mutual friend Sam Shanklin will probably have something to say about that. And rook d2 played, and yeah, I'm wondering if we can actually work out why the engine hates this so much.
Feels like it might be to do with g6 at some point, or something on the g2 square. White's knights do look a bit clumsy now.
Yeah, we can also include knight c4, rook dd1, but that seems to be...
Does that help? White looks a bit less clumsy there somehow.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know if it helps at all. I feel like maybe it actually improves White's coordination a little bit. Yeah, I saw a comment saying there's only one move there that gives any advantage, and I still don't know what that move is. And
he's played queen d5. I don't know how
played
strong
queen d5. Yeah.
So D
Very
just wants to take the queen, or which one? d5. At least queen b5. That's knight d4.
Yeah, I think we're taking
you
here.
take this way.
I think
knight
we're taking
d4, rook
here.
g6. Yeah, the pins are. This is why we definitely don't want the rook back on d1 for white.
Yeah, like this position is so great for black, if it is actually great for black, precisely because the rook on e1 is just hanging in every single variation. So you can play knight d4,
rook g6.
Yeah. There's also f5. The reason I'm pausing is that there is also f7, f5, but I don't actually want to engage with that. I feel like we are probably
knight takes e6,
going to regret it. Yeah. I like rook g6. I don't know why I'm resisting an urge to play a good move. And yeah, there's a very funny variation there, which I think would have won for black if the king was on g8, but the king is on h8.
Okay.
And suddenly, like with the king on g8, I'm taking on c2 here, and I'm claiming I'm winning, and I think I am. But here, unfortunately, this is a check, so the queen on c2 survives. But after knight f3, I assume we can do something, because
just like g2,
just rook g2. Well, sorry, rook g2, king f1. Oh, we even have queen takes b5 check. Yeah, queen takes b5 check, c4, knight c4. We just break in.
Everything falls.
Yeah, Gukesh has by this point played knight e3. He also is down to a minute if we are to trust the timer.
But now b5 is hanging again.
Yeah, we take on b5. I guess white goes c4, tries to play d5, but the issue is, even if you succeed, you are still facing very unpleasant threats on this flank.
Knight g3, bishop b4 at the least.
Ooh.
Come from the other angle.
Ooh. Yeah, this is suddenly just not good at all for Gukesh. He goes d5 first. I think Wesley still goes rook g6 at tempo, creating additional threats.
Yeah,
this just looks lost, because like h3 is hanging, knight c4 is a massive positional threat. Queen d7 is a threat. Like if you go king h2, queen d7 creates mating threats, and you also are down to a minute.
Yeah, Gukesh, it's sad to see in a way because he's got some decent positions. Yeah. Okay, there have been a couple of disasters in the opening, but he's got some decent positions. It just feels like the confidence, the form is affecting him now.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Rook G6 played, unsurprisingly. Like, what else do you play?
Yeah, this is borderline lost. Looks horrible, unfortunately. Yeah, what do you do? Maybe Knight G3 again. At least there's no Bishop B4 this time. But yeah, like you said, Knight C4 is coming, Bishop C5 is coming.
Yeah, I think it's just a very pleasant choice here for Black. There will be a number of moves which will be very strong. Yeah, Knight C4 you probably sort of survive. Yeah,
Rook D4 tactics.
Rook D4 is very clever.
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't want very, very clever. I still feel like maybe Black is better even here after Queen B5, but maybe it's unneeded.
Maybe C4, Rook D, E4.
I think this is an improvement. Yeah, I think we've definitely this is the most we can hope for with White in these types of positions.
Yeah, that's how not to milk the advantage with Black.
Knight G3 not played yet though, and down to 8 seconds. Probably not. Probably. Knight G3 played, yeah.
Knight G3, yeah.
And yeah, looks like he did play it with 6 seconds left on the clock. Yeah, not a fun position to defend against Wesley in particular, because Wesley, I think, will be entirely unaffected by your clock. Wesley will not make any of the, the usual practical mistakes people do make occasionally against somebody on very, very low time. Yeah. He will not hurry. He will not try to swindle you. He will just, play classically. Look for the best move. Look as long as it takes him to find the best move and so on. So,
yeah,
just not great.
Yeah, that's good advice. That's the only way I ever win games these days, when people try to hustle me in time trouble and it backfires.
Yeah. But, another story that I keep on returning to from, I think maybe it was actually the same Linares, or maybe the previous year, to the one where I lost 4 in a row. So it's either 98 or 99.
Okay.
I had a Grunfeld with Black against Vasily Ivanchuk, where we played some kind of a theoretical line in Rook B1, and we got to a very well-known theoretical position by move like 17. And in that position, he just spent an hour and went H2, H4, completely unrelated to anything else that was going on the board, which I think in 2023, nobody would blink an eyelid. It's just so normal to play H4 in every single position when there's a pawn on G6.
Yeah.
In those years, people weren't doing it as readily. And we both got into tremendous time trouble, but his was kind of more critical than mine. And I got outplayed, but I still had some swindling opportunities. And somewhere on move 35, I had a very clear-cut choice between something which I sort of knew was the best move, or something else which looked worse, but also set up a bit of a cheaper. And this is late 90s, so no increment.
Yeah.
And he has, 15 seconds for the last 5 moves or something. Maybe 20. Something like that. I don't remember exactly, but below a minute for sure. And I went for the trap. Of course, did not succeed. Like, nothing was blundered to me at all.
Yeah.
And I lost a kind of a long 60-move game, but like past the first time control, I had very little hope. And after the game, Gary came up to us while we were analyzing, and he said, sort of, why didn't you play this move? And I said, well, yeah, but you see there, with the move I played, there is this trap, and if he does this, I will do this, this, and this, and I win one of the 2 bishops. And he looked at me like I was just absolutely insane. And I said, you're playing against Ivanchuk. Why are you playing for like 2 move traps? I said, well, 15 seconds. He said, once again, you're playing against Ivanchuk. What are you doing here? Like, why are you even attempting this? It's never going to work. Just make the best move you think you have in the position.
Yeah.
And
we've all been there. We've all been
words
stung by Ivanchuk.
Yeah, words to live by, and not only against Vasil, like maybe specifically against Vasil, but like it will stand you in good stead against most opposition. Just make the best moves you think you have.
As an eternal time trouble addict, it's always most uncomfortable when they just sip their tea, they enjoy the moment, and then they just continue playing kind of good moves, keeping the tension rather than going for you, because then it's easy to react. But yeah, easy to say. Of course, we're all human. We're all we all love setting those traps and cheapos. And
yep. In the meantime, on other boards, the entire line we were talking about was shown by Magnus in his game against Richard.
And he'll bring this home.
And I have to read something out because, like, serendipity is like off the charts today. There's a comment in chat. There's a word picturesque. We should invent a pun looking Peteresque or Svidleresque. And that is not a very interesting pun, but I specifically wanted to use that word today and to pronounce it picturesque. Because I read on, because this is what it looks like if you don't know how it's pronounced, right?
Okay.
Because there's a very interesting person I follow on Twitter who apparently, because she learned it from a book and never heard it pronounced, was absolutely certain it's pronounced picturesque and did pronounce it that way in class and was forever known in class as Miss Picturesque.
Oh, poor girl.
And is apparently still known as Picturesque to this day. So I was sort of planning to do this anyway, and now somebody brings it up completely unrelatedly. So yeah, today is a really strange day.
Something's going on here.
Yeah. Today is a really strange day.
Yeah.
So rook takes f7 played. I assume rook e1 is the best. Knight e2 also looks fine, but why
Queen
not
e6
try
check maybe as well?
Yeah, why not just try to... Oh yeah, Queen e6 as well. There's Queen e6, Queen takes e4. Why not?
Yeah, and if rook e7, then you play rook e1 or
Knight e2 or
Knight e2.
Yeah, rook e1 looks best actually. Yeah, just pick it up.
Yeah, Magnus, his technique is more than good enough for this one. He plays Knight e2 immediately. He's also just very sensible.
Well, I think he just knows he will win this, so he's not really very interested in, finessing it past a certain point, which I think is fair enough. It does look very winning. I'm a bit surprised he did not try to win the e4 pawn straight away, because both of them, as we were discussing, did look like they were maybe just picking that off the board immediately. But yeah, I think the result is still fairly well established here.
Talking of picturesque, Prague's position looks beautiful, I've got to say, but is he winning immediately? The queen's off the board. Bishop g3 looks like it's coming.
I'm a little bit surprised that this is how he went about things, because somewhere around here it really did look like if you take good care, you might just sort of win by force by attacking the c6 pawn. But he played rook b1, allowing queen c4, and now the queens have come off, and like it looks completely winning. But the position is so close that Black does have some hope, let's say, of getting the king to d7, playing knight d8, knight a6, and establishing this sort of last desperate line of defense where we're not really trying to win the pawn on a5, we're just trying to block it. And we're hoping that the second half of the board just never gets opened. But that hope is now being refuted because the bishop is coming out. EF, GF, king g7. Hello, Boyo. Boyo hasn't been on air today yet.
Yeah, so when you were telling me about the dream story, the most disappointed thing about being stuck in space was missing Joyce, right?
Yeah, I think like these days, and I don't know what this says about me as a human being. Whenever I say, my family wasn't with me,
you mean Joyce?
I mean very specific things. Yeah. This looks winning, though. Returning to this position for a second. I think we can go bishop g3, king c8, rook b6, and I think this falls apart.
Do not get trapped somewhere. Knight a6.
I was
take on
this
b6.
one is weird because you can take with the knight and then play king b7. I have to put it here, and I have bishop d6. Sorry, bishop c7.
Oh, yeah.
And we appear to actually lose some material. Okay, let's try something we have not tried on air yet. Maybe it works. Hang on.
The black cloud is coming. Is it tree time?
No. High five. High five? Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. High five? No. Okay, I have to give him food first, and then he might do it again. Come on.
How long have you spent practicing this,
Joyce? High five?
Oh, we got it. We got it. It really is one of those days, Peter.
Yeah.
Serendipity.
Умница. Всё. Okay, so there are some problems here still, because after rook d7 we have king c6 and the bishop on g3 is hanging. So how clean is this?
Yeah, feels like unless we're 100% sure, we don't want to.
Yeah, we don't need this. I'm pretty sure we have other options.
I mean, worst comes to worst, we just create an escape route, I guess. Knight bd3 and just
yeah, but that's a bit
back.
sad, right? That
yeah.
actually allows the block. King c8, rook has to drop all the way back. We go, I don't know, knight e6, knight a6. It's going to take an age to actually win that position. And he's gone knight c2. So I guess there was no forced win. This is a bit worrying because not that I don't believe this is still winning for white, but this is definitely like the absolute maximum Jordan could have hoped for.
At least there's chances of a lever later with e4. White should be able to organize it. But yeah, the bishop on e1 is a bit stuck, at least temporarily defending a5. So still some work.
Yeah, still some work.
Any games that might finish or reaching really critical
I think our problem today is, the first time control is getting nearer and nearer, and there are very many very exciting positions. So I'm being kind of torn apart here by my screen. This is the position. This is a position between Parham and Fabi, which is 3 moves to go. Well, Parham has 17 against 4, so this maybe is the least exciting in terms of clock pressure. Parham is now a pawn up, but you have to diffuse a lot of activity with rook c2 coming in, potentially queen d4 check coming in if you play knight g3, knight f4, bishop g4. Like, I'm pretty sure black can never be worse here. The question is whether Fabi has any winning chances, which is unclear. There is still an absolute mess on the board actually, no, apparently not. Yeah.
It might be a mess that's very favorable for black.
So bishop g3, Norvik played h6. Queen h1 wasn't played here. Instead,
must be because of your idea. G2. Queen h1, rook g3, I guess, was the idea.
Probably, that would be the only way to explain not playing queen h1. But queen g2, queen h5 looks kind of worse, right? Because rook g3 is still a threat. You don't particularly want to put it back on f3 and just give black a full tempo to play rook d8. So he played f3. But once you play f3, maybe it was a very specific mistake, though, because he probably thought he's getting the queens off the board. But now after bishop h4, it turns out that no, the queens are still staying on. Queen g5 is a massive, massive threat. He played king f1. But this now just looks kind of utterly lost. Just go rook fd8, for instance, I think is plenty good enough. I suspect there might be ways to just win on the spot, but...
Maybe the move you mentioned anyway, just queen g5 anyway.
Queen g5 still looks, queen g5 looks
those bishops off.
Very strong. But also, I just don't see why we just don't introduce an additional piece into the attack and then win from there.
Yeah.
Like, hard for me to imagine what would be wrong with just playing rook fd8, increasing our advantage everywhere and going from there.
Yeah, it's a monster. D2 looks like, wow, great result for Desitorov extending.
Yeah, that's +4 by round 7.
Yeah,
that's like absolute legend status in terms of Wijk and Zaya starts that I can remember.
Yeah, I mean,
queen g5 is
some big scores
win,
but this is a
chat. Yeah, oops, sorry, not queen f5. Yeah, queen g5 really, there is just no reply, right? What do you even play?
You have to take on h4
and go queen g2, but then like you're losing.
Queen f5, even if black just goes.
I think queen h5 probably wins the queen with rook h1, rook h2.
Yeah, king g1.
And then something, Well, we can always now reintroduce the idea of rook d8 somewhere, and sort of adding an additional layer of misery to what is already a very miserable position.
And to resign, looks horrible.
Okay, so this one we kind of know what's going on. In Gukesh versus Wesley played bishop c5, and Gukesh played queen e4. How is he meaning to meet bishop takes e3 exactly?
That's a very good question. I don't want to say
pawn takes, or because
c4.
Like if you take with any heavy piece, you lose this. You lose to this.
It has to be pawn takes then.
No, but this is just like completely lost, right?
Yep. Just 2 pawns down.
Just 2 pawns down with and the position
bishop on c1.
Remains remains lost. So yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to continue fighting past that. There might be other solutions as well, but this is kind of cute, right? Probably completely unnecessary, but kind of cute with rook takes g3 coming in after you take on c4 with whatever.
You don't need to complicate it.
Boya wants some more. Boya wants some more screen time. Okay.
Anything less than a high five, Peter? No, we're disappointed now. No pressure.
No, I can't force him to do this all the time. It's also like, this is not, I was very surprised it worked, because the way we taught this was with him sitting on the floor and giving you a high five from a sitting position. And now his front paws are on the chair, and it's much less comfortable for him to do that. But he still, he wants food enough to try new things.
Clever guy. Anything for food.
High five. There it is. There it is.
Yeah, it looks like Lukash's misery is continuing.
Yeah. Bishop takes e3 played in the meantime. Yeah, this one looks like Wesley is picking up his I want to say second victory in the tournament. And I saw somewhere a mention that he said in an interview that 5 draws in the first 5 games was the worst ever start he had in Wijk. Strong player, I have to say, because Wijk is a tournament where you can definitely start with a 50% score after 5 rounds, but apparently not for Wesley. But he is now gathering some steam, because this is round 7 and he will be on +2 after 7. So definitely becoming a contender.
Which year did he win? Like 2000?
He won
18, 19, around there.
17.
17.
17, yeah.
And meanwhile, Peter, we do have a result that we see on the camera just there. Magnus has won. Richard resigns. Maybe we can just show the last few moves of that game.
Yeah, so in that position after 92, Richard played queen f5, and Magnus just went queen h3, and Richard not very interested in trying to defend this. It's not really very defendable. And
So only 2 pawns.
he doesn't really like wasting anybody's time. So I assume after 92 you could maybe keep the queens on, but the result still isn't really very much in doubt. Queen f5 is another one of those moves where it feels like you've sort of checked out. You no longer care about whether it takes you 5 minutes or an hour and a half here, because you know what the result is. Yeah, so Magnus wins the game, breaks back to 50%, still obviously very, very far off the pace, considering that Nordebek at least was completely winning in his game.
Wow, rook e4, that's flashy.
Yeah, that is very, very flashy. After king f1, he did play rook fd8, and bishop f2, I guess, is the reason why maybe queen g5 was preferable, because without this pin, this move wouldn't have been playable, but rook e4 still looks very, very strong.
What's the threat? Feels like there must be one.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I was about to ask you the exact same question, because I don't really. I wonder. No,
maybe White's just zugzwanged. Maybe White can't do anything.
It's also impossible for White to make a move. But I was wondering if maybe rook e1 check was a threat. But
we're still pinned on the h file, right?
Yeah, I'm hallucinating. Yeah, just bishop e1 followed by rook e1 is good enough.
So I guess just plays a3 or queen h3.
Yeah, like some move.
Maybe just a5, just to clamp down.
Just to absolutely, bring the point home.
Yeah, rub it in. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's ugly for White still, but what's the material count? Yeah, you're not down.
Actually, equal material. Yeah, you still have to win this. You still have to win this.
Maybe Queen g5 what might have just been okay, obviously more accurate, but just much quicker route. Suddenly it's easy to go wrong.
I guess maybe you just go rook d5 and then eventually you take on e5 or something. But yeah, this looks like it's suddenly a lot less intuitive.
Yeah, White is completely stuck though. I don't see any way to ever kind of break any pins or defend d1.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the threat is, like, let's say you play a3. Nah, it's never really, like, does this ever work? Because I have rook f1.
It's very clever, yeah.
I have rook f1 as a threat, so I'm not like 100% joking.
Could White whip up some counterplay somehow?
Rook c6 takes h6 or something,
or something crazy like Rook d3, Rook takes d3, Queen takes f7 to try and get perpetual.
I think the issue is pretty much always Rook g1.
Rook g1, yeah.
Actually,
Rook f1 check and then
it's
Rook g1
cleverer.
check.
It's cleverer to do it this way.
Yeah.
It's cleverer to do it this way.
Yeah.
If that is actually the threat, he is, even more of a
Giga Chad.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the way to describe it. F6 played, which
understandable.
Yeah, you,
Not sure if
do
it's good.
want to. You do want to at least create something.
What happens if we just take that?
Yeah, GF does look normal.
You can make an argument for g5 perhaps, but
you can maybe even make an argument for g6.
G6 actually breaking the pin.
Just to support the queen on h5 for now and go from there.
Is the idea maybe if g6 or g5 then e6? Not after taking, but if we had bypassed that pawn, then maybe there would have been some complicated.
With some maybe queen c7 ideas if we take again,
And rook takes e6.
No, g takes f6 does look logical. I assume we take because otherwise I don't know why we've done what we've done, and now we have to find. Oh no, now queen b5 mate basically.
Oh, okay. Wasn't looking at that side of the board at all.
Yeah, so this actually opened up some additional squares for black. EF is probably just straight up unplayable. So what do we do?
And we've just lost a pawn for.
Yeah, then we've just punted not one but two pawns for nothing. Yeah.
Okay, then that was just the last kind of gamble, last hurrah.
Yeah. Now that we have f6 gf6 on the screen, let me actually ask the oracle. I'm very curious
as to
let's say we go a3. Yeah.
And we're getting confirmation that Wesley won. We just see a handshake there. Yeah, Gukesh's tough time. The fight continues.
Okay, that line we were showing is a draw because of queen h4. Like here. It doesn't lose, but it doesn't win very specifically because of queen h4 attacking the rook on d8, and it becomes a bit awkward
and rook
somehow.
F1.
And this is not mate because we've also created the idea of queen e1. Yeah, good luck finding that on a minute, but. But apparently black can just very slowly play king h7, then rook d5, and the answer is basically that black has as many moves as he wants and white has none whatsoever. So eventually you run out.
He's played queen h3 in the game, but it's not going to help.
Just briefly to show what happened here, instead of knight takes h3 here, Wesley went with a more pleasing way. He went knight c4 and then knight d6, and only after queen c2 he will decide which one to pick up, this one or maybe even knight d3 with a bit of a fork.
Yeah, nice game by Wesley, but he's on a march.
He definitely is. Yeah. So queen h3 played here by Arjun. I don't see why not rook c8 maybe is an idea now. I don't know if it does much, but it's an idea.
We are defending the rook on d8 with the bishop on h4 in some lines. I'm not sure if that's right.
Also, I think we can quite safely just take and play king g7.
Yeah.
And continue just attacking. I see nothing wrong with that either.
Yeah.
So I really don't mind just continuing picking up material. You can also probably play like rook f4 or something like that, and will also be just very easy. But
king h7, get out of all of those checks on the 8th rank.
Yeah. Whatever you want to do really by this point. Like it's difficult to find a move that throws it away among the reasonable ones. Parham actually stabilized against Fabi. This is very interesting.
Yeah, and
but we have to wonder if we're switching from this or watching this to the end, because this is the tournament leader, potentially winning one more.
Yeah, maybe we'll stay here. The other games have hit move 40, so we'll get a chance to check in there.
Yeah, because those other games are, they're still interesting and relevant, but nothing much really is happening there that demands our immediate attention. So let's stay with this one until the time control is finished. Even though, as I mentioned, it's like most legitimate moves here, like rook f4 wins, king h7 wins, fe5 wins. By this point, black is also up material while continuing to attack. So.
Yeah, and it's currently, well, it looks like Arjun's under 3 minutes and Nordebek with 5 minutes. And yeah, 3 moves to make. Plenty of time. How would you try and finish this off? Just cynical, just take the pawns.
I like FE5. Yeah, I like continuing just to pick up material. I see nothing wrong with that. White, like, I still don't understand what White's next move is. So why not just take stuff?
Yeah.
He plays Rook F4, also very, very logical. It was sort of hanging, so by moving it away, we're solving that little issue. EF still completely unplayable because of Queen B5 check, so that's not a worry.
And yeah, Rook C8, just one check. Yeah, I think we'll see a handshake either now or maybe soon, just after move 40.
Soon, yeah. So normally, if you can manage to make move past move 40, you do check until move 40 because there's really not very much time left on the clock for either of them. But it's just, by this point, it's just so difficult for Arjun to make moves which don't drop further stuff. Like whatever you do here, it feels like you're just going to be losing material, like Rook C8, among other things. I think immediately loses to Rook F3, King H7, and everything is hanging.
Yeah, it's tough to see any light in Arigaisi's position right now. Yeah, I think this is it, pretty much.
Yeah. And you like they teach you not to resign on move 38 because why not see if time troubles somehow impacts your opponent's conversion? But like if you can't really make a move, like if your best move here is A2 A3 or something, like what's the point?
Yeah, and when the opponent's played kind of this perfectly, it's very slim chances that they'll slip up.
Yeah, that as well. Yeah, he plays Bishop takes A7, which is. I mean, it's like you have to giggle a little bit of it at that because like he also knows this is not a pawn that will have great relevance in the game, but
he wants to promote the A pawn long term in some endgame.
Yeah, he found a move to make.
Yeah,
I'm guessing like it's an ugly move, but I think probably the fastest win here is Queen takes E5, not because we won this pawn, but because we're creating this threat and also this threat, and. The queen just gets to E2 and then the game ends, I feel. Like you play Bishop E3, for instance, and we go Queen B5 check, King G1, we go Rook G8 check, King H1, Queen E2, and
E2.
Yeah, somewhere here the game just ends. Yeah, Queen E5 played.
Yeah, Queen F1 here, Queen takes F1, and Rook takes F3 would have been winning.
Yeah, that would be
checkmate next.
Yeah,
the end.
The end.
Oof, Nordebek. Do you think anyone?
Nordebek is just a machine, yeah. Just an absolute machine.
Yeah, I saw a picture of him. I think it's an 11-year-old in the Qatar Masters a few years back with Magnus. It's the cutest thing ever, and now he's just crushing everyone.
Yeah, and on that topic, a bit of I don't know how much of breaking news that is, but it was announced I think maybe 2 or 3 days ago that Qatar Masters is returning this year, and Magnus has confirmed he will play.
Yeah.
So it returns. Yeah, I think this entire line is going to appear on the board. By the way, Queen B5 check already played. And if Arjun hasn't resigned yet, he will probably check this entire line out. And Nordebek will also blitz all of this out because it's really not very difficult.
Yeah. Uzbekistan, they might be dominant in the years to come. It's crazy how strong some of these young players are. We've got a player in the A group, B group, of course, as well here, and the challenges. Both doing very well.
Well, dominant, I don't know, because it still feels that the breadth of talent, if that's the word I'm looking for, is slightly bigger in India. India being a slightly bigger country, so the talent pool is perhaps wider to choose from. But yeah, the Uzbeki youngsters are incredibly impressive, and being led by
forces.
Being led very, very obviously by this young man who is in his, I want to say, first ever Wijk, is on +4 by round 7. I think with also slightly undersold point is, I think 3 of his 4 wins are with the black pieces.
Okay, that.
In
Yeah, we
this
know he beat
field,
Magnus, but
yeah,
that is impressive.
in this field, you're also winning with black consistently, time and time again.
Mhm.
And he played queen e2 first because the line we gave, you have to calculate rook takes d2. I assume you still win, but you have to calculate rook takes d2 like queen e1, king h2.
Bishop
I mean,
g3.
yeah, you're still winning. Yeah, you're still winning. It's not really very difficult, but
Yeah.
he began with queen e2, and now after queen f1, he'll go rook g8 checks. So.
Mhm.
Yeah, queen f1 played, and yeah, now he just blitzes out rook g8, queen f1, rook f3, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, let's stick with this. We'll see the handshake any second. They've also hit move 40, so no hope of flagging the opponent. Yeah, what a game. Yeah, I must say this is... I know he did very well at the Olympiad over the board in classical, but this is just a bit of a surprise to me because it's rare to see someone come in and take the classical world by storm in such a way. Over the course of so many games, and just never being in trouble and taking every chance when it comes.
Yeah. So far, like the tournament is still quite long, and he's this hasn't secured him the victory or anything like that. But still, I think it's very, very legitimate to be absolutely impressed by not just the amount of like how many points he has, but also the way he is amassing them. He is just outplaying people left, right, and center. And today he won a very, very messy game against one of the best of the generation. And against Magnus, he that was a complete game. That was a tactical mess, which then evolved to be a very technical endgame, which Magnus himself, I think, couldn't have converted cleaner than Nordebek has.
Yeah.
So yeah, winning a game like this against Magnus is just such a stamp of fantastic quality.
Yeah, something not many people achieve in a lifetime, let alone at 18 years old. And yeah, last moves will be.
Yeah, we're just waiting for this to conclude because like rook g8, king h1 is on the board. Probably most reasonable things win, but yeah, queen f1, rook f3 being by far the cleanest, and yeah, now it will happen. And
he was maybe just looking for some pretty checkmates, very picture skew type of
picture skew. Yeah, but it is a pretty picture skew finish.
I was looking for some like bishop move and then rook h4 mate, but yeah, this is strong and simple.
Yeah, like bishop e1 here or something. Yeah, but it doesn't quite work.
It doesn't quite. I was thinking bishop f2, but but maybe just bishop takes.
And suddenly this is protected. Yeah. So you can still kind of play to the gallery a little bit.
What about rook f5 here, maybe? Just trying to play the most unnecessary checkmate of all time. But yeah, he's found the way to do it, and there we go. I think we have a result. They're now just chatting about the game.
Yeah, I think they're already discussing it here. You can see them talking to each other. They obviously, would have played in. I'm assuming would have played in juniors together, and yeah, we'll continue playing against each other for years and years to come. I'm very, very certain. All right, so this is done. Let's show what the current situation is in the Masters, and actually go take a look at the challenges because we missed a lot of exciting stuff there. This is the position I was talking about, where I did say that Parham very much stabilized against Fabi. Let's maybe show how they got there, because after rook 8 knight b2, here I really thought it's a very, very obvious, nice little free roll for Fabiano, because it looked like a position you will never have any risks in. But he played d5, trying to lock out the knight on b2, and Parham calculated this very precisely, I suppose, because he just took that pawn on b5. I guess the point being that after rook b8 you can play queen c5, and rook bb2 does not quite work because of this skewer. Is that a skewer or it's an X-ray? Yeah, it's not a skewer.
It's one of those two.
Yeah. So Fabi played rook c8, queen a5, takes knight d3, and yes, there is some activity, but very importantly, queen b6 took control over the dark squares, and the current position is like this. It still feels like black shouldn't lose this, but white is a pawn up, and the b pawn is reasonably well protected on b5. So you definitely have to take care with black and white is by this point the side that runs zero risk.
Yeah, you mentioned the phrase free roll, and if the queens do come off, which it looks very likely at this point, then
yeah, I guess you just hold some kind of an endgame like this, right?
Knight f3.
I thought maybe we can even do this.
G5 and bring the king, yeah.
Because the b-pawn doesn't really run very fast. It's very difficult to push it past b6 because the king is not very safe and we will always have counterplay. It's not a comfortable decision for black, I don't think, to just admit that you have to go for this and go for it. But I get the feeling that this holds with precise play if you do make that decision.
Maybe you don't even need to be too precise. It's quite a simple plan. And yeah, white's king and bishop are always stuck, right? So,
yeah, you have to calculate, like, if white actually initiates some kind of a race with the idea of like b7, rook 8, b8, but we do generate a lot of counterplay as well, like rook b1 check here. Like maybe white has lost by this point. Obviously, there's absolutely no call for white to go so all in and to ignore the counterplay so much, but just do it. And Fabi actually decides not to do it, and the engine doesn't like it at all. He decided to keep the queens on, but now...
So rook d3 doesn't get the queens off, because at least queen a2.
I think we can take, right?
Oh yeah, rook d2, you just take on d2.
We can take, but... Rook c1 or rook a1 or...
There's also knight d3, maybe rook takes g2.
Yeah, this is an important part. I don't, like, with the king as unsafe as this, I don't think we care very much about the b-pawn.
Okay, so those other options you mentioned, just move the rook maybe.
Move the rook somewhere. I guess Fabi wants to come in with knight f4, knight e2. And white doesn't have full control. And white definitely doesn't have full control yet, but... Yeah, this is
very ambitious though, queen b3.
This is quite unexpected that white actually has winning chances at all in this game. It really didn't feel like it when we were watching the middle part of it. The Khmer Dingliren endgame is sort of still the same as it was always expected to be. Khmer actually consolidated reasonably well and is a healthy pawn up. There is no immediate counterplay, but winning this position is going to be
really tricky. Yeah. How do we even unravel here as white? Rook d2 is always met by a knight b3, I guess.
Yeah, they've already had this a couple of times. Yeah, they had this by move 40 and then 41 and 42 were those two moves. So Vincent needs something else, and it's not entirely clear what. You can put the king on h3, but yeah, you have to question what it does there. Also, king f5 looks like a very good reply to it.
Yeah, just going through the options. Yeah, pawn moves, h3 only, really, maybe a4, but I don't really see
maybe
what that
a4,
does.
but
yeah, rook moves, we can rule out. Knight moves.
Maybe aim it towards g5, but...
Yeah, knight e2 is never really on the table, right? Because
I don't think
rook is so much more active than white's rook.
I don't think so. I think some position like this should be... yeah, I don't know, king h3, h4.
Even if black allows that, it's hard to believe. Maybe I create counterplay on the other flank at some point as well. Not sure.
Let's just make 5 moves here and reevaluate just for my curiosity.
So say I play c5,
king h4, g6. I wanted to play h3,
c4 or b5. I'm not sure. Oh, you're going to try and mate me.
Well, not mate you, but f7 will become
vulnerable. Win something. Yeah.
And I don't think I'm getting, like, I think this is stable enough. In fact, I think maybe I'm burning a full tempo. Like, I will play h3 if you attack it, but I don't maybe have to. Although rook c2 will be annoying, so I guess I have to play h3 anyway.
Yeah, so I can't just play on autopilot as black, so this plan with king h3 is very clever. Okay, let's say king f5, king h3 around here. I don't really want to play g5, it creates weaknesses.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe this is a decent bet.
Yeah, I don't think this is such an automatic draw. I also thought that it really isn't a good try at all, but our queenside is very stable. It's going to take black forever to generate a single thread there. This safeguards against the passer, so I don't even know. Like, until we abandon the second rank, black basically has no counterplay. And we do have this kind of a creepy crawly plan of king h4 and then provoking either g6 or king g6 and then, making progress depending on what the choice is. And then we have the final position of the round, which is this endgame where Prague did have to go back, but he still has, a very, very healthy extra pawn. And you should win this.
Yeah.
But it's less autopilot-y than maybe we would have expected. Of course, h6 is like I saw h6 and I thought, what is he doing? Because like it looks very attractive to play h5 and just also kill off the king side. But I guess he just wants knight d7, knight f6 with immediate counterplay against this pawn while it cannot really be protected properly.
Yeah, that's typical Jordan. He just wants to provoke his opponents somehow. Yeah, we don't need that. We can start with knight d3. I don't think g5 is too much of a threat. It does open the h file for White's rook.
Yeah, I think h6 really is surprising, not because it blunders h5, but because I think if you play g5, you lose faster. So, because White definitely will be at some point switching to the king side if need be. I'm not entirely sure how you win this, but it's one of those positions where, like, lack of counterplay just allows you infinite time, more or less, to settle on a plan and then execute it.
Yeah, here if you can ever successfully execute bishop g3, I think it's just a clear path in for White's king if the bishops ever disappear. You got to just time it right so a5 doesn't drop.
We'll see. Let's take a look at what's happened in the challengers. Let me unclick that. So some games have already finished. Sindarov did win his game against Elena Roberts, who this is a very long tournament, and she started really, really well, and not only in terms of results, but also in terms of play. But the last two were a little bit disappointing. She lost a kind of a painful game yesterday with the on the white side of the Caro, and today it really looked like she allowed White to preserve the pawn on c5, and then never really recovered from that one decision. After 95, we kind of left it here. Bishop d4, she did play f6, c4, knight b4, a3, knight c6, takes, and now you just never win that pawn back, in particular because Sindarov plays knight a5 and then b4. And you're in trouble when you get to a position like this, because this pawn fist is eventually going to decide the game, and so it happened. But there are some very exciting games. Vaishali actually has beaten Luis Paolo Suppi in that Sicilian, where I saw the engine really disliking her position. After queen h4, queen a8, castles.
Looks like a blunder at the final few moves.
But
let's see what happened.
Knight c3, takes. I saw somewhere here that the engine was basically suggesting black is straight up winning, because bishop g7 followed by castles is seemingly a very, very simple and a very strong idea. But
understandable.
He played f4, knight c4, f5. Also, she played f4, knight c4, f5. Also very understandable, trying to at least stop bishop g7 from happening. Queen e4, queen h3. I'm trying to figure out if I disagree with any of the decisions I see on my screen, but it seems logical. It doesn't really seem like...
Yeah, at least it's slightly messy now if black wants to keep pieces on the board. The black king's still in some trouble. So
yeah, in fact, queen e4, the engine slightly disagrees with queen e4. It says gf5 was stronger. But gf5, I think, is a difficult move to make, because it seems like you're speeding up the counterplay, but it just says knight f5 can be very well met by knight e5, generating this very difficult to parry threat of knight f3. And then we can go back to the idea of bishop g7 and castles if White has to play knight d4 here. So this is already not very clear after everything came off, because after queen h3, he felt obliged to trade everything. And then once again, you would very much like to play bishop g7, but this runs into f6. So this is a mess now. But it's a mess that still doesn't really look horrible for black at all.
But at least the rooks are super active.
This is very clever, by the way, king d7, fg, and playing bishop g7 here, attacking this with check, so White has to spend the tempo. And now we seem to have stabilized. And he clearly had basically a draw offer to him here. He could have continued playing king d7, king e8, but of course, you know, really with only one place here, giving very much in the challengers, the winner of the challengers gets invited into the Masters group next year. I don't know if it's written down in stone, but it used to be mandated in previous years for sure. And very understandable that he continues playing here. And this all seems logical, but then king c8 maybe is a bit of an overpress, specifically because rook g3 is very strong. I assume he still felt he has things under control of the bishop h4, and this is a bit of a painful realization here. Knight takes g6, taking both e7 and g8 next move, and suddenly black is just completely lost. And in fact, he just resigned here. The other Sicilian that we were very excited to watch is this one between Bertson and Mishra, where we left it, I want to say here. Mishra played bishop d7, and Bertson just blew everything up here. He played e5, d5, f5.
He doesn't hang about, Bertson.
No king b1s for Thomas Bertson.
Yeah.
hg, fe, rook f1. Yeah, once again, very, very difficult to provide commentary on this without sort of just stopping, perhaps even switching the engine on and
digging deep,
talking about every single position. So let's just kind of breeze through. I will, of course, miss some crucial moments, but there's no way for us to describe it properly. I will say that this is very, very impressive from Bertson. The kind of the tempo with which he develops his initiative, stopping for nothing. Like g5 is hanging with check, but e6 is just so much more important that he is not even pausing to win this one. Rook c8, bishop e6, queen e7, bishop takes d5, king c7. And now finally white starts picking up some material as well. And
finally king b1.
By move 31, he finally goes king b1, dust sort of settles, and white is a pawn up and probably close to winning. Even though like the bishop pair does give you some drawing hopes, but pawn e6 is very, very strong. I'm assuming rook c8 loses to something, because I would have been, even at the cost of, let's say, b7 pawn, I would be very much looking to play rook c8 here, because we want the rooks off the board.
I guess white takes and knight f5.
Yeah, this is exactly the line I was talking about. And we go like, I don't know, bishop g5 here.
I'm also curious about whether e7 works here for white.
King c7, bishop f7. Yeah. So
and bishop d7, bishop e6. Or maybe bishop d7 is the best. But just king, maybe just king a1 and the bishop f7 next move.
That is very clever.
Just get
that is very clever, actually. Yeah. Anyway, king a7 was played, and now they repeated a little bit to get to move 40. And on move 41, Thomas Bertson plays knight d6. The threat now is knight c8 check and knight b6 and take on a4.
How do we stop
this? Looks bad. This looks bad. It looks like you can sort of no longer consolidate because the threats are kind of overwhelming.
Yeah.
If you play bishop c6, it doesn't lose. Actually, it does lose sort of immediately, because I can take and you cannot take with the rook. You would like to take with the rook, but that loses the exchange to knight c8, knight e7. And if you take with the pawn, the simplest is just to play rook f7. And here, I think the simplest is to take and to put the knight on f5. And this setup cannot be approached by any of the black pieces. So we go b3, c4, and then we very, very quietly bring the king over to f7 and win.
There's also some nice forks in that variation. For example, after in this position e7.
The one I was offering is basically like how you would win this by pre-moving,
without calculating,
by pre-moving the rest of your moves, right? Like you get this, and then you more or less can pre-move your next 20 moves, because black will have to play king g8 and then pass forever. But yeah, obviously winning on the spot is superior for sure. And what else do we have? Finally.
This is good news for the neutrals.
Yargush Pehach has beaten Adiban. I am a big fan of the Beast, but you do have to feel for Pehac, and it's good that he finally gets on the scoreboard. He actually won this position quite convincingly, and we saw it here, and we were kind of trying to find a way to castle kingside, which is of course completely irrelevant because this is Pehac. Who castles kingside? Nobody castles kingside. We just go b5, we go g6, we go queen g7, and then we just go bishop b7 and we castle the other side.
Of course.
Yeah, like an absolute boss. And he did win this very, very nicely. Yeah, these bishops are... The one on b7 doesn't look impressive, but eventually, either it actually enters the game or White has to expend so much energy to trying to make sure it doesn't, that the position doesn't improve. Yeah, so a very nice victory from here for Yergush. And there is also an incredibly messy position right now on the board in the game between Lamy and Tabatabai, which apparently is a draw.
Wow. I guess that a pawn is going to cost White his rook if he doesn't take a perpetual, but how does Black stop the threats first?
I think they've already... No, they haven't had this position yet. They've had similar positions. I guess you go queen e7, right? Or maybe even queen f6.
Yeah.
Can we go queen f6 and not lose the... Maybe we lose the a2 pawn with checks then, no? Like check, check. He played queen e7 and is apparently now completely lost.
Wow, queen e7.
Chess is such a hard game.
I mean, the options were queen d6, queen e7, or queen f6, and he
pretty much, yeah. So
has to choose one. I'm not sure which one.
So he played queen e7 and is now, for some reason, completely lost. I have no idea why either.
Let's maybe try and work it out. Could we? Okay, let's gobble some pawns first. Take.
Which side do you even go? Yeah.
Yeah. There's a bunch of checks either way. I think I can pick up b5, maybe win some lines with check. I don't know if I can get to a2.
What happens if I go this side?
Yeah, queen f5, king g7.
Yeah. Dr. Drick and Drive says king f8, rook d1, triple exclam, but I don't understand because your rook is actually pinned. You are not giving me this mate because the rook is pinned along the first. I'm very sure that is not the solution.
So close.
Also, do not Dr. Drink and Drive.
Okay, how about I narrow your options instead of queen takes g6 and I give a check first and then do this. Yeah. I don't know if I can be super clever as well and check from h8 and then queen d4 somehow.
Yeah, I think now I will have to play queen e7 because everything else looks completely lost. But what have we achieved exactly?
Yeah, I'm wondering this too. I was trying to get to your a pawn.
Yeah.
But how?
Like...
It's so hard, kind of the geometry here.
It's amazing that like we're assuming one of the moves he had on move. This is actually move 41, yeah. So it's slightly more or less painful depending on your viewpoint.
It's the curse of move 41. It's happened a few times this tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah, queen e4, I can pick up stuff on a1, but it's not getting anywhere. We might need to be a bit naughty here and ask for chat's help.
Yeah, okay,
There's too many checks.
Yeah, chess is an impossible game to play. White had this option on the previous move even. They actually had the winning position for White on the screen.
Okay.
So the way to win this position is to play queen e5.
I was going to say, is it queen h1?
yeah, exactly. Like if you know this is winning, this is the winning position, you start immediately suggesting moves like queen h1 because of how the studies work. But yeah, queen e5 with the point being that if you play a1, we take, we give a check from b4, drive you here, give a check from a4, drive you here. I think we also include the check from a3, and then we take on a1. And the e-pawn is strong enough that you never actually get to move your passer, and eventually I think they get traded one for another, and this is winning for White. And instead of queen e7, queen f6 was actually a draw. Queen f6, queen d7, king f8, and
it does look like a more active square, so this is more believable.
Yeah. But you have to say sort of good luck finding any of this stuff. Yeah. But
he's got time.
He's got time. But also, interestingly, this is move 40. So he already could have tanked here and found queen e5. This already hasn't happened once on 50 minutes. But it wasn't done on 30 seconds. This was done on 50 minutes. Amin played queen h7. So now after queen e7, the winning line, very, very specifically, I think queen g6 is a draw. Queen g8 is a draw.
Yeah.
So very specifically, you have to go back to the position you already had in this game. And recalculate it all over again and find queen e5. And I don't know how easy that is.
Queen h8, queen f8, queen d4 is the...
queen e7, you have to go back. Yeah. Like you're still winning. You're still winning because you have the same option.
But now it would be threefold. So.
But now it would be threefold, yeah.
And queen e5 is the only winning move there? Like queen h1 or something clever doesn't...
I think so.
Doesn't do the job. Queen h1, you probably get the same endgame, but black still has a b pawn, which is very relevant. Probably black just promotes here.
Yeah, I also wonder if I can play queen d6 now. I don't know.
But then I check and take your pawn.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Good point. So we have to do this. Takes, queen h1, a8, a3, e8,
but
and
now
e8. You no longer have those checks, so you have to take on a1. We play, I don't know, queen c5. This doesn't look remotely clear, right?
Yeah.
Because also, I think without the pawn on b5, it's very, very specifically queen a4 check. I think if you don't have queen a4 check here, you might be in trouble even. Because I will play king e7, and then I will start pushing. So yeah, this is all very, very study-like. In the meantime, Alexander Donchenko has beaten the tournament leader today. He did win this very, very long, very close structure. Black did at first indicate some kind of active counterplay on the king side. But then, just as we were describing, this plan, it took Donchenko much longer than usual because the bishop went first in this direction and then in that direction. Normally just ease on b2 to begin with. But once the bishop on d6 gets traded away, there is really no attack on the king side anymore. And then you can go for all kinds of very technical positions, which just offer you very, very good winning chances. And he did win. This is a kind of an interesting little GF queen f2. Yeah, queen f2. Yeah, so once he moved past that point, the position starts looking really, really poor because black is just completely tied up and also losing the d5 pawn. So a very kind of a facile victory for Donchenko today once he did manage to trade away the d6 bishop. And Max Varmadam is defending a very unpleasant position in the backhouse Caro. After knight e4 bishop b4, he felt obliged to play knight c5, and this is obviously just such a concession.
Yeah.
Not only do you give up your pawn majority in the center, you're also abandoning control over the e5 square for the knight, and that is scary enough that he actually played f4 soon thereafter. And this gives up other squares, like f5 will be a very, very important square for the black pieces. And the current position is, it looks bad, but maybe not immediately losing, right?
Yeah, with a king like that, you're always a bit scared with white, but I don't see it. Bishop f5, I guess you start running away. Bishop f1, you just avoid any potential trade of bishops.
Yeah, that would be my default solution as well, starting with bishop f5 and going from there. Yeah, with white, I would try to keep them on the board and somehow not get mated, because it feels like if they actually get traded, you're
in trouble.
Yeah, you're probably getting mated faster.
Yeah, I'd be very interested at some point of getting active with black's queen. Just you got to time it right so that a6 doesn't fall. Maybe queen e8, queen e4 at some point and come in. Also, just planting a pawn in h3 as black is very tempting long term, just to create some other threats. But yeah, maybe he'll defend this. It is the bishop pair after all, and if there's nothing immediate.
And I have to go back to our Tabatabai position, because there was a very important your queen h1 idea was rehabilitated by one of my mods and friends, and I apparently completely ignored it. I'm sorry, Jake, I will correct myself. Queen h1, I don't know if black has a better move here, but a1 still loses, because
wow.
after takes, you can give a check from here, not a8.
You do the
to
zigzag.
E7, and then you go c5, and you actually get the same ladder. So yeah, apologies, Jake. This will never happen again.
That was clearly my intention. That was It's just the study like this. This the picture skew value of Queen H1.
Yeah, very, very picture skew. But yeah, he's still thinking after Queen E7, and as is well established, he has to go back to this, and he has to go back to E5 very specifically, because I think after Queen H1, I think the problem with Queen H1 is that maybe Queen A3. I don't know, Queen A3 I'll get mated. Why
Maybe
isn't this also winning?
King E7?
Maybe
perhaps?
King E7, Queen B7, Queen A6, Queen A2, right? Or maybe King F6, yeah, King E7, King F6 or something.
But then, now E7 isn't possible.
But yeah, with Queen H1, you really are very much showing off. Like you're much better off having it in the center of the board.
Of course.
So, but I mean, I think the difficult part here is just to accept that you have to go back, and that everything else is a draw.
It's seeing that kind of, like you said, you described it as the ladder. It's that kind of checking sequence to get back in time to pick up A1.
Yep.
But, it should be findable.
So, well, some very interesting changes of structure there, but I'm also wondering if I'm trying to figure out just how much, I'm trying to assign a numerical value to how long I think the round will continue from here. Because I am feeling a bit jaded, but if we think it's likely it's finishing soon, we could try powering through. If not, I would maybe like a bit of a break. How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, very minimum. I think the Vincent Keimer against Ding is going to go quite a long time. Anything
then
else?
Let's take a bit of a breather here, maybe, I don't know, five minutes, and come back slightly refreshed and get to the end of the round. Thanks everybody for watching. Thank you for suggesting beautiful ladders to us in chat, which we continue not seeing. See you on the other side of this break. Welcome back, hopefully, to what I assume is the final segment of today's show, round 7 of the Tata Steel Masters and Challengers is very much in progress. The excitement was so palpable, and I'm almost not sarcastic at all, that we missed our chance for the halfway klaxon.
The halfway horn.
Yeah, it's gone now. It's gone now. We're past the equator in the tournament. There is now less of this year's Wijk than we've already seen. I don't know how I feel about that.
I mean, there's still a veritable feast of chess ahead, right? 7 hours of action almost guaranteed every day.
Yep. Yeah. And talking of action guaranteed every day, we still have 3 games going on in the Masters and also some stuff going on in the Challengers. Since we were actually discussing the Challengers, Queen H8, Queen E5 was not found in the game between Amin Tabatabai and Erwin Lamy. And this is now supposedly a draw. I use the word supposedly here very, very consciously. I think this is a position where mistakes can still very easily be made numerous times by both players. It's a very complicated. This is not any kind of shade thrown on any of them. It's just an unbelievably messy, very difficult to play position. But the engine does say that Erwin now survives.
Yeah, it feels like there should be ways to trick the opponent still. Takes, I don't know, Queen E4, would that be clever here?
I think you want the same, yeah. You want to create the same threat of Queen B4, Queen B5, C5.
Black has a move though. Maybe
yeah, but we should be able to find something here that is clever to do. I don't Queen C8, Queen H4 check. No. my first guess was probably horrendous. Queen.
It's not obvious. He's one to keep one in the process.
Absolutely isn't obvious at all. Yeah. B8 for some reason.
B8. E8.
Just to make a move, yeah. Just to make a move.
And the trick is, if I play Queen B4, not to capture on E6.
Yeah, the plan was to play Queen D6. Yeah, the plan was to play Queen D6. And even if you find a way after Queen B5, A1, sort of a larger point is, in this specific position, I think the bishop actually survives.
It does.
But even if you, let's say, if you imagine some position like this, very, very often I will play Queen D2 here. I think in the vast majority of cases, Black just goes Queen D2 here. And you have to start giving perpetuals.
Yeah.
Like these 3 are way, way too far back. And this one will be on C2 next move. So you always have a perpetual. It's not like White is risking very much here, but you do have to give it straight away. So as long as we don't actually lose everything, and one survives, the one on C3 survives, you very often will have draws available to you. So what I'm trying to do with the move Queen B8 is to put the queen far enough away so that I can safely take on E6 against most moves. And I want to play A1 next. Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows, yeah.
Queen D5 here I would be slightly worried about, but Queen A7.
I can... no, yeah, it's hanging. Sorry, it's hanging.
Yeah, it's still mighty complicated. Maybe Queen A7 here.
Yeah, maybe Queen A7 is okay somehow, but not like Queen F5 needs to be calculated. No, Queen F5, we have A1. This we're sort of okay with, I assume.
And you take back with check.
Yeah.
Even then.
Yeah, even then after King H2. Yeah, exactly. Like even this position. White goes King H2 and I have no idea what's going on. Because Queen F7, E7 is happening very quickly. Yeah, as I mentioned, like, yeah, there is so much life still left in this game. I really don't know how it ends. Not gonna pretend I do. But let's go back to our masters. In the game between Fabi and Parham, Parham in this position thought for a while and went for a position I did not really expect him to go for. He played E5. I think it's connected with a miscalculation. Because I think he assumed Black just cannot do that because B6 is too strong. But Fabi now played Bishop D5, and I think Parham now realized that if he goes B7, Queen E3 check and Queen E1 just makes an immediate draw.
Yeah.
Because you cannot both protect the bishop on F1 and keep the pawn on B7 alive. So you have to play King G1 and accept the threefold. And this is obviously a massive blow, because if you cannot play B7 here, Black will just park the bishop on b7, and there pretty much always is going to be enough counterplay against the somewhat unsafe king on g1 to make a draw.
I wonder whether you can... Oh, sorry, go on, Peter.
No, I was going to ask you, do you even really think you have enough here to go on?
I mean, you're not risking anything as white, so
yeah,
that
is also true.
It's very much these young players' style to play on. He starts with h3, I quite like. Maybe there's a long-form plan of playing, I'm not sure what black does, say bishop b7, of playing queen f2, getting the king out of the way, playing g3, bishop g2, and trying to get the bishops off the board, and asking a question in a queen.
I agree, but I also think, well, let me just, for demonstration's sake, just allow all of that very, very placidly and claim that I'm not actually going to lose this position after, I don't know, whatever I want to do here, f6 or something.
Yeah, I think your claim is very valid, but
yeah,
because it's the only form of progress I can foresee.
I don't know if I lose, let's say, if I play queen b3 and allow queen c5 or queen d4 check and then king f2. I suspect this one, the variation would be machine still holds, but you probably lose.
Yeah.
But if I specifically control the most of this, like a lot of this diagonal, and just start giving checks, like queen e3 though, and then you start creeping out. Yeah. It's not fun, but I am reasonably convinced that this is still a draw with best defense. But also, you have to suspect that there is a way not to even allow any of that somehow.
Maybe putting a pawn on h4 somehow in some positions, I'm not sure. Queen f2, though, is inevitable, and then I will be able to get g3 at least. So
I like your plan, though. I like your plan. It does seem like a very difficult to effectively stop plan. Queen here, king h2, g3, bishop g2. It's straightforward.
Yeah.
And I'm not entirely sure what black can do. Like, I'm pretty sure black can choose where to put his pieces and just put them there. I don't think white also has much interactivity here. So Fabi can choose a setup and just go for that setup.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, a computer will always say draw because clearly black has enough resources. But from a human's point of view, you still have maybe a little bit of work to do, at least, like you say, to show the setup. So that's why I would keep playing, at least if I were Max Zudlu.
Yeah. In the meantime, in the other two games, this one continues surprising me. It's not like I think the evaluation has changed, but the fact that Prag just killed off the entire king side by playing f4 and allowing h5.
It is bizarre because on general grounds, you're taught never to even give your opponent a hint of a fortress.
Yeah, it's sort of exactly how I wouldn't have done it. But the thing is, your advantage to begin with is just so large and so completely unshakable that maybe it just doesn't change a single thing. Yeah. Maybe you still win eventually in exactly the same way you would have won. Like you change the knights, trade one pair of knights on before you, I don't know, eventually get to play a5, a6. And you also have rook g1, g6 ideas forever. Yeah. So the black position gets torn apart finally after just maybe longer than maybe you could have done it, but it still gets torn apart. But yeah, I'm a bit surprised at how the young man is conducting this part of the conversion.
Yeah, it's an impressive resistance to stereotyping, to kind of dogmatic views, at least to play f4. Yeah, it wouldn't have crossed my mind, I've got to admit as well.
Yeah, bishop d8 played by Jordan, and
that does forfeit the e5 square.
Yeah, you can now sort of switch things up a little bit. You can play knight e5, and now king c7. I wanted to say rook g1, g6, but that actually allows bishop h4, bishop f6.
Rook g1, bishop h4, rook h1.
I have rook h1 though, yeah, exactly. But maybe we just go bishop f6 and we chill, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe f6 is just the ideal square, at least holding things and hinting at taking on e5 if white gets complacent.
And my larger point was that if you go rook c7, which might look, I don't know, it doesn't really look very more logical. We can at some point start offering this exchange sacrifice by playing rook b1 and meeting, let's say, rook b7 with rook b6. because I think we will be winning many of those after bishop b6 cb followed by knight b4, and this passer pair will be very, very strong. But yeah, this is sort of turning out to be a trickier conversion that really I assumed when I saw, I don't know, this position. I really didn't think this was going to, take very long or be very difficult. We'll see. I still think Prague gets there simply because, as is somehow often is the case in our coverage of this tournament, it's just much easier to ask questions than to answer them. And there is no counterplay, and there never will be any counterplay, meaning that Prague can try, I don't know, 10 different plans here. And eventually one of them will produce a mistake or will actually be the correct plan that wins. Either one works, really.
Yeah.
You can either actually find the way to win, or you can just wear your opponent down by constantly asking small questions which need to be answered perfectly, or the position collapses.
Yeah, I guess you can always remove this blockade on a6 as well with knight b4. I'm not sure whether you consider that now, but
it's also absolutely an option. And in the meantime, I saw mentions in chat of Ding having bungled this, and this now being +5 territory on significant depth.
Okay.
We have discussed either this exact endgame or something very close to it. I don't know why he decided to invest into rook c2, but it also looks logical to perhaps c5, rook c3, rook b3, to like generate an additional weakness here, which you could play against. And we still have our backup plan of king h4, h3, and black constantly has to worry about the king penetrating by the g5 square.
In some of these endgames, even if the whole queenside disappears, if you can get your king to g5, then you will be winning. So
yeah, very, very famously, right? Because that's the Piquet Kasparov game, which was quite impressive, because you generally, like, you feel that if black establishes this f7, g6, h5 setup on the king side, and black knows what they're doing, they're not supposed to lose 4 against 3s after that. But none other than Kasparov himself did lose that endgame to Jeroen Piquet, and I think that was the first incarnation of KasparovChess.com, right? There was an online tournament, I think 2002.
It was around that time.
Yeah, which was held on the Kasparov Chess platform, the sort of the first ever incarnation of that platform. There have been others since, but that was the OG.
I just remember Glenn Fleer, my coach at the time, an endgame expert, just showing me really excitedly. He was like, "Oh, check this out! You lost an endgame like this last week, and now Kasparov bungled it too."
Yeah,
really
people are saying c5 before exclamation mark, which is, I feel, a move nobody ever makes.
At least not right now. It's on the radar, right? But king h4 looks so natural.
Yeah, like, why would you ever do this to yourself? I mean, maybe you're faster. Like, I accept it's possible that you actually win this race, but you have to be a very, very confident person for this to be your choice of how you win this position.
Yeah, it feels like, I mean, that whole cliche of threat being stronger than the execution, you kind of force your opponent to calculate b4 on every turn while you advance your king forward.
I think I always play king h4, h3 here.
Yeah.
I don't really care about much else.
Unless there's a specific reason, like f6 or something gets pawns off the board and stops white's king in its tracks, which I guess wouldn't be possible after b4. But yeah, I don't know how much Ding has bungled this. I'm curious to see if it's still completely winning for white. Like you said, rook c3 is also very much an option.
My issue with rook c3 is that there is king d5, and then we have severely increased the efficacy of rook d2.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's much more difficult to play king h4 now, because you will have to give something up. He's played rook c3, by the way. Yeah. So in human terms, we're guessing his choices. Yeah, and Ding blitzes out f6.
Whoa! What was wrong with king d5?
Excuse me?
This is odd. You have to take on f5
hello?
here?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah, but he... No. Yeah, sorry.
I flick in rook takes b6.
Yeah, but I guess he wants g5 here, right? And then he has...
Checkmate.
Checkmate counterplay.
e6, rook d2.
Yeah, e6, rook d2, we have probably
G4
lost the game. g4, king f4. Yeah, we've lost the game.
Yeah. That's beautiful.
We have successfully managed to lose. I mean, yeah, unnecessary. You can still play rook h6 here and not lose the game, but you also definitely have, created tremendous conversion issues for yourself.
Yeah.
This is a very, very poor king, and black has now has a passer, and also you constantly have to worry about g5, g4 being a problem. So yeah, very nicely recognized by Ding. f6. And if we go here,
with d6,
still
feels
d5.
Very scary for black.
Yeah, it still looks like it might be lost.
Maybe just g5 to shut off any king h4 ideas.
Well,
long term.
My issue was I was kind of worried I will lose material.
Okay, rook c6.
b4 or a4, whichever one.
Play rook c6 against either one.
Yeah, so I was trying to calculate all of this stuff.
King somewhere.
g6,
King
I
G6.
guess, yeah. a5, ba. Actually, maybe f6. Yeah, I don't know. This might just be a draw by this point, yeah, because you can't even just play c4 and allow the queening, like
get a queen ending,
just trade and hold this queen ending quite comfortably. I assume.
Easy draw, that one.
Yeah. Very, very curious.
So maybe we can try and figure out what was wrong with king d5. Was it just that rook b3 ties down the black king so much?
King c6, and now we go in.
King h4.
Yeah, I was very worried something like b5, c4 will happen, but maybe the king getting to f6 is just like it trumps absolutely everything.
Yeah. Impressive by Ding, you got to say.
Yeah.
f6, giving up a pawn willingly, giving up a second pawn willingly. And
yeah. And Prague has done something very, very spectacular. I'm not sure if it's correct, though. Apparently it is. Whoa, very nice. And this is, I guess, why I saw on my screen briefly that the engine wasn't playing king c7, which is where I got the idea of playing rook b8, rook b1, rook b6, because I saw that rook c7 for some reason was the top choice. So knight b4 here, and after knight takes a6. Yeah, for a second there I was worried about knight c2, but now I realize a7 is kind of strong. And it just walks past everything.
Wow.
And becomes a queen. And this means that here you have to take, but then you lose the c6 pawn, and if you lose the c6 pawn, obviously the game just ends on the spot. Everything else collapses, as is usual in these types of endgames. And if you play rook b4, bishop b4, knight b4, a6, this is once again just a queen. Because king b8, rook b1.
b1, knight c6 after bishop a5.
Yeah. Seems like, Jordan just did not see that particular little tactic, and now the position does collapse. And this is what we're talking about here. You make one mistake in this endgame.
Yeah.
You miscalculate something, and it just ends.
Yeah, it was a combination of all these ideas. I mean, rook g1 was hinted at, forcing bishop d8, and then suddenly the e5, b4. It's just too many questions. Fortress just too far away. But knight b4 is a very impressive.
It is a very beautiful move to make. So
just awareness.
Yeah, if you want to continue living incredibly miserably, you can do this, but yeah.
Better to die quickly.
Sort of, yeah. It's one of those, yeah.
I guess bishop f6 is coming next. How does white finish this one? Is there a direct kill?
I'm tempted to try calculating, but it doesn't work. No, I'm not very.
95 or what?
Yeah, but then I wanted to do this. And then I realized that a6 actually is hanging, so I'm doing absolutely nothing with it. So yeah, but I mean, something will win here. Nothing. Bishop f6 does do a little.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether black ever really wants to take on e5. That might open floodgates on the king side. But yeah, how does white make progress? Rook Rook G1, just bishop F6.
Chad suggests knight C6, knight D5, but it doesn't look immediately clear to me. Although it does look good, like maybe just we don't even need to win by force after. Just go king D3, king C4, and like just do it quietly. Nice. But I would like to win without giving up any of my pieces for positional sacrifices. Like it feels like this should be convertible without a semblance of risk.
Yeah. How about rook B1? Rook B1. Oh, I'm just trying to set up some knight D5 threats, but maybe just after bishop F6, maybe there's nothing.
Feels very unfair that we're not just winning by 4. Here, I guess I think suddenly this is winning because I will just take on play G5 or something.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's going to happen at some point, right? Yeah. These sacrifices, something will break through.
Yeah. Actually, apparently it doesn't even go A6. It says, well, let's not give them targets, just goes rook G1 here.
And goes in. And then knight C6.
And then something, yeah. Black still can't really move anything at all.
Yeah. Jordan having a tough time, but Prag, I mean, what to say, just impressive every game. He's never in trouble either. It's always, he seems to be the one putting on the pressure, some element of control, no matter what opening it is, no matter how sharp. It's, he's another one.
Yeah.
Who's just breaking through.
Wednesday will be very, very impressive because if he wins this, he will be on +2. And as you said, I struggle to remember a single position in this tournament where he was even slightly worse. Perhaps he was maybe ever so slightly worse against Anish right out of the opening.
Okay.
But that was for like 3 moves. And, soon thereafter, he was once again being the side pushing. And apparently we missed because we have so much ground to cover, we actually missed the point in that game where he could have gotten something sizable. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean his rating under 2700. He's not great value right now. It feels like he's been a 2700 level player for a long time already.
Yeah, he's had a kind of a weird 2022 because he got invited to play the full tour, right?
Yeah,
and he actually has done very well in the tour. But that resulted in this weird situation where he played a lot more online and a lot less over the board than his direct competition.
Yeah.
Such as, let's say, Arjun and Noribek to a degree and Gukesh. So it's a very understandable trade-off. I don't think you can, very easily say no to a full participation in the tour right now. It's it gives you exposure. It actually gives you practice against the best in the world. It's not like it's some kind of a gimmick. It's a tour against the very best in the world, just at a different format. But it does limit your schedule quite a bit by having you play a very, very full schedule of online events, which does eat into your other possible activities. Knight AB8 played, obviously not very happily by Jordan, but everything else was losing faster, so I think it's a correct decision. Let's move elsewhere for a second. Fabi set up... this is very clever. Oh, I like this.
Yes.
Fabi good at chess. Hot take. And the point is, of course, white can still go G3, bishop G2, but if you want that trade, you will have to trade on E4, creating a passer for black. And if black also has a passer, you're not winning this.
Yeah, it's these small details that really separate the top few players. Again, he's showing that he doesn't even have to suffer some queen ending, which is nearly definitely drawn, but he has to be accurate. Yeah, he's just going to wait now. Just move the black king and draw any moment.
Yeah, to finish the previous kind of a detour, as Chad correctly says, there's also huge financial incentives. We shouldn't really be scoffing at the fact that full participation on the tour does make you a lot more financially secure, which is valuable in and of itself. It allows you to, to hire coaches. It allows you to participate easier in the tournaments from then onwards and so on. So, of course, that also plays a large part in the decision.
he did so well as well that he's kind of set himself up for the next couple of years in terms of not needing to worry about the pressure of earning or the pressure of kind of paying the expenses of having a coach. And, the confidence boost of beating the likes of Magnus several times that will translate to over the board classical
Absolutely,
chess.
Yeah.
So it's different routes for different players, but seems to have served Prague well at least. And I don't think he was even there wasn't kind of a situation where he was invited to the whole tour. It's just he kept qualifying because he was playing so well for the next stages, and just kind of just never stopped successes. And
in the meantime, Vincent did go for this.
Okay.
And I think maybe what he wants is, I mean, he can gain a full tempo compared to what we're discussing by giving this check first and then play rook h6. But I think, unfortunately for him, the same position is still a draw.
Because this
is a full tempo up, but you're so stalemated that you still can't. I don't think you can even come close to converting this. Like you go b3, they go, I don't know, rook b2, a4, rook a2 or something. And well, you do go a5 here.
Yeah.
And then if I take, there will be time to do something like this. Yeah.
Maybe I'd rather go for the b pawn.
I think because I kind of drew it very comfortably in my mind and then forgot how.
So, for example, rook b2. If you go a4, maybe I just worst comes to worst, I take it, and then just go behind.
Yeah, this looks like a draw. Yeah, black is so active that
2 versus 1 somehow.
Yeah. At the very least, we get 2 versus 1, and maybe we can even go for more activity.
Could his idea be to play like rook b8, for example?
In the current position.
Yeah. Just to meet ef with rook f8.
I like
if this is clever or not.
Yeah, I like. And a very valuable point here for white is that this actually loses the e-pawn. Because you cannot go neither here nor here because of either rook e5 check or rook d8, rook takes d1.
Yeah.
So this loses, but
I'm afraid that after e takes f4, though, rook f8, king e5, that taking with the rook might lead to similar checkmating ideas with g5.
Yeah, it looks like we've thrown much, if not everything, away by this point, right? It looks like this is no longer remotely clear that we're winning. Maybe we're just not. The engine does seem to indicate that this is just fine for black now.
Yeah, activity in these endgames, it's so easy to forget just for one move to kind of go grabbing pawns. I've done it so many times in my career. Just you go grab a pawn and you're suddenly your opponent's king, rook are just on their perfect squares and you can never convert. Yeah, Vincent, that'll be really disappointing because he will have thought he had some big opportunities earlier, but fair play to Ding. F6 shows that he's definitely
very clear-minded approach here, and you have to assess all these things correctly.
Ben Feingold was wrong.
Yeah, I think even Ben probably allows for some F6s in endgames.
Yeah,
you would suspect. Prague has done something somewhat unusual. He's gone knight f7. It's not like this spoils anything. I just don't quite know what the idea is. Does he want to put it on g5 or something? Why have we done this?
Okay, and then recapture with the f pawn to open up lines for the bishop.
To once again have this diagonal for the bishop. But I'm pretty sure black just goes back to, I don't know, d8 or wherever. And what have we achieved?
Come back round to e5 and sacrifice on c6 again somehow. Yeah, slightly odd. I'm sure there's a concrete reason.
Yeah, it feels like he sees something here which he just likes a great deal, and this is why he's doing it. But
and if I just come round rook g1, for example, I want to force you to move the bishop away.
Yeah. This is maybe the quite clever. We just go rook g1, rook g6, and then we go knight d6. If the bishop comes to f6, like we go rook g1. I don't know, make a move for black. I don't know, rook a7, rook g6, bishop f6, we go knight d6, and we just pick up this one.
Yeah, and knight e8 and other threats.
Yeah, and a5 really isn't ever hanging because there is a way to defend against. Yeah, rook g1 blitzed out by Prague.
Yeah, there are many ways. He just found a nice kind of prosaic way without giving up a piece on c6. Yeah, full of praise for these young guys. How about the challenger section?
Yeah, let's go have a look. Only 2 games still running.
Okay.
So something has disappeared since. What did we have? Hang on. Thomas Bertson did win this game, so like everything fell somehow. We left it here. Black played a5. He played rook f7. I was wondering if Black can't just take on f7. But I guess the point was simply to continue collecting, because a very similar thing happened in the game as well. He played king b8, knight b7, bishop b3. I guess a very cute attempt to get some kind of a opposite color bishop ending, but rook f5 says no to that. And yeah, once you're 3 down here, your winning chances, I mean, your drawing chances aren't really very good, and Black did indeed not draw this game.
Yeah. Not for Mishra, but impressive game from start to finish from Bidson, starting with that novelty or that new idea with a4.
Yeah, and we only have 2 running games left. We still have this position in which, despite White successfully trading a knight for a bishop, the fact that the opposite color bishops are left makes this still a position you can definitely lose with White. You probably shouldn't, but you definitely can, because the king will go to g8 and then eventually h7, I suppose. And with the bishop on b1, there are never any checks to that king, and the king on f2 is going to be open to all wins.
Yeah, I really don't like this in practical terms for Max, despite the fact that evaluation bar isn't too concerned. Like you say, draw the best play, but I don't know how many times you save this or how many times you draw it out of time.
Exactly, yeah. And the other one now is here. And there's been some kind of a dance. He played queen e4 here, which is very similar to our idea. We actually looked at this.
Yeah.
And Irvin chose the e8 square, not the b8 square, which is also kind of a solid square. But after queen b4, he clearly... okay. This is now a problem, right? Because if we take on e6, queen e4 followed by... Hang on, king f7 exists now, right?
Queen b3 on the last
queen b3 simply. But what about the current position? Like, why can't we take on e6 now?
Queen b6 forces you forward, I guess.
Yeah, but I'm kind of okay going to f5, I think. Unless e4 wins somehow. Maybe it does.
I can't see a way to keep forcing you. E4, can you not just take with the queen?
Yeah. This is so heartbreaking. And once again, my brain is so fried by this point that I am quite openly cheating. This was a draw, because queen b3, we just go here.
And take on e2.
And we're just very happily taking, like it's disgusting. Like if you take, I guess queen takes e2 is a draw.
Yeah.
And if you include rook d1, king c7, after queen takes a2,
c2,
this draws, because you only have the perpetual. You can't connect the rook to the attack.
Oh, wow,
and now after king f6, he's actually lost now to queen d4, and he took on e6, queen e3 check. Queen e3 check, A7, so clever. A7, A2.
Yeah.
But
how is this different? Because e2 will still hang at the end of this variation.
Yeah, so you go, I don't know, let's choose some squares.
f6.
Yeah. And White goes queen b1 here. And you can't play c2, you can't really free yourself
rook e1
very comfortably, and rook e1 is sort of coming in. This is still a position you can fail to win, I'm pretty sure. But definitely. the machine does say +2. Which honestly, I mean, considering how much material White is up, maybe is not such an obvious win, but still.
Yeah, those pawns are still scary.
Yeah. No, this is just so difficult to play, like all of these things. And let me briefly check what it said after queen e4. So in this position, best move, queen g8. Second best move is the one that Irvin actually played.
Okay.
And queen b8 is number 3. Doesn't lose, but isn't anywhere near the best.
Wow.
And the reason it isn't anywhere near the best is actually the line we were discussing. Queen d5, queen a7, queen f5. After which black goes a1. Queen f7 for some reason is more precise. King d6 we take. Take, king h2, c2. I don't understand.
It feels like black has to be mated here.
Yeah, but we actually we're actually queening first, right? So c1, queen h1 comes first. So white starts giving checks. But black can keep in touch with the e6 pawn. So I guess
queen and 3 versus queen and bishop.
Yeah, so you actually get queen f3 against queen and bishop, which is probably a draw, but who knows in practical terms.
Yeah.
This is, like the engines teach you a lot of very beautiful tricks in these types of positions.
Yeah, I feel like in the 5th, 6th, 7th hours of these sessions, I'm just saying wow a lot because the computer just takes us to another level that humans struggle to.
Yeah, and I would be saying exactly the same, but I'm the one reading out what it says. So like I have less scope to do that, but I would absolutely be saying absolutely the same wow with the same inflection as well. Yeah, it's incredible. The types of little tactics it shows in these seemingly very easily understandable endgames.
Yeah.
Whereas in the Masters, Fabi is just holding this very comfortably. He played queen d1 here against bishop c4 to hint that queen d6 check is also kind of annoying. The bishop went back, queen b1. Yeah, I'm expecting this one to wrap up pretty soon because there's just not very much to do against this setup. Yeah, Parham goes h4, but yeah, I'm not sure what that is supposed to achieve.
Yeah, it doesn't change too much. Black can just wait.
Yeah, I think we can go back to d1 as well. I don't really know
what the plan is.
Yeah, maybe if we can get h5, bishop e2, bishop f3, and then take on e4, then if black takes with the pawn, we will maybe have some very, very quick queen f5 check, queen c8 check, and b7, and that might win. But that obviously depends very, very much on black being extremely cooperative and not stopping any of our ideas at any point.
That's why I like queen d1. Just cut out h5 forever, and you never have to worry about the black king. And the other games, Vincent's chosen something else, rook c6.
Yeah, actually a very solid choice because the stuff we were analyzing until now all seemed fairly straightforward in sort of exactly how black was making a draw. Here I'm less sure.
Yeah. So I assume we have to defend our c-pawn? I don't see
I was briefly wondering about g6, g5 right now, but I don't think it's great.
And then just banking everything on the e-pawn.
Yeah, and then just sort of pretending we have a passer, but that doesn't seem fast enough. So yeah, we have to protect this. Do we do it from below or from the side?
That is the question. If we go from c1, does white specifically there have b4?
Yeah, you have to suddenly calculate all of this stuff. Yeah, rook c5.
And black can make a dash.
I assume we go in.
And then we have to count.
I want to create another passer.
Yeah, king d4,
d4 probably, or 3, I don't know. Pick a side, any side.
Let's say 4 just to hold up your b pawn.
Yeah, so e6, rook e1, rook c6. But this feels like maybe we can even do something extremely cynical like this and probably hold.
Yeah.
Because, and this is another staple of my old-timey streams with Jan. I think I once had the misfortune of uttering the words, 1 runs faster than 2. And then Jan would just mock me relentlessly. Like he would use every opportunity to like look at me, kind of smirk and say, 1 runs faster than 2, right, Peter? And I kind of stand by my point. It does sort of run faster than 2 because, it only needs to make 3 moves to become a queen and the 2 need more. If you want to queen both of them.
How would he mock you there? It's a cliche for a reason, no? It's an idiom. How about king g2 here, just to play on? I'm trying to lose here with white. But...
yeah, I think this might lose. I think you are supposed to go rook c8.
Yeah, rook c8.
I think this one you have actually lost.
I haven't
because I go
yet,
king b3 in the end, yeah?
I'm not sure I go up. Don't I go back? Like king...
If you go... you can go... yeah, you haven't lost. Yeah, you're completely fine. No, you're not.
Oh,
because I'm defending king b2 here.
Yeah, then you force me back and then you take
on and then I take, So you have actually lost this, weirdly. No, but you go rook c8, you run no risk. But
yeah, of course.
But I am assuming this is probably a draw. Question mark, question mark. I don't know. I still actually haven't found a draw here.
Maybe black doesn't need to let the pawns run. Maybe there's a clever way of...
like rook b6 first or something, yeah?
Yeah, or even last move, for example, before king d4, just rook e2 or...
rook e2, no, but that doesn't quite work. Rook e4, rook b2 maybe.
Yeah, rook b2, something like this.
Rook b2, and then we start pushing. Yeah, very possibly. Very possibly. It looks like it should be okay for black, frankly. Because of how active the king is, and when you're playing two pieces against one, which is pretty much what's happening here, you generally don't suffer all that much.
Yeah, this could be quite relevant. I know we're quite way down the line, but he has played rook c1.
Rook c1 played, yeah. This might actually have some relevance in the evaluation.
Because if you don't play b4 here, it's going to be very similar.
So we can take first
potentially.
But then g5, right? Is this in time?
g5, e6, rook c2, mating.
Yeah, that's the same position. Yeah, we lost it again to g4, king f4. Yeah. But we can kind of avoid mating ourselves into moves here by making a slightly better move, maybe? Which one, though?
Yeah. We don't have that many options.
We can go b4, c4, and e6 here.
b4 is slightly worried about rook c2 anyway.
Oh, already, yeah.
Oh, but then g4, you can always just take with a check.
Yeah, that's a yeah. Is it a draw?
Oh, wait.
We might be losing that, yeah, because like rook c3 and
cb, yeah.
No, but actually I can go into this pawn ending. This is probably winning for white, actually.
Yeah, let's not calculate this one.
Yeah, let's not calculate that. Yeah, we're getting a little bit delirious here, obviously, but
there's, I mean, these motifs at least are in the air. Maybe not the move orders we're suggesting, but yeah, I mean, certainly Vincent has to be slightly careful if he's really trying to push the boat out to win.
No, I mean, obviously he has a draw at any point here, but yeah, if he wants to play for a win, he needs to pay attention that he doesn't stumble into some of these things which could suddenly become a bit double-edged. There is a mention in chat of g4 being the only move, but because we are showing things slightly too quickly, I think, it's now impossible to trace back which position is being referred to. fe5 played. Okay.
Rook c2 first rather than g5 also makes a lot of sense.
Does it?
Does it not? e6 still g5 wins for black.
Yeah, but what are we trying to avoid by this? Like this allows rook f6, king e5 from g6, which wasn't on the table earlier.
This is potentially a difference, but here rook takes b2. Surely that c pawn is.
Yeah, I mean we're not really losing this very much, right? Yeah, the king is just so poor on h3.
Yeah.
If I could play king g4 and you like, if I could do this. c3, rook h8.
And then we race.
I would maybe be somewhat interested with white. But the problem is king g4, we go c3, and c2 already is kind of winning the rook. So
yeah,
actually rook h8, but I guess maybe even rook b5 here. And starting to just intercept.
Force white super passive.
Yeah, you kind of have to prove you have a draw here with white, maybe.
Yeah.
I have a feeling we're not the side playing for a win here at all. Like it's not us playing for a win anymore.
Yeah, but there must be a way to give up the white rook and push the pawns.
Has to be. Yeah. Rook c2. Let us actually check this a little bit because maybe we're talking entirely
out of somewhere.
Out of incorrect orifices.
Yeah, and if we don't play rook f6. Actually, by elimination, there's not that many logical moves.
Yeah, shockingly, there's even a third move that makes a draw here. Like we know rook c2 and g5 are draws, but apparently even rook b1 is kind of okay, which is really kind of taking the piss a little bit. Yeah,
just 2 pawns down and chill. Nobody ever plays rook b1, of course.
Yeah, so he is just completely fine now.
Yeah, so. b4 g5 was the line we were talking about via transposition.
Yeah, before g5 we get to where we're supposed to get to.
And g4.
I assume rook f6 is still a draw, but it's a kind of a draw you don't particularly want to be making, right? So g4, hg, king g3 is still fine. And yeah, black is completely risk-free. Like you can make a draw in any which way. Like rook takes a3 is a very easy draw here. Whatever you do here is a very easy draw, I'm pretty sure.
Maybe we even just give some checks and take on h2.
Yeah,
white runs.
That as well. Yeah, like you zero risk.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will be kind of heartbreaking for Vincent because he's, like in particular after this game, having not won this, he'll be on -3 and feeling kind of down. But he's missed some, I think, very legitimate winning chances, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He was...
Especially kind of that moment when he could have taken on a4 a bit earlier, or as you say, just gone really direct rather than kind of finessing it with all those rook maneuvers that...
Yeah, I thought there was an earlier game in the tournament where he was also completely winning, but I can't now recall which one there was. Maybe I'm just hallucinating.
Not just in this game.
Yeah, I thought in general, like he's on -3 with a lot of kind of equity missed, but I can't now recall. I don't think he was doing particularly well against Wesley. I don't think he was doing particularly well against Levon. I mean, he was fine against Levon at some point, but not better.
Yeah.
So maybe I'm just hallucinating.
But he could have held maybe the 2 of the 3 games he'd lost, and
yeah, he
like
was better against
Parham
Parham in round 1 in that weird Reti, but I don't think that counts properly because he was never really winning. He was better, but not winning.
Mm-hmm. And he's played a4, so dodging the big blunder e6 when he would have been.
Yeah, but now after g5, he still has to bail. I assume
really
it's
G4.
Check. Yeah, g4 check and
taking g3 was the easiest for black.
But yeah, this is just very, very comfortable.
Yeah,
we don't have to think anymore. Just start giving checks. It's just
all the checks. Yeah,
automatic draw. No thinking required anymore. Yeah, Ding saves another difficult position, and yeah, I don't know how to think about Ding's tournament so far because
how to assess his form.
Yeah, it's sort of unimpressive, but also, you know, much as I sort of despise this particular narrative, I don't think it's ever properly correct. But it does feel like he is being a bit cagey,
holding back somehow. Or...
Yeah, he's playing openings he is not as comfortable with, and just generally he feels like you know, he's playing himself in without really trying to sort of go full bore.
Mm-hmm. And he's only lost 1 game, and that one he just kind of missed the moment against Prague, and suddenly he was on the back foot and couldn't save. It can happen to anyone, so it's not as if he's kind of shedding rating and kind of just.
Well, he's probably shedding some
still
rating because I think he's on 50% and he's rated 28-11. So
it could be worse, though.
Yeah,
I mean, anything within a
possible.
10-point margin is nothing too drastic. So yeah, I'm still reserving judgment on Ding. I still think just playing alone is going to be such a relief to him. He hasn't played too much over the board, apart from candidates, of course.
Everything up to king g3 still already on the board, and Ding is now, I guess, considering if maybe has some winning chances, but unlikely. Yeah. Now that White demonstrated that blundering mate is not on the horizon, I don't think there is much in a way of winning chances for black. Yeah, rook b2 played. You can pretend with e6 a little bit, but the problem is, like, I will give a check and then I can just go king f6 here if I want, or give a bunch of checks and then play king f6, which is probably
rook takes
the prescribed way. Yeah.
Yeah,
this is actually a bit weird, right? So we actually do give a bunch of checks first. Check, check.
I'll just keep checking you until you're over at d2 or something. And then I'll go after your h pawn at the right.
No, even like this already is just a very clear draw. The moment h2 is hanging, it's already like a very, very clear cut draw. No issues.
Yeah, I think we're racing towards this handshake. Vincent, we see him leaning back. Yeah, he knows.
He absolutely does know. Parham brought up the king to h3. Yeah, we'll keep Vincent on our screens because I think like this is not going to last very long. But we can talk about other positions. Parham is trying. He did find the square for the king where there are no checks. I don't know what the threat is, but as you correctly said, like you're running no risk, so why not continue? There is no real reason not to play on. It's not as if you can lose this.
Yeah, he's definitely not a member of the Chicken Chess Club putting a king on h3. But yeah, the black bishop can never really check.
Not really. Yeah, it's
maybe
difficult to imagine.
trying to provoke black to play f4 or something, and then he'll start running back, and he'll be like, okay, you loosened yourself slightly. I don't really see anything there for white.
Yeah, I think that the bigger question is, let's say if I just decide I don't care and play, I don't know, queen b4, or it's already been on before, and you can put it back. And is bishop e2 f3 enough of a threat for black to care? I don't know.
I mean, it's the only idea for white, I guess. So, that's why he's putting the king there. But
yeah. And in Vincent's game, this is now the structure. So not Vincent, Jordan's game. And yeah, you just, I don't know, you can throw in knight d3, provoke this trade, create some threat of knight f4, and then go from there. You can win it and I think in a wide variety of ways now.
Yeah, that looks like a sensible way to start.
You can include a6 at any point just to stop rook b7 being even a sort of a legal move you have to discuss. Like a6, then, I don't know, you play knight d3, you take, and then you either play knight f4 or you put it back on b4 and start, I don't know, crawling in with the bishop.
Yeah.
Something will happen here. You know something will happen. Bishop a5, bishop b6, also a threat.
Yeah, I guess black has to kind of oscillate between c7 and a7 with rook a7 just to force you to put it back, and then...
Yep.
And then wait. Yeah, rook c7. Yeah, this one is grim. I'm slightly surprised he hasn't found anything more direct, Bragg. It feels like he could have finished this off already, but okay, meanwhile, there we see handshake.
Yep.
Vincent and Ding have drawn.
That game did eventually disappear off of our screens. Prague still thinking after 4, and Fabi still thinking after king h3. And in the challengers, yeah, this endgame is becoming, I wanted to say more and more problematic with each passing move, but somehow the engine still thinks this is somewhat okay, despite white having lost the pawn on a2 and not really made very much progress.
Yeah. It's strange. This, to me, looks almost winning for black, especially if any opposite color bishop endgames now, after, for example, queen d8 check in the coming moves, if that one is winning for black, which I think it might well be, then how are you going to hold this? Is the idea to create some counterplay with g5, bishop c3, go for the black king, maybe? King g8 played. And yeah, the reason I'm skeptical about a draw if queen d8 in the game position is just because black's a pawn is going to tie down the white bishop so much.
Yeah, also I think Max himself doesn't believe it's a draw because he's had at least one opportunity to do it already, and like in terms like in the context of that endgame, I think I'd much rather have my pawn on g3.
Unless...
So like, oops, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, take on c4, I assume. Unless he's trying to set up like a barrier for the black king. So, for example, putting a pawn on f5, g4, king on f4, and then just...
Yeah, let's actually try this after g4. King g8 looks logical, actually, to kind of recreate the threat of queen takes g4, and now we go in, yeah, and we play f5, and we put the king on f4. And we claim that this is clever, right? Because...
No way through.
Yeah. Some position like this might actually be a fortress, because we go king g3, king f4. This stays on a5.
Yeah, wow.
We can also just move the bishop because a6, a5 is never going to be a winning sacrifice. We don't care about g6. We don't care about g5.
Yeah, I think this specifically, if he misses the moment, then it might be too late. But this specifically might draw.
He's played king g8.
Yeah,
allowing. It's becoming very relevant. Whoa, okay.
If you take a time out and allow the black queen to move.
So we go in.
Yeah.
Black can wait with bishop takes c4, but I don't know what is smarter. Like you can play f5, but I think I'm playing g5 actually.
But now, and you put the white king on d4 to stop the black king coming in. If I take on c4, I want to get the black king in somehow.
Yeah, so in this position, I need to be able to meet king h5 with king g3 probably. So I wait somewhere down the middle. Like I go bishop a5 here, king h7, bishop b6, king g6. I chill.
And if I...
But this feels like I will lose to f6, right?
Yeah.
Probably. I don't know. Or not. Or not. I don't know. GF, king takes f6, bishop c3, check. It's another one of those where I kind of don't feel like making a bigger fool of myself than is absolutely required. So
king e6 and black
my suggestion is we watch.
Yes.
and we don't commit to any assessment because I feel like I don't trust myself.
We need chat to help us. If after queen d8 it's less than -2, -3, then it probably means it's a draw. But yeah, I do think f5 is probably the only try for black there.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's a really nice kind of barrier.
Yeah, this I do think is just a draw because you can't try this because it always runs into bishop a5, bishop d2 check, so you get stopped on h6. And if you go in that direction, you go no further than d7, b7. This construction just holds with the king on f4. So yeah, you have to go here. And another way to try and claim this as a draw would be just to just go gf. We'd probably go f6, right?
Quite likely. Although there, I don't know if the white king can always hold the f pawn on f5.
It's possible he could, yeah. No, this is way too confusing for me 6 hours in.
Yeah,
I'm just going to pretend this position doesn't exist and just watch what happens.
That's one way of looking at it. Yeah, we would need half an hour of kind of sitting there thinking, analyzing.
Yeah, and this is apparently back to being equal. Hilariously, because white did not play queen b1. I mean, played queen b3. Once again, I think a perfectly human decision. Seems like a more active move than queen b1, but the king ran to d7, and now king g2 is clever because we want rook h1 and e4 is taken away. But for some reason, this is supposedly okay for black. I have no idea why that would be.
Yeah, this looks winning.
Yeah. Is it actually that you can play queen c4, rook d1, and then find the square where we not get mated, like king c6 maybe?
How are we not getting mated though?
I have no idea.
Queen d6.
I want to run via those squares.
But worst comes to worst, I play rook e1 or rook. Rook e1, queen c6. Sorry.
Yeah. Currently, there's a threat, but maybe this wins, right? Because
rook d6,
rook d6, king a5.
And
I have no idea. Maybe
black's better
now. Yeah, because I think if I get to b3, I'm going to start playing for a win.
Wow, could this
very
be
unironically? We can win. We can win the queen here, but I still don't know if we're better, right?
Is this enough? Yeah. Whoa,
this is very LOL.
Every endgame seems study like. It's just crazy.
This is extremely LOL to me. Yeah, like the kinds of positions we see every round. Seemingly without effort is just, and like shades of that Noribek's victory over Parham, right?
Yeah,
with the black king trying to find some kind of a safe haven on the queen side.
Massive shades of that endgame.
Yeah.
Wow, queen c4. We need help here. Is that the only move? Because it might well be too late in a second.
No. Queen c4, not in the top 3. Only move makes a draw, apparently.
d3.
Not really very findable, I think, for a human being. The only move making a draw here is queen e5.
Queen e5, okay.
Yeah.
I was hoping queen d3 and then queen d5 check is the answer to rook h1. So similar idea, but queen e5.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's ask about queen d3. Queen d3 loses specifically to rook e1. And somehow the position after queen d5, king g1 is winning for white, weirdly. Yeah, he's played queen c4. Once again, very hard to criticize, very normal. And in the line that we're giving, basically all of this is correct. But the problem for black is that give a check. And for some reason, king a6 is bad. I don't know. And here we give a check from d8 and it doesn't get to a5.
Okay, but why king a6?
Yeah, let me try and understand. Why haven't we played king a6?
Because this I can understand.
King a6, so king a6, many moves are winning, but the fastest winning move here is rook d4. And then we get here, and then we play queen d6, king a5, and rook d4 again. And we stop black from crossing the fourth, and c2 is never ever playable. Yeah, but this is one of those where, like, yeah, you like it's possible you make all of these moves
just
by making but by making them one after another, just sort of choosing a move you like in a given position and making it.
Yeah,
but finding this sort of from the get-go, and he's gone. Yeah, he's gone queen e7 without the check on d6, which is still winning.
Most likely. Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, but after king b6, he will have to go back to that line. Yeah, queen d8, I guess.
But queen d8 is much more
now
findable.
Yeah. Now it is very findable. Yep.
Yeah, just to stop the black king from running. Meanwhile, Peter, the other game in the challenges, I think we won't have to bang our heads against the wall too much. He was really clever, I've got to say, Max, playing f5. I think he found a way.
Well, the question is, can't we go king h7?
Yeah, I think the idea is that the black queen doesn't escape. Oh, wait, I thought we could trap her. Queen d8, queen b6.
Yeah, we probably can, actually. Yeah, actually, we can chase. We can chase.
Queen e7.
Ah, queen e7, yeah.
But then we take on c6, and then we're probably happy.
Oh, yeah, because this doesn't threaten a single check, and we now have queen h1, queen a8 at the very least. So yeah, and I mean finding queen e7 here
is nice.
This is, by the way, move 54. This is the second time control, and he did it on seconds.
Yeah,
this is unbelievably impressive by and yeah, king b6, queen d8 does look now like everything from here on out will be findable, because black just loses the queen very clearly to the rook checks, and then hang on, how? Not very difficult, actually. Yeah, like if you try to avoid it, you just get mated.
It's mate, right? With also queen a8 was and this one as well.
Yeah. So I guess in order not to get mated, you have to play queen c7, but then simply rook d6, rook d7, and yeah, this one isn't very exciting anymore.
Yeah, so well played, Owen. Yeah, unlucky there in the like endgame.
Very, very unlucky, because he was sort of given a second lease on life there, but finding queen e5 here, like if it's specifically only queen e5 in this position, once again, you might stumble into it by luck, but working it out is extremely, extremely hard.
I guess it does create a threat of c2 as well, which is very helpful. And by analogy with the Abdus Torov against Carlsen endgame, queen on e5, you can never go wrong as black. Just control so many squares.
Yeah. No, it's a move that might occur to you, but it's not easy. And queen c4 does look logical. You do want to calculate something very direct, and I think you get very drawn to this idea because you do. Like it either loses straight away or it kind of draws straight away. Unfortunately for Erwin here, it's one and not the other.
Well, there's a king on g4 in Magzulu against Caruana.
Yeah,
who's playing for the win? I'm not sure.
Well,
must be a way to give a perpetual check here as black.
Yeah,
I would think you start with queen e6, but
we can win the h5 pawn with checks. But then the bishop on e4 no longer has support. Like we can simply play like queen e6, queen f5.
Yeah.
If you go to e3, I have queen c5 check. So I assume it goes in this direction. But then we can win the h5 pawn with check. But it goes all the way back to g1, and then this g3 bishop g2 thing is sort of back on the menu a little bit.
Yeah.
Which I assume Fabi is not a huge fan of, and he's made a very long move here before b1, saying I don't really need to calculate anything just yet because I don't believe you have a threat that I need to address very seriously.
And the idea is just to get the bishop off prise on e4, so queen f4, queen b6.
Yeah,
makes sense.
And Prague is just wrapping things up here against Jordan. He's done it after a6. Jordan didn't even play bishop f8, so he allowed a7. And now knight takes e6 is also a threat, overloading everything. So knight g8 was played. And I think from here on out, it is like purely a matter of taste how you win. And Prague chose to win by also putting the knight on b8, which I think is quite cute. Knight b8, king e8. And now he'll just take on g8, take on c6. Full dominance. Just does feel quite clean from here on out. We just take on d8, I guess bishop takes, we take on c6, rook a3, we go king f4. Let's say bishop takes h4, we take on g7.
Yeah.
And we are coasting from here.
Yeah, that black king is getting mated.
Rook a6 still sort of continues the game for a couple of moves, but...
Rook c3 C7.
Yeah, I guess rook c7. It feels a bit meh to be making such a kind of a passive move for now,
but
yeah, we just want the king on e6, and then the game will just stop.
Also, or a pawn on e6.
Yeah, or that. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Nicely done by Prague. Seems to have perhaps out-prepared Jordan a little bit in the opening and hasn't really let go. You could maybe take issue with some minor choices along the way, but nothing that requires much comment.
Yep.
By the way, here, what would be your preferred way of drawing this?
Good question. Let's do a bit of calculation.
My point is, if you do nothing, if you continue chilling, black will take and play king h6, h5, and like somewhere here you'll have to make a decision, because you cannot keep the king on h5, because after bishop b1 you are actually in zugzwang. So you're either allowing the a pawn to run, which I'm pretty sure you aren't allowing, or you're allowing the king to cross to h3.
Yeah.
And then you have to think a little bit about things, I assume. It's not very much, but you might have to think a little bit about things. And the reason I'm asking is I think there is an option right now to play g5.
Yeah. Bishop takes.
Bishop takes, take with the bishop, maybe. And then put it back on c3 and put the king on e5 and claim that this actually does lock the entire board up.
And if I take with the g pawn?
Yeah, gf is worrying me slightly, yeah.
I don't think
it's very clean, yeah.
Still not sure I come round with the black king, or how I come round, but maybe the long
No
way.
need. I think the other one actually is a draw. He's gone bishop g2. So black.
This is clever. King h6 is always met by king g4 check if there's trade of pawns.
Yeah, you can't even get there, yeah. Arguably. Although like takes, maybe bishop.
Now I wait on g4 and f4.
Check.
Now I wait on g.
Now maybe we actually go to h4.
Or g3 maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Still very, very much a cage. Still not much to be done. So yeah, I think we are kind of waiting for the conclusion of the challengers. This will be a draw. This one, will most likely win. There's really no way to avoid heavy material losses. The one big question is actually how do we queen c5, queen e6, of course, yeah. And then rook d7, and you do get mated eventually. Yeah, so Erwin unfortunately will lose, and in the Masters we do know how this will end. There's really not very much intrigue left in this position, whereas here the game is sort of still alive, but hard to see how Fabi loses.
Yeah, I don't think Max Sidley will try too hard in this position.
Well,
with king on g4.
He's had plenty of opportunities to kind of wrap things up by this point and refused every single one of them, so who knows.
But Fabi's kind of answered all the questions very nicely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think bishop b1 might be just a very safe way of doing things. Did we find a way? Oh no, we
bishop
didn't find a way
b2. Like, what's the next move? If I get the bishop forward to f3, does this not become a bit worrying? Is maybe queen e5 though? Yeah, maybe we kind of go on the offensive suddenly.
Telling me I might be regretting. Actually, yeah, big time regretting not bailing out. Suddenly there's mating ideas of bishop f5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure this is still a draw, but you actually kind of need to think now.
Yeah, white is the one making it now. I can't even... Or maybe I can run king h3. Oof. Yeah, I don't want to backtrack. That can't end well.
Yeah, queen b2 chosen by Parham. I guess the simplest is just to put it back on e4.
Bishop b4, yeah.
Yeah, there might be... Hang on, queen d1 check? Bishop b2. Sorry. Yeah, that probably is suboptimal.
Even
that doesn't look great, yeah.
Yeah, bishop b4, just b7 is always met by queen d7.
Queen d7, queen takes b7, yeah. This is
just a show.
A well-established way to just get everything off the board.
Yeah, so we're predicting still a draw on this one, even if it continues.
Yeah, and in Jordan's game, just to show one final variation, which is completely irrelevant, and actually bishop d8 loses faster to rook c8, but a kind of a very useful way to think about these positions is having the d5 pawn on the board here is like, without that pawn, you would maybe have to calculate a little bit. Yeah. With the pawn on d5, the king gets to d6, and the game ends immediately because we just give mate or promote both of our pawns or something. You know, we win by overwhelming advantage here.
Yeah, that's nice.
And in fact, I think Jordan just resigned after rook c7 because there really isn't no way to continue. Like either this happens, or the line we just showed happened.
Yeah.
So yeah, very nice victory for Prague. Well played to the young man. He is now on +2, a full point behind the leader. So perhaps time to talk about the standings a little bit, right? With the round pretty much concluding, we will have Noribek on 5.5 out of 7, leading by a full point, ahead of Prague, Anish, and Wesley, who started with 5 draws and then won 2 in a row. Today with Black against Gukesh, and yesterday he beat Vincent with the white pieces in that very complicated game in the anti-martial. And Fabi will also have 4.5 out of 7 after he eventually draws. We assume he draws, right?
Yeah.
He is currently on 4 out of 6. So Noribek will be ahead of like 1/3 of the field on +2. Very strange stratification of the field we are observing here with that's actually very remarkable because Noribek is on +4, then there will be 4 people on +2, and nobody on +1. There's nobody on +3, but that is okay. But there's also nobody on +1.
Is Levon on +1?
Oh no, sorry, yeah. So that's regrettable.
Otherwise, it would be such a
that's yeah. That would have been such a weird artifact, but unfortunately, Levon is on +1. Yeah, I was lying to chat again. Yeah.
No, it's curious stat. I've seen similar scenarios kind of unfold in these round robins.
At the bottom, we will have Gukesh on scarcely believable -4. Really, really strange to watch him struggle this much, but this is what we're watching. And by the way, Fabi has done something kind of unusual. Queen e6 check and
Queen f7,
and
we win the bishop.
Yeah, but like b7 queens the pawn. No, so he actually believes this is in a perpetual, I assume, right? Like we take on f1 and we just give checks.
All the checks.
All of the checks.
King f2.
f5,
King g1,
c5. And if you do this, you might not be able to actually.
Queen a7 might.
Queen a7. Oh, so queen b4, I guess. Yeah.
And draw. Queen a7, draw queen e1.
Queen a7, queen e1. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, to calculate this though, it's unless there was something specifically wrong with bishop e4. Feels like a bit of a hair-raising.
Yeah, but Fabi just, I guess, trusts himself a lot more than I would have trusted myself in this position. Or maybe there was something wrong with bishop before as well. Like if you spot a problem here, maybe you continue calculating. But yeah, it's not how I would have been making this draw, but it does look like it's a draw pretty safely. Queen f5 played, I think, very much confirming that he is intending to pick up the bishop because otherwise it makes no sense what he's doing.
Yeah. Which way is there a difference which way white goes? King g3.
I don't think so. I think we still give a check from here and it should still be a very comfortable perpetual.
Yeah.
I think we always have squares.
I was hoping for Queen f2, but it feels a bit risky suddenly for black. Suddenly for white.
Yeah, because you never have checks from this diagonal, like from a5. I think this always draws very, very comfortably.
I have to misplace my queen so badly on a7 that I can never.
And chat says bishop before bishop a6. So yeah, this could explain things because suddenly
it's easy to miss.
Yeah, suddenly b7 is a very legitimate threat, and we've also placed the bishop on such a square that this now will very certainly not be a perpetual because it will constantly be in the way of our own checks.
Yeah.
Once again, restating my incredibly hot take, Fabi good at chess.
I do wonder how some of these positions are. For example, if Black wins the G pawn and then gives up his bishop for the White B pawn, I don't know how. This
let's just put it on the board straight away. Yeah, and somehow this survives.
Yeah, and somehow this survives.
We just go like King H8, you go bishop F3,
and then I either give a bunch of checks or I just put my queen on
G8.
G8, or F8.
Yeah. So like Queen F8, and if you actually establish this, we just assume. Oh, hang on. This will probably lose because there will be a tsug, an immediate tsug actually.
Yes,
and we've lost.
No stalemates,
and we've lost because this looks like a stalemate, but actually isn't a stalemate because you still have moves with the G pawn.
But yeah, I guess before White can establish that setup, just to kind of, I don't know, keep the queen on E8, well, maybe before you get Queen G6 or Queen G5 here would always, just to put the queen on E8, because I think if you ever play Queen G6, I always take you. And I think if I'm in the corner, it's always a draw.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay, we don't need to.
It's a bit risky. Yeah, it would be an interesting thing to discuss. In general, but it does look like this probably also holds. Yeah, in the meantime, F1 is gone, White played B7, and now we give checks from whichever squares.
How careful do we have to be? Do we have to stop the White king running towards the queen side?
Probably, yeah, I wouldn't want to.
D3 feels...
Yeah, like G3, F5 looks cleaner than E1 allowing King G4. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever allowing King G4 here. I really don't want the hassle at my time of life.
Yeah, I was wondering if I could go towards the Black bishop somehow, but I don't think it quite works. Queen D3, King F2, Queen F5, King E1. But I think you always have...
hang on a second, how is this a draw?
Queen E4.
E4, G2, G3, and F1. Yeah.
F1, yeah. And then, King D2, Queen D3 again. Or maybe Queen F2. Yeah.
And if G1, we have this, and this is also an immediate draw. Actually, here White maybe has to be like Queen takes G2 might win for all we know.
Yeah.
No real need for White to run too many risks. Like this may be a bit overdoing this a little bit. The whole let's enjoy the game until it really, really ends.
Push it too far.
Yeah.
Yeah, they found a nice kind of way to test each other and force the draw in the end. But that has been the most likely result for a long, long time.
For a long, long time, it does feel like that. And returning to the kind of a wrap up, Gukesh on -4, which, as I said, I'm pretty sure nobody had that on their prediction card before the tournament started. Gukesh was definitely one of the hottest, like even in a field as full of really, really bright, young, hot stars. Gukesh was, the way 2022 went, you would have assumed he is definitely one of the favorites, but he is struggling. Like full blown struggle. Queen E1 check played. Whoa, okay. I'm curious. I mean, still a draw apparently, but why?
King D4.
Yeah, like why are we allowing this?
Yeah, I really am, not confused, but just a bit surprised at least, because it seemed to be very straightforward to make a draw. In other ways, Joyce. Oof. Yeah, you'll get dinner soon, Joyce.
Yeah, I'm not even asking him to do anything here, although we could. Yeah, high five.
Whoa. Yep. It's like a full-on bear claw. That
well played,
that high
sir.
Five.
Well played, sir. Oops.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit worried for Fabi. King D4. What's wrong with?
Yeah, so let's find the draw, because the bar does seem to indicate that we haven't actually thrown the game.
Maybe White's king, even if it runs the whole way up the board to B6, A7, then it's going to get kind of checked in front of its own pawn.
More high fives. So what are we playing here?
I don't know, Queen E4, I guess. Queen e4, king c5, queen
Yeah,
e7.
I can't. Hang on a second. I need to memorize what you're saying because I can't move the mouse. And also, Nizaki is asking. I wonder if high five happens with just the hand. It sort of does. By this point, I think he trusts that he will get rewarded.
High 10 is asking too much, right? That's high 10 is asking too much.
No, I think he'll fall. Yeah, he doesn't like losing balance, but I think he is stable enough on one paw on my knee that he can still do that. Хватит попрошайничать, хватит. Иди, зверюга. Все, давай, слезай.
You should take him with you on the space station, on the spaceship when you go visit Daniel.
Yeah, it's much better. Yeah. So, hey, seriously though,
Queen e7.
Let's find a draw here because this is bugging me by this point.
Yeah, I don't want to start checking on light squares somehow. I want to keep on dark squares. So Queen e7.
Yeah, b6.
Queen d8.
You have d8 a5. It's not even very difficult. You have d8 a5.
Should be fine.
In fact, like if you do that, like I could become a bit interested. Right? Yeah, I could become a bit interested in life.
But he's
this is clever. Hang on a second. We're getting this maybe.
He's going forward.
How do you not allow that after Queen e7? King c4 maybe. Yeah.
King c4, Queen c6.
Yeah, King b6 loses. King c4 only move is what chat is telling us.
King c4 only move.
Only move. Yeah.
So
well, I mean, if b6 loses c4, obviously is only move because everything else basically loses a queen.
Yeah, but Parham could be thinking that King b6 is a repetition anyway, and he's been the one pushing it. Could he overpress?
Yeah, this is actually kind of cute that we've been selling this narrative that black has to be a bit precise, and Pabi just says no. I am not the side to be precise here. Show me the. I'm assuming King f4 is a draw, right? I don't think King f4 loses. Although by this point, I'm not sure of anything anymore.
I mean, black doesn't have too many checks there, right? So Queen h4, you come back and.
Well, I mean, g3.
Oof.
But then, yeah, like this gets a bit confused. I assume it's a draw, but it gets a bit confusing.
Yeah, King.
I'm sorry.
King d2 or King d4. Suddenly it's not easy. Yeah, you're right. It's yeah, we've been kind of one-track minded, kind of tunnel vision, looking for the white win. But
yeah, Fabi is once again on point. Yeah,
very good at chess.
I assume Parham doesn't go King b6. I don't think like having gotten here, it's also move 61, so he will get additional time. So it's
fine as the margin. For example, King c4, Queen c7. Well, I really want to play Bishop a2 here. And I think I get 2 versus 1 queen ending after King d5, Bishop a2. Yeah,
but I don't know. I think I probably can play King e4, maybe even King g4. People are asking why he has 15 minutes time because this is the very, very last properly slow tournament on the calendar where this is like a proper 7-hour tournament. 3-time controls.
He's played King b6.
If he loses this game, he will be mightily upset.
Whoa.
He
doesn't look too happy on the camera. Maybe he genuinely feared something after King c4. It did look a bit scary to go back somehow, but King b6, he's going
King b6, we go Queen d8, I guess, right?
Yeah.
And
that's
now,
the thing, right?
And the point is the worst that happens is bishop gets traded for b7 and h5 falls, or is it even worse than that? This is now my question.
Okay, so already it's quite a narrow path. So King A7.
I think we have to go King a7, check, King b8, Bishop
e4. Yeah.
And I want to make a good move here.
But white's never getting that king out from in front of the pawn, right? There's always going to be checks to push it back in front.
Let's see what happens if I play g4 here.
Okay. We also have to calculate some king and pawn endings.
We can
positions.
Yeah, we can actually, like, if I can avoid checks, we can go King g8 somewhere, right? Maybe even immediately, honestly, because Queen b3, Bishop d5,
Bishop d5, yeah,
or even Queen d5, as a matter of fact. This is how you win, I guess. You just go King g8, Queen b3, we play Queen d5,
and then just take it.
And then we just snap on b7 and go after things. This is like 5 tempi in advance or something. Like we have. We are very, very far ahead of the clock. Hang on, why was King c5 losing?
Queen F? No.
No. C7, C7, F4? No. A5? No. Why was this losing? Okay. D8 is actually a draw.
D8 is a draw.
E3 is winning.
E3,
and D6 is winning somehow.
D6, maybe it's the same thing. D6, King A7, Queen C5.
D6 basically forces you into the corner, right? Like King, you have to go there because King A5,
Queen C5 wins.
Queen B5.
Wait.
I'm so confused. Like even here, I get unbelievably confused by this endgame. It's
Queen C7,
B6,
Queen B6, Queen A. It's like a merry-go-round again.
D6 is also a draw, so it's only Queen E3. It's like specifically Queen E3.
Whoa! And now you have to go C7, right?
And he played Queen E3 instantly. Well, not instantly, but kind of quickly, yeah. And now I want to watch Parham think because I'm a bad person.
That's a very bad person. Queen E3. King C7 is forced, right? Because otherwise the bishop gets back in with some checks. King A5, that's Queen A7.
Yeah. So the thing I was saying about nobody on +3. Apologies. Wasn't true.
Nordebek's lead. Maybe not as big as we thought it would be.
So why does King B5 lose? I've been trying to work that out.
Bishop D3.
Yeah, King B4.
Queen B6. Queen F6. Bishop C4.
Do we want Bishop C4? I'm not sure this is an improvement. We might actually have some kind of a clever, quiet move here of some sort, like Queen D6 might be winning now or something. Because King C3, I will give a check from here and claim this is an improvement, and probably is an improvement.
Yeah.
This is so confusing. Yeah, he's going King C7. Yeah, but King C7 is understandable. Now we lose. Like, the problem with King C7 is like play becomes simpler for black. I think we give this check.
You have to go.
I think if you go towards the center, you get mated.
Yeah, King D8, Queen D6. Minimum now. You go Queen B8 and Bishop E4.
Yeah, that's plenty good enough. Because here it's just a full pawn on B7. Like white has no counterplay. Hang on, F7 though. No.
For a second, I thought
it was very close, right? It was very close. It might even maybe be. No, it's not winning because there are checks from B1. No. I mean, you do H5. Maybe you do win like long term.
Yeah,
but no. Yeah, we want more. We want more than that. So yeah, the choice here. And what about King G7? F5, E8.
Queen C6. Surely.
You just give mate with checks. Yeah. Somehow E7, like E6, F8, D6. Yeah, eventually you corral it, and not Queen
D7, Queen F7.
Yeah. This setup will be unavoidable. Yeah, you have to go into the corner now. No, hang on. We haven't refuted King D8 fully yet, right? So
maybe something similar.
Yeah. Maybe we can just Bishop. No, we can't. Bishop King D8.
5.
We have actually lost this if we do it.
But can we? That's tricky. Bishop E4. Oh wait, there's still no. I thought I could go Queen F6 in some positions.
Queen D. Winning. But we don't have. We no longer have mating squares, right? Like we still have a very safe perpetual here with Queen D7, Queen F5, for instance. So Bishop D5, Bishop C6, but
where's the mate? Okay, let's go back one move. So before we move the bishop, so
D8 played in the meantime, so this becomes relevant now.
Wow. Okay. Spot the mate. Let's do this without asking.
We're being told the line 2 against 1 on one flank is the engine line.
It is.
So we actually got there, but we just didn't. We didn't believe ourselves.
It feels like it should be mate, no?
Yeah, but like the engine advantage here doesn't say mate, like it says winning, but mate would have been the entire bar being black.
Okay, so how did we get there? We started with queen
d8, d6, b8, basically. D6, b8, king f7 only move, and now bishop a2, I guess, is the only winning move.
That's crazy.
Okay, if Fabi does all that, I think Fabi actually does do all that.
Yeah, but he has a long think here, Fabi, surely. And Parham, he's just playing because there's only kind of one line at the moment. Everything else loses for white, so he's just going to take it step by step. He must be thinking he's losing.
Yeah. Jalil says, tell us the truth, Paul Borta. Dubov suggesting you lines again. For a change, no. For a change, this was David suggesting lines to me, not Dubov. I'm very far gone. I'm not suggesting any lines myself, but I think for a while now I've been listening solely to David. What do you want, Doggo? Doggo, you got fed already. What?
My theory is that Mittens is Joyce.
Very wrong species. I think that would be very insulting to him.
Secret chess genius. Wow, bishop a2. Yeah, to go into this ending.
Wallace?
Must be something else.
He keeps wanting to high five, but I'm asking him to do something else. Wallace? Wallace. He really doesn't like barking. Okay. Yeah, I can't really blame him for not wanting to bark.
Is that the Russian word for bark?
Yeah. Voice, yeah.
Voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe we can revisit this bishop a2.
Current position is king d8. So the winning line is queen d6, queen b8, king f7, only way not to resign. And now bishop a2, queen g8.
King a7.
King a7, we take this. And then we take, I think, this one and not this one. We go queen e2. I'm guessing best move king d6. Then we take on h5. And the king is not where it's supposed to be. It's still kind of remarkable to me that this is supposedly lost. I wouldn't at all be sure that this is lost.
It might be one of those scenarios where black just puts a queen on f5 and starts pushing everything forward. And it's very similar to Carlsen against Satorov, where white's king is just caught in a box on the wrong side.
Yeah. I think I remember I once won a position with white in a kind of an important junior qualification tournament in, I think, 93. I won a position where I had like a king on a3-ish, a2 and b2 against a7, and black king somewhere on g8, queen, let's say, on d5, and my queen on, I don't know, f4 with white to move. Obviously, like, not queen b8. I wasn't winning the pawn with checks immediately.
Okay.
Like this kind of an endgame where it's 2 against 1, but the black king is far away and is also cut off. And it turned out to be very convertible because you just like carefully try to control the checks and you push, and you're playing 2 pieces against 1. It's not that you're playing 2 pawns against 1. You're playing 2 pieces against 1. So I wouldn't at all be surprised that, let's say, you play queen b7 here. And as you say, I play queen f5, I play h5, king h6, g6, and I just move forward. And white finds it very difficult / impossible to control the advance. I think in practical terms, it is lost. I don't know if the engine wins it, but in practical terms.
Yeah, it's not even kind of playing a piece down with the king. It's kind of like a minus piece because you always get caught with all these checks. The white king is just that bad. Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I think this is not just what Fabi's going to play, but it is also objectively very difficult to defend. And I think we're heading down this line, king e8. Yeah, if the bishop moves don't work, if they don't end in checkmate, then you have to play queen b8.
Yeah, he's given a check from d6. And yeah, there's just not very much else. You just have to convince yourself there is no mate after, let's say, bishop b4 or bishop f5. But I think it's not difficult. I think you very early on realize that, those are just perpetuals.
Yeah, and then it's just seeing bishop a2, but it's very, very findable if you're just... I mean, after king f7 alone, there's not that many options, so...
Yeah, like if you get here and you realize this might lose because you suddenly no longer, probably might is the wrong word. This has lost. because you
Unless
no
there's a
longer
miracle.
really have anything.
Bishop f5 and maybe you
Ah, it's still perpetual. Yeah, b8, queen
wait, yeah, and g8. Yeah.
and g8. Oh, this is such a
Really
miraculous endgame. I'm really enjoying this.
Literally, we said it earlier. Every endgame is just a study at this point. It's so rare. There's never any kind of boring rook and 3 versus rook and 3.
Yeah, we're already here. Move 66. So this is the final time control, by the way. A 7 against 14. They're not getting any more time in this. Have they? Hang on a second. It's possible neither of them have actually run out of the previous time. So they might get more. This is a kind of a scary proposition.
Our hand was quite low, but
okay. I've lost track, but yeah, probably not. Doesn't feel very likely. So yeah, Fabi needs to see bishop a2, but all the other options are not very attractive.
They should really pay us by the move. I have a feeling
there
this
it
one
is. There it is. Yeah,
going the distance.
Yeah.
But
one thing we know for sure is that Parham is sitting there absolutely spitting nails.
Yeah.
Like the idea that you can actually lose this game, and he by now probably realizes it's not that he might, he actually probably will, because the endgame will be very difficult to hold.
Yeah.
And you think, I've could have offered a draw at any point. I could have taken any number of 3 folds.
Literally dozens of opportunities to force the draw.
Yeah,
he's going to be hating his life choices right now.
Very much so. Yeah, which move this is? This is 66. Yeah, it will go for a bit.
Yeah,
because that endgame, which we assume will appear, I think Queen e2 is by far the best move in this position. Important to note, it's not very difficult, but yeah, you don't do this, even though
g6 maybe you still win.
But you can still lose even this one. Yeah, for sure. And I have there was a very funny occurrence right next to me during the Moscow Olympiad where I lucked out into a place on the first team because I won the Russian championship, and they somewhat unwisely announced they will give a place on the national team to whoever wins the national championship, assuming somebody of a reasonably high profile will win it, but no. But Russia, because it was held in Russia, had more than one team. And on the youth team, I'm pretty sure it was in Moscow, there was an endgame where Vadim Zvyagintsev was playing some kind of a queen ending 2 against 0. I think he had an A and an H pawn. And they were both alive. And then at some point, he had a king on G1 and a pawn on somewhere on the A file.
Yeah.
And his opponent played a move and placed his queen on whatever, A 1.5. And Vadim thought this was a check. So he played a king move and black just took something.
Yeah.
And it turned out that it wasn't a check, it was the other square.
Oh.
So instead of playing a 2 against 0 endgame, he suddenly had queen and H against queen, which he proceeded to win without too much effort.
Just through pure anger about the incident.
I did this is a story which sounds implausible, but I did watch it with my own eyes of him just he kind of shook his head and then sort of readjusted to the changed circumstances and proceeded to win this endgame as well. Who cares? I had two, but I still have one more, and this one I will not blunder.
He seems like a tough guy to fluster. Yeah, similar to that Sam Shankland incident, he assumed his opponent was checking him, and then he turns out he physically pre-moved. And lost,
but no, I think in Vadim's case, it was legitimately placed somewhat unclearly.
Okay.
Because Sam just absolutely was certain it will be a check. Whereas I think in that case, he wasn't. He actually kind of saw the move being made. He just didn't read it properly because it was possible to misread it.
Yeah,
people are saying put the queen on c8, put the pawn on g4, should be a draw. First of all, I'm not even sure that's a draw. And secondly, specifically this
I was wondering about king
stops
f8.
every single check. This is very beautiful.
Wow.
This actually stops all the checks and allows you to play g4 next move.
Queen d5?
Yeah.
Can I stop you? At least I'm threatening queen g8. You can check me on c2 if you want, but it's just one check. Now you can't play g4 at least because or maybe you can, but I picked you up
yeah, it does.
Queen f3.
Pawn, yeah. Well, yeah, or f3, but I think this actually is a bit cleaner because it allows us to. It's the same. Yeah, I don't know why I'm saying this is cleaner. And then either this or this. Yeah. Queen e6 is much better. Yeah, queen e6 is much better, and just take on g4.
So it feels like there'll be ways of breaking any attempts to immediately force a draw at least.
Queen a5. Hang on. So what? Hang on. People are saying something is a table-based draw, but the moves make no sense. So I don't know what that means.
We need table-based at this point.
Yeah. This is king f8. Supposedly the only thing that draws here, a move that I think is almost impossible to play. At least in my estimation, king f8 is borderline impossible to play.
I mean, he's paused, so he must realize
Hang on a second. I should have. I remember I had it bookmarked at some point. The 7 base, yeah, the seven man database. So,
okay, we have a link. He's played king f8, Peter. Yeah. What's the count after taking on h5? How many pieces left? 1, 2, 3.
It's the right number. Yeah,
it's the right number.
I'm just gonna. Yeah. Okay. So. Specifically king f8, and then specifically queen c8. Good luck with that. Yeah. I mean, king f8 already played though. Yeah.
Yeah.
King f8 already played.
King f8 makes some sense, just to annoy.
And after queen takes h5, everything else loses.
Yeah. It's just seeing that queen on f5 is for black just controls everything and stopping that. But yeah, that's easy to say with assistance, of course.
And I'm guessing the point here is that we played queen g5, but you have queen c2,
maybe queen g6,
g8, and queen g6. Yeah, protecting this and also actually generating your own play.
That's
if this game still ends up being drawn after Parham finds queen c8.
That's
in a way. It's sort of better than if they made a threefold earlier.
Hats off to both of them.
Yeah, queen h5 played, so kind of drum roll, 11 minutes. And honestly, the unfortunate thing, queen b1 instantly played, and now you lose. But yeah, it was a very, very difficult move. And also, I don't know if you actually make a draw after queen c8 anyway. Because I think it's not the kind of a table-based draw that you are absolutely guaranteed to make, even if you find the move.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure you can find ways to continue asking questions here. And
queen g6, for example.
Yeah, like queen g6, g4, queen e6 check, and king g6, king g5. Honestly, this looks lost to me. I have no idea why this is a draw.
Same.
It just looks absolutely lost to me. Yeah, I can't explain it. Yeah, like let me ask actually, like queen g6, g4 only move. Yeah, sorry, this is not. Yeah, g4, black to move. Queen f6, king e8, king g6. And now 5 moves make a draw. Like queen c2 check makes a draw. Queen b7 makes a draw. I have no idea what any of this means. How is this a draw?
I guess the idea is as soon as black gives a check, the white king goes behind, like f8, and
yeah, probably.
But
what I want to say is, I think it's extremely likely you still lose this.
Yeah,
despite finding queen c8, I think in practical terms, you are actually supposed to allow the king to get to g5, and honestly, it just looks completely lost past that point. But
there'll be plenty of only moves along the way a bit later on where. Everyone will fail, bar Stockfish. So
queen b1 played, queen g6, queen f1, h5 is good.
Yeah, is queen f6 now a threat?
In the game is like you played h5.
Yeah.
This is very clever.
Just to start racing.
Yeah, if you play something like this with the pawn already on h5,
maybe not here.
No, you still
you need the pawn on h4.
You need one more. You need one more.
Yeah. But soon it will be a threat.
Soon it will be. So let's try playing queen f2.
Okay.
But I guess we can play queen g5, king h6, and start coming out of the corner like that. Yeah. Or maybe even queen e4, king g6.
Nobody puts baby in the corner. Yeah, I think the king will come out and poke its head out at some point. And
yeah,
king h6 already looks fine. Right.
Yeah, nothing wrong with it. Yeah, absolutely nothing wrong with it, because with the king on h6, we will very happy to be trading on f6 because we have king g5 now.
Yes,
and this one we will win quite comfortably.
Queen f4, maybe. Oh no, queen f4 drops g2. Yeah, everything is gonna all roads will lead to Rome at this point. It feels like. Yeah, I guess Parham just has to sit and wait for Fabi to make progress and hope that somehow.
Yeah, but it's not very difficult progress anymore.
Yeah,
I think this is very intuitive. Like, you want the king closer to the g2 pawn. You want, I guess, you want h5, h4. Let's say if you play king e7, there's probably now a bunch of moves that win.
Yeah, again, king h6 is like
most of them, like
obvious.
most logical moves now win. Yeah, h4 wins, queen e4 wins, queen g5 wins, king h6 wins.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bad king again. If the white king was, yeah, I mean g1 is the ideal, but I don't know where else it would want to be. It's just too many checks.
Yeah,
maybe on
no,
d8.
I mean somewhere around d3 maybe you have like let me check something if I can. Yeah, like even this, I just for my education, I moved the king from e7 to e3 here. With black to move, black is still winning. With white to move, this is a draw after queen f3 or weirdly queen h1, because we do want it somewhere here. So we're moving the queen away from where it can be traded.
Yeah,
and then bringing the king back.
Will always be cut off.
Yeah,
from retreating.
So, but importantly, even with the king on e3, if you can't immediately hide it in the corner, you still lose. Like with black to move, black goes like queen g5 check and wins, or queen g3 check and wins.
Queen g3,
yeah, because it forces you to go back to the g file by the threat of trading queens, and from the g file it never actually comes back.
Yeah,
so actually we are learning something.
Yeah, 2 versus 1 is maybe even easier in this scenario than one pawn on its own, just because black's king always has so much shelter. And white's queen is tied down, queen f2. Yeah, now we're assuming something like king h6. Yeah, white only ever has 1 check. Never enough. Peter, yeah, all these long days, but so much content every single round.
Yeah, it's and we do every day. We have some extremely study-like things to discuss in endgames, and
yeah, it's a good kind of it's a good way to actually, myself as well, it's just a good way to stay in shape. It's just doing studies in general, looking at endgames, I find, and this is just pretty much automatic. It's kind of forcing us to calculate, forcing us to dig a bit deeper, which is refreshing. But yeah, this one, Parham is not going to
brain does feel very, very fried by this point, and
yeah, imagine how the players.
And by the way, this is now a draw.
What I said, nice. Whoa,
he's played queen e4, and this is supposedly a draw, specifically after g2, g3. I have no idea why this is either.
What?
I have no idea what any of this is.
Someone explain to me why g3 helps white that much. Is there some, I don't know, some very specific scenario where white?
Yeah, I don't like these endgames. I don't think you can really, translate what it says into words very often. Like sometimes you will immediately understand why the change happened, but here, yeah, like why this is such an important change. So that, black actually had like 8 winning moves here, including, for some reason, queen c6 was winning and queen e4 isn't. It's just bizarre.
Yeah,
just absolutely bizarre to me. I guess maybe the difference is if you play queen c6 g3, this might be winning now. Because we are queening.
Yeah,
we are queening this just in time, right? So he actually placed it on a square where he currently can't trade queens immediately. And
still feels like you should be able to make progress with black, like somehow advance the king.
Yeah, I refuse to process any of this, frankly.
Maybe the problem is our king can't poke its head out anymore. King h6, queen d2, and maybe it's just really annoying.
Oh, well, why can't we go back? Like, okay, let me reintroduce the idea of queen f6.
Now queen f4, and how do you...
Hello? Queen f6 check?
Oh, queen f6. Oh, wait, yeah, sorry.
King e7 maybe, but like, why? Why is this enough? Yes, your situation has improved, but why has it improved to, like, so dramatically?
Who knows? Who knows?
Bizarre. Just utterly bizarre. And yeah, I keep on coming back. Like, I stumbled upon that while, as usual, trying to be the, I remember many, many years ago, somebody told me that, Jan is very funny, but I'm just not, and I should stop trying. Maybe not in as many words, but things along those lines were said to me by some random stranger on the internet, I suspect. And it has, I remain stricken by this to this very day. So I always, try to prove that person wrong. So we were discussing some queen ending with Yasser in St. Louis. And we were trying, because it was a very similar queen ending in that we couldn't understand a single thing about it. And we were trying to still explain something to the audience about that particular queen ending and maybe the queen endings in general.
Yeah.
And I came up with a rule, which I'm very proud of and will now be quoting at every opportunity for the rest of my days. And the rule is, the best advice I can give you about queen endings, people, is don't play them.
Yeah.
Just don't play them. You will never play them well. It's impossible to play well. Give up now.
Yeah.
Never have them on the board. And I think in general, we're watching now two very, very strong players illustrating exactly why I think this is good advice,
Yeah, I remember feeling so shortchanged when one of my first coaches was like, the only thing anybody knows about queen endings is that nobody knows anything about queen endings. And I was like, come on, you're hiding something from me. There must be a secret. But no, 25 years later, and I know next to zero.
Is G3 the only move? Yes. G3 is the only move.
That's sick.
Somehow everything else loses, yeah.
I guess it makes some sense to stop h4. Because then all king or pawn endings are easily winning for black. So G3 is findable on its own, but he won't nobody will understand that it's suddenly drawing, it's suddenly holding.
Just play the top engine moves. Excuses, excuses, excuses. Yeah, I generally am very much attuned to the old maxim of just get good. Get good, nope. But it's difficult to get if it's sufficiently good in these types of endgames.
Yeah, I bet he'll play G3. I have a feeling he'll play.
I think he will, because I think you get there just by sort of
what else
understanding that you don't have good moves and it moves the pawn, from an attack square to a less attack square, like the queen on e4 no longer touches it and passes the move to black and what have you. But he will not know that he's saving the game with that decision.
Yeah, in practical terms, 3 minutes on the clock, like uphill struggle, almost impossible endgame to save. Even if you play G3, I think it's like 90% of the time black wins. Maybe that's a bit optimistic.
Yeah. And honestly, like I think in practical terms, he plays G3 and very, very likely still loses.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like it's not like we're certain he only has one final very difficult decision to make and then the game is safe. It's not. but yeah, it would be.
Yeah, like G3, Queen E6, for example. How do we stop Queen F6 check? I don't understand.
Queen C2 check.
Queen G6.
And Queen B3 or Queen C5 or Queen E2, apparently.
I need to quit chess. This is
yeah, like
it looks like Queen F6 and then
this or
just anything
this.
Queen B3.
Yeah. Only one of those is a move you can actually make, I think, which is Queen B3.
Yeah. But then we get Queen F5 or Queen F6.
Yeah, he's played King F7. He played King F7.
Yeah. understandable. But now h4 for black. Maybe there's others.
Yeah, h4 is the simplest, but you can now go back to some other positions as well. Like queen c4 is winning, queen b7 is winning, queen d5 is winning.
Yeah. But having the pawn on h4 just guarantees that queen swaps are always on the cards. Yeah, I think that's a very fabby move as well. Most direct path.
Yeah, and I assume it also introduces a very simple idea of going king h6, meeting, let's say, queen d2 with g5, and then using h5 and g4 as an escape hatch.
Immediately h4.
Yeah, it just goes h4 straight away.
Yeah.
Back to being safely winning in terms of quote-unquote objective evaluation, whatever that is.
At least we understand a little bit here about why it might be winning, rather than why the other one was a draw.
Yeah. Our chatters are not impressed. Bobby Fischer 1972 says, "Lol, if you don't play g3, it is better to resign."
Does Bobby Fischer ever say lol, even if he knew what that meant at the time? He doesn't strike me as a lol type of person.
Probably not, no. More like I'm trying to think which of the abbreviation would be
Ruffle.
Ruffle, yeah. Ruffle Mao. Yeah,
he's a ruffle person, Fischer.
Ruffle Mao.
H4. I can imagine Levon being a lol type of person.
Yeah.
Lol, you didn't play g3.
Yeah, W type of guy says what the move for 20, yeah.
H4. Okay, queen d2 played. Stopping king h6.
Yeah, at least doing that, yeah.
But now just queen f5, come out by a g6. Nah. Slowly but surely. Yeah, I think at this point I'm going to say it's locked on for Fabi.
What you're saying, I think, is the most human way possible. Just queen f5, king e7, king g6, king h5, and just start going in that direction in general.
White already struggles to avoid all these queen trades. Don't know where you put the white king, white queen, just to avoid them. Put the white queen on a2 or something just to stop any checks, but yeah, that will never save.
Yeah, I wonder, does, let's say, a weird question, absolutely entirely unrelated to what we're watching, but if you give this specific position to Magnus against the table base,
will he win?
I don't know, 100 games. How many does he win?
This position, I would.
Yeah, this one, the one that is clearly winning with more. Currently, there is definitely more than one move that wins.
I'd say quite high. I don't know about you. 70s, 80s out of 100.
Yeah, it's very possible. I don't know really how to assess it, because this one kind of looks like this is now straightforward. We sort of know what we're aiming for.
Yeah,
and it's very sort of logically easily understood, and we should actually be winning. But then the reason I'm asking, there was a specific position in my mind, so to speak, which provoked the question. Let's say we go g5, which wins here. And I want to set up, the thing that was worrying me, which I will do by making 27 passes with white. I go queen d1 here, g4, and I go, I don't know, king e7.
Okay.
Some kind of position like this. Yeah. I'm not sure if I have, it's very possible I have already made mistakes, but let's assume this is still winning. And then I started trying to figure out how this would be. This particular one, I guess queen e4, queen takes g2, there's not a single check on the board, so maybe we just win by taking a second pawn. But let's assume this doesn't exist.
Yeah.
You, in order to progress, you have to peek out with your king, and you immediately start getting checked. And in my mind, if you take on g2, you free up the entire, the fifth and the sixth for all the checks white will give.
Yeah.
So this also feels inefficient. Let's assume, let's play queen e2 here instead of, let's not blunder the g2 pawn.
That looks sensible.
Yeah. So I got to this position, and I started thinking, how a human person would approach winning this. And I realized I don't quite know.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, the machine will win this very. Let me actually check if we if we actually do all of this. Like Queen B2, we go King G6.
I mean, I guess the human
Still
wouldn't
winning.
rush with pushing the
Still
G pawn. It
winning.
feels like we want to lead with the king.
G4 still winning. Queen E2. Like 10 moves win here. Of course.
Like everything.
Everything wins here, pretty much.
Queen A5 probably wins.
Yeah, King G6, Queen D5, Queen F6, King H6, whatever. Don't care, don't want to know. But
this one you could see a human kind of botching, just messing up, just because the king is less safe on H5 now.
I got to some kind of a setup like this, and I realized once you're here, you probably at some point have to calculate a reasonably long line, which maybe results in you winning G2 but losing H4 but no perpetual.
Yeah.
And then the king is, you know, the endgame we watched with Nodibek, the white king was sort of on B2.
Yeah.
And then, yes, it's pretty clear. But this one is somewhat where it should be.
It's far from the checks.
So it's not going to be, like, if this is the best you can get, trading H4 for G2 and avoiding the perp, it's going to get tricky.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you want to lead with the king, ideally in practical terms, just to always have a path in, a way to run. Which means,
absolutely, yeah. And this is what I was trying to avoid, specifically by making sure I have Queen D1 here or Queen E2. Because I do agree with you. If the king gets to G3, it becomes trivial.
Yeah.
It does become very, very trivial. But we are trying our best to avoid that particular scenario from appearing.
Yeah, so in the game position, okay, he's just played King H5. He's aiming for pretty much exactly that. It's Queen D1 check. Can White keep forcing you back, first of all? Yeah, for example, there would be a way to reach that position. Let's say Queen D1, King H6, let's say black blocks with G5. And we're heading in that direction, right?
Yeah, we're getting very close to exactly what we've been discussing. The problem is you also don't have very convenient checks, like Queen D6 is now always losing to Queen G6. So you'll have to pass differently.
Let's say Queen E2 again. And say black plays G4 and we're basically there.
We're basically there, yeah. And we know it's winning because King H6 was one of the winning moves on my screen a moment ago. But but the thing is, like, a human probably wins this quite easily against a human. It was specifically against the machine, which will always find the most tenacious, the most problematic defense.
And if you make one slip, it's a draw. If you make one slip against the machine, then it's a draw instantly.
And you can't cross over the border once. Yeah, you can make moves which make the win longer, but you can never make a decisive mistake, so to speak. It will never let you back in.
Yeah. Queen D1 played. Do you think the easiest is to just zigzag in, not use the pawns at all? Maybe King G5, meet any check with King G4. Okay, he's gone back.
Yeah, he's gone back.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see that. I want to find out now as well how easy it is to win. Like you said, for a human should be against a human should be fine, but
and a very correct sentiment, I think, expressed by Loaves in chat. He says the worst part about having white here is that you have to play on and know you will lose anyway after another 45 minutes of playing. It does feel like that, yeah. It feels
we're all
like
in the same boat. It's as commentators, as viewers, we all know we're here. Like it's going to be a black win, but we're going to be here for the long haul. So listen, gotta embrace that as a player, as a defender. The goalie's glory. Like you don't expect to save it, but if you do, then you feel like a hero. So yeah, G5
Queen D2 hasn't been played yet.
Okay, Queen D2. Yeah, of course, black doesn't have to. Queen D2, black can play a bunch of other moves. Queen G5 maybe is the...
Yeah, also very, very possible. You just like reposition it on F6 and then go G5 or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Could be useful, maybe.
Fabi
just goes G5. Yeah. Fabi just goes G5. And now, I expect something like Queen E2 and then Fabi will finally have some decisions to make, which might be relevant.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not so keen on this technique, but I'm sure he's going to bank it anyway.
Yeah. A question for us from Tolis Sloth. Which approach do you think is better in the long run? What Parham did, or not fighting and making a draw? Honestly, I wouldn't call what Parham did in this game not fighting.
Mhm.
I think if you sort of shut it down somewhere here, like find a way to just shut it down and
Take an F4.
Yeah. For instance, yeah. Like if you make a draw here on move 56, I will find it very difficult to, no reasonable person will ever accuse him of lacking fighting spirit. I sort of appreciate what the question asks. I understand your point. I do think that young players trying to play every single game to its conclusion is a very admirable trait, which I, for instance, never possessed. And I think this limited me quite a bit as a chess player. Absolutely. Like I feel that very sincerely, that I always was fairly okay with a draw against a strong player if I didn't feel that the position was better and it didn't really excite me very much. Like I would still play on in interesting positions, but positions which didn't really interest me all that much, I would always be okay with a draw against players that I respect. I tried fighting against this particular tendency very consciously between, 2007 and 2015, improved my results immediately. But it stayed very present. I improved it a bit, but it still stayed, a very integral part of who I am as a chess player. So I admire this when I watch these kids not have that at all. I admire it a great deal, but really, it's okay to not continue here. But having said that, I think he just missed that this idea of queen e6, queen f5, queen f1 was playable. I think he genuinely thought maybe by this point that he had winning chances.
Yeah. And maybe he saw after queen b2 just bishop e4, bishop a6, and suddenly,
exactly, yeah,
Chat pointed out, he's the one who's pressing still.
Yeah, I think he thought, okay, I'm forcing bishop e4. I have this bishop a6 idea. I don't quite see an immediate draw for Fabi, so why not play on? So it's not like he was being stubborn for the sake of being stubborn. I think he was like genuinely trying to find winning chances. So if we take this specific game, maybe I slightly disagree with his approach, but not very much. And if we take a more kind of a vacuum approach to people playing out every single position, I think it's extremely beneficial.
Yeah,
I think it is very, very good for you. So yeah, no real criticisms or concerns on that count.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I had that kind of rule in place until I was, I don't know, in my mid-20s, that I would just never accept a draw unless it was completely dead. And yeah, there were lots of painful games, just like Parham's having now, where things backfire, you overpress, and you kind of want to quit chess immediately. But then you also get the wins that are so satisfying that you grind out, and that you win in 100 moves, outlast your opponent, and it's kind of, they balance out, yet you learn a lot along the way. So yeah, it's just, okay, different. Everyone has a different disposition, right? But if you're in it for the,
I had to teach myself
alone,
that. I had to teach myself that very, very painful at a very kind of a mature age would be, I think, a way to describe it, because I just realized, I think maybe specifically it wasn't called the candidates. Like the format was like the current candidates, but it wasn't called the candidates. The Mexico City tournament 07.
Yeah.
Which Vishy won. I took a bunch of draws there, which, like, you take a draw, you go back to the room, you look at the position calmly, and you think, why was this not continued? Like, who are you pretending to be here? You're playing in the most important tournament of the year with a lot at stake.
Yeah.
And you just, like, cut games short and go home. Like, why are you there then? And I had this kind of moment of reflection, because I thought, the assumption is I'm a capable chess player. So I probably shouldn't be doing this. And I think that was like a turning point, because I made a very conscious effort to try and cut down on it as much as I can. And it's still present. It has never really completely gone away, but I did become better. I did kind of teach myself that, the self-loathing this approach brings, like, if we don't even consider the EV of this decision, simply the absolute self-loathing a decision like this produces after the game is over, and you go back and you kind of look at it dispassionately and you think, who are you? Why are you doing this to yourself? It's just so disgusting and so unneeded that I did become better.
Yeah, I guess you also got to back yourself. So even if things go super wrong, to kind of survive and get that draw anyway. Especially in this modern era when there's so many good players, there's so many young players. Clearly, a lot of it is reputation in terms of what kind of invitations they get to tournaments. You need to build a profile, a name for yourself, and I think already people are very aware that taking quick draws or kind of taking kind of negative decisions, it impacts them and impacts how the public view them. So and organizers view them. So I think
we're being told that returning to the game a little bit, King D6 was played with 1 second on the clock.
Whoa.
And after King G5, Queen G1 was played with 2 seconds on the clock. And once you start playing Queen G1, the writing, I mean, it was already sort of on the wall, but the writing is now very much on the wall because you never ever save this by playing passively, and now really it's just a pleasant choice of how to convert from here. You can even play G4, G3, for instance, because there are no checks, and like I can play H3, King H4 later and take with the king, I guess.
Yeah,
like whatever you want, really.
Yeah, you can give a couple of checks first if you want. He does start on D3.
H3 is winning in this position apparently, which is like really driving the point home. I assume the point being that now we can give this check, play G3, King H4, and even this is lost. But yeah, nobody does that. Queen D3 check chosen.
Centralization. That white queen isn't exactly perfectly placed. Yeah, I'm expecting something like Queen G3 here. Queen E2 maybe. And then the black king comes in.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Yeah, just
Queen E2.
Ruling. There is still a check from H2 though, which is a bit annoying. So Queen E2, and if the king goes somewhere, King F4 does get driven a little bit back by king. I mean, you can go back, you're still winning, I assume, but you're not making as much progress as...
Yeah, that's true. This is true. Yeah, maybe at some point you do commit. I've got those massive commitment issues. I don't really want to play G3 or H3, but
okay.
it feels like now is the
I
time.
will now update you a little bit on the situation, because black is still winning, but only 4 moves are winning now.
Only 4,
which is tremendously reduced from seriously, like for many moves in a row. The number was, I think, in double digits.
Okay.
For instance, G4, G3 now is a draw.
I can believe this because there's a bunch of checks.
Yeah, Queen C1 check already starts.
Yeah, and there's nowhere to hide the king.
Yeah,
H3 might even.
H3 still wins. Yeah, H3 still wins. Shockingly.
Because after takes, I guess you go Queen D2, Queen F4, G3, and
you can probably still reposition to the same idea. Yeah, but this is suddenly an actual question that you have to solve.
I think I'd start with Queen D2 just to.
Queen D2 is one of the 4 moves.
Stop any checks.
Yeah, but then you have to.
Yeah,
you have to commit to something again. Yeah.
Queen F4.
I'm guessing we go below.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm obsessed with this H3 idea now. Now that it's in my brain, because at least I can block any Queen C5 with Queen F5 check. But
no, I like Queen D2. I like Queen D2 a lot. It feels like we do now need to take care to rule out at least some of the counterplay.
You've scared me though with the the knowledge that the margin for error is narrowing.
So this wins,
and the other
wins, but this is a repetition because we know Queen H2 exists, and Queen B2 check wins.
Okay, so you have to check or go H3.
Yeah. Basically, 2 checks, the only 2 checks you have, or H3.
So actually,
everything else.
Kind of 3 moves if we think about King F4 as just a repetition. Same idea. Okay, it feels like he's going to give a check though. I mean, I don't see Fabi playing G3 and allowing all those checks, even if it wasn't a dead draw immediately.
Yeah, but also for the first time in quite some time, maybe ever, since this endgame started there on level terms in terms of the clock.
Yeah,
Parham was very much below and made a bunch of decisions very close to losing on time.
Yeah, he'll play queen d2, I think. Yeah, there's no reason to play h3 first.
Yeah,
there we go.
d2 played, king e4 blitzed out by Parham.
Now I guess there's more moves than before that still win because there's
only
more
4
checks
again.
Only 4 again.
Only 4 again. Yeah, all 3 checks.
And h3.
Actually, queen e2 is a draw. Whoa. This is now a draw.
Whoa, that would be so easy to blunder.
How is this a draw? What the hell? What the hell?
King f2 maybe?
And then g3 check.
G3 check.
G3 check. Yeah.
That would be sick. That would be, I mean,
and the other famous part of this endgame is that you can actually drive the king into the corner, but you don't win because in this position you can play h3, but white doesn't take.
Yep. Easy to miss from afar. But Fabi, of course, dodges that bullet. Yeah. That's the kind of thing I would do. I would just play queen e2 check just to repeat, especially if I have less than 1 minute.
Apologies for the coughing. Yeah,
I would play queen e2, just repeat, try to get closer to, try to gain 30 seconds on the clock, and then I'd realize well, queen e3. And yeah, queen f5. I think he's
Fabi's so far making no mistakes, but as we've established, it's a little bit touch and go now.
I think he'll come round to this idea of playing h3 at some point, just because it feels like the most clear-cut way to create that pass pawn. Yeah, king d2, I'm assuming, or king d4. Not sure which one.
I mean, they're all the same, but yeah, which one you would feel gives you the biggest practical chances is a difficult question to answer.
It's just like a lucky dip at this point. Toss a coin for white, just hope that black fails to win it. Yeah, the only one you don't want to do is king e2, I guess.
Yeah, that one loses the queen. Yeah, the queen c2, and then either this or this and this. Yeah, d2 chosen.
Yeah, d5. Yeah, okay, he's centralized.
Yeah, he did centralize, but he will have to at some point make actual progress.
Queen. Where to go?
Yeah, once again, all the checks which don't allow queen e3 counter checks still win.
Yeah.
And the other winning move here is king g5, h5. Everything else is a draw.
Okay, that one won't happen.
Yeah, unlikely.
I can say.
Unlikely.
But then earlier, right at the start of this endgame, the 2 versus 1, we did say if you drive white's king the whole way back, maybe there's some drawing chances for white.
Yeah.
That kind of exception to the rule, the king and pawn endgame that's already a draw. So
yeah. So basically, like somewhere here, he could have just gone in with basically either g3 or h3, and then like one way or the other get the position with g3, h3, king h4, and that is winning because the king is cut off and it's not where it's supposed to be. But by trying to, I think he was trying to make his life easier, and as a result, he did bring the king sort of where it needs to be. To at least create some uncertainty.
Yeah, it feels like some nerves are maybe kicking in for Fabi because he's giving all these checks which don't really achieve too much.
Well, he still is very, very far away from having any kind of concerns in terms of the laws of chess because g5, g4 was played on move 81, so he has, as long as he doesn't blunder a threefold, he has 40 moves still to, have to change the structure,
Yeah, so I wonder, for example, now in the game position, there's queen c5 check, which I don't really want to calculate.
No, you still have to continue giving checks.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I'm not entirely sure, because I've been sort of keeping an eye on the table base. And black is winning with checks, but I've been trying to sort of work out what we're building towards.
Where do you want the queen and which one do you
and
push
sort of
later?
failing. I mean, the one hint that we had was this king h5 move.
Yeah.
Which, I think it was here, which sort of indicates that eventually you just sidestep all the checks and you pass the move to white. And maybe d5 is actually the best square, because if you think about it, it's not that easy to make a move here with white.
Oh, you're right. The white
because
queen just gets swapped off.
You have to, yeah. But then again, we know that some of those pawn endings are drawn. So even that is not that clear.
Yeah, for example, queen, I don't know, f2. Yeah. Okay, he keeps giving checks.
Yeah, exactly. Like queen f2 or queen f1.
Yeah.
We have the option. We have the option, but this is not
still a draw?
Question mark.
King g5, king e3. It's the same thing, yeah?
Yeah, we always go to f2. And then if you go in this direction, but I think I can. No, but I.
King f2 now?
King g3?
King f1?
King f1, yeah. King f1.
I'm keeping like this diagonal opposition here.
Yeah.
g3 never wins, so.
Yeah, and it's specifically because h3 is never really a threat while we're in the box, and g3 does allow us to draw with the king on h1, and we can never shake this diagonal opposition.
Whoa. Suddenly my estimation of like 80-90% winning chances for Fabi, I'm worried about it.
Yeah.
It does feel like he's not lost the thread, but he's confused himself, or scared he's going to miss the moment, and he's played pawn move, h3.
Okay, so how did we get here? So d3, b3, g2. He played b2, a3.
Okay, there's no check.
e2, and he played h3, and this is now a draw after.
Whoa.
Gh you can believe, but like just for your personal enjoyment, David, this is a draw.
No.
Just for your personal delectation is the word I want to use.
How on earth is this a draw?
I have no idea.
Well, I guess it's just. Yeah.
Also, I don't want to know, frankly.
The problem is it's a G pawn, right? And now, as soon as White gets the king in front, no king or pawn endgames are winning. And whoa, okay, he's gone for just the G pawn, but suddenly there's a bunch of checks.
Yeah, I guess his point here is that he wants to get king h4, king g3, and then king g2, and then all of the checks along the long diagonal will be met by queen f3 check.
But can I not just check from c5?
Yeah, it's a draw, but like
check
my point is he wants this.
Check on e7?
Yeah.
Can I not
g3?
always check on the You want to go h2?
Yeah, h2 and then g2. H2
well,
and then
hoping
g2
to keep checking diagonals, but
yeah. So c5, h4.
No immediate draw. So
yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean it's unfair because you actually will not guess, but there are two moves here that make a draw. Neither of them are checks.
It's going to be something sick like queen f8 or queen.
Yeah, queen f8 or queen f5. Basically.
Okay.
Because you can't allow
one of
the queen to get to f3.
That's
no. This is just completely broken. Like
Fabiano.
This is just completely broken. And and the point is, in the current position, queen c5 is still a draw, but it's kind of a difficult one. The way I think to make a reasonably easy one is to play queen f2, or queen f1. Queen f1 is also a draw, but queen f2 in particular. Just stopping all of the advances and forcing Fabi to make a move. And then after g3, you no longer have the cover for your king, which I think means that the perpetual comes very, very easily.
Yeah.
And if you move the queen away from h3, also giving perpetuals will become a lot more straightforward. I don't know if it's an easy move.
If you move the queen now, then king f1, king g1, you just get in front. Maybe this position is still winning if Fabi's king had been on e5 or up the board somewhere, or d5 somewhere. But yeah, he's driven it. Sorry, Magsulu's king. But he's driven it the whole way back where it wants to be.
Yeah.
Whoa. What a game this has been. Like so many twists and turns.
Queen f2 on the board. Much respect to Parham for this. I mean, you can get to that decision, but still, after, they've been playing for 7+ hours.
Yeah.
And
what does Fabi even try now, though? Because all these king and pawn endings are going to be drawn. I really don't want to allow the white king back to f1, g1.
No, that just.
And
I don't know what you even try. Yeah, this is the biggest issue I think for him. I don't know what he even try. King G6 maybe, but then he's played Queen H7. Okay, after this,
King F1.
Yeah, just get it over here. King F1. Hang on.
Oh, maybe. Okay.
H1, E4.
I can.
But that's still okay, right? We don't really care about that.
I think it's fine.
Yeah, King F1 is fine.
Just want to get back. I mean, you could start with Queen E3 check and then just play King F2. Get it back to G1. I think this one is odds on draw now.
Yeah.
What a throw by Fabi.
Yeah. Dr. Drink and Drive says, you guys think Parham knows it's a draw? I think he probably does now, yeah. He's played Queen G3, which is also completely fine, just wants to support it with King F2.
Smart.
Yeah.
I don't think he's even going to suffer at all now.
Because, I think he's just completely fine, yeah. It's time to put the watch back on, this kind of a moment in the game where you just put the watch back on and kind of smile at your opponent.
Oh, that's, heartbreaking for Fabi. So he had it for so long. Again, if the White King was up on D5 or something, and maybe.
Yeah, I think we probably lose if it's there. Yeah, I can check. Yeah. Yeah, King G5. This is winning for Black.
Yeah. Yeah. The problem is you can never offer traded queens.
Oh, this is amazing, by the way. With the King on G5, Black to move. This is winning for Black. King G5, White to move. King C5 and King C6 make a draw.
Whoa.
This one tempo makes a difference. Just get it closer to A7 by one tempo. I don't know, it's not that actually. It's simply Queen D5, Queen F5 trades queens. Yeah, it's not.
Okay.
I thought it was some kind of arcane knowledge, but it's much more straightforward than that.
Yeah, there's just no way to make progress here. You've cut the White King on the F file, but you can never even offer to exchange queens. Queen F4 can always just be captured.
Yeah, I think they both know what this is now. Yeah, Fabi will sort of continue for a little bit. Yeah, he's gone King H5. I guess he will go King E1, Queen H4, and wait for King F2, and that's the end. Because like with the Queen on G3 like this, when White can always actually offer trade, you can't shift it. It's just going to be there.
Yeah. I think that idea of playing Queen G1 for Parham, it really kind of unsettled Fabi. And actually, it's a really nice practical idea. Just when his queen was on G1, there's no queen exchanges, and at least ask the question, how do you make progress? And we've hit the 100 move mark. But
not yet. It's 99. It's 99 now. Yeah. So I think they should make at least one more move.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's my personal kind of boasting, my point of pride. Just the number of games I have over 100 moves.
I don't have very many.
I have some, but not 30, 40. King E2. Yeah, literally nothing left to try now. Has this been the longest day so far? I think it might have been.
Yeah, by a reasonably wide margin, like 20 minutes. Yeah, Queen F4 played, and now we just take and go King F2, and
we'll play it to the end. We'll see the stalemate on the board.
Probably, yeah.
Oh, Parham, yeah. So he rode his luck. He pushed it to the brink, but fair play defending like a lion. Yeah. Fabiano won't close the ground.
Do you even analyze the game afterwards? I would be too despondent to do a post-mortem. The thing is, post-mortems just generally kind of disappear too, I think.
Yeah.
Just the regret of most people who remember how it was. But you can also understand why, because you used to, like, it was done to, of course, to improve, to talk to players of, like, you learn something by analyzing with strong players. But also it was obviously done to kind of get at the truth, to try and establish, like, you probably felt like you've played some things inaccurately and you wanted to maybe play them a bit better and get to a deeper understanding of the position. And these days, in order to do that, you just take your phone out and you scroll down and you click on a button.
Yes.
And you save 2.5 hours. And not only does this exist, but you also very much are aware that this exists. So a post-mortem feels like you can spend an additional 2.5 hours making no sense whatsoever, making blunders every move. and not really getting any closer to the understanding of what happened in the game compared to you actually returning to your room and consulting the machine. And this, of course, like severely diminished the amount of post-game analysis that people do.
Yeah, often we see the players chat just to normally explain what they missed or what they misevaluated. But yeah, it's often a way of just getting the tension out before, as you say, going and clicking and learning.
No, I mean, the conversation pretty much always happens, but very, very rarely you actually go somewhere, sit down and like spend an hour going through it over the board, because that does feel like this could be much more efficiently done elsewhere and with help.
There's so many nice photos, though, historically from Wijk of these massive postmortems and all the players chipping in. But yeah, I'm not sure how long that.
I still somewhat miss it, but I can understand why it's mostly gone. All right, this concludes our broadcast for today, and it turns out I did not lie to the viewers about nobody on +3 after all. So Fabi, I think Fabi just wanted to sort of save my bacon here.
That's definitely the only reason.
Yeah, I'm very grateful for him to for that horrible throw, just to not make me into a liar, make an honest pundit out of me. Thanks everybody for watching. You know, provided we actually sort of are awake and capable of speech tomorrow, we will be here on this very same channel, same time, with round 8 of both the Masters and the Challengers. Noribek continues playing exceptionally well, leads the field by a point. Tomorrow's pairings include Noribek playing White against Lev, Carlsen Black against Caruana, and other very, very exciting pairings. As is every day, pretty much every single game out of the 7 is a potential headliner. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for everyone who stuck with us for 7 hours. See you tomorrow, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move. This d takes d4, the d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.